They've got the building blocks. If Lukosius can continue to play well, he's a good foil for Georgiades. Todd Marshall's going to be back at some stage next year as well. So, there's there's the bones of a good forward line. We know the midfield is really, really solid as well. So, I don't mind what they're building. They're going to have to regenerate on the fly because, questions around Butters and a couple of others. But getting Bergman to commit was really handy. I think they certainly need some more run and some more ball use in that team, though.
It's an interesting outlook as well. We look towards the next few weeks, JJ. They've lost Vicentini, Power Pepper and Ratugolea in terms of tonight's match. We don't know how long they're going to be out for, but obviously it was very distressing to see them all go out in the way that they did. We know Power Pepper, he's had a bit of an up and down week in the sense that he celebrated the birth of his child, but also suffering an injury from a pretty innocuous event in regards to his knee. We'll wait and see what the outcome is there. Ratugolea, we know he's had hamstring issues, and Vicentini out with an ankle injury. So it's been a costly night from a Port Adelaide point of view. Their matches to come, they host the West Coast Eagles at the Adelaide Oval, which they should win. But after that, they've got tough assignments. Hawthorn at the MCG. Then they've got the showdown. I suppose that could be 50-50 given the rivalry and the nature of it. And then they've got to travel to Geelong and take them on at GMHBA Stadium. Then they host Fremantle. You never know what can happen there. So there's some tough fixtures to come for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to hang tough. Sometimes when you're not going to make it, but you're not a bad team, you just got to hang tough. You've just got to try and find a way to get the most out of your season. So Brisbane have got so much to play for, and Port Adelaide potentially have got so little to play for, but you've always got something to play for. There are guys who are playing for contracts, for playing for spots on the list next year, and guys who are trying to continue to establish themselves as AFL players. So, still a long period of the season to go for both teams. And obviously we know what Brisbane are aiming for this year.
Just a couple more before I let you go. Speaking of Brisbane, who was the best player of the night from your point of view there? Because you obviously heaped a lot of praise on Bailey. Does he take the cake?
Yeah, it has to be Zach Bailey. I mean, we don't see 25 and 5 very often, do we? So performance like that is quite remarkable. So 26 disposals in the end, 5 goals, and he was, I thought, the best and most impactful player on the ground by some way.
At this point of the season, I know a lot of people still aren't sold on the Brisbane Lions, and look, they were better tonight, there's no doubt about that. From what you've seen so far, where do you see them in flag contention at the moment?
Oh, I think they're right there. Now, they're going to have to come to the MCG on grand final day and most likely beat a Melbourne-based team or a Victorian-based team, Collingwood or Geelong, you'd think. But they almost did it. They almost beat Collingwood on the MCG a couple of years ago. I think we sell this team short, Brisbane. They've been competing at the pointy end of the season since 2020. So it's no surprise to me to see them having lulls throughout the season because they know what is on the end for them. They know they need to be playing their best from now onward, not at the start of the year. So they're a potent team. I think they're back in second on the ladder.
Yep.
So they're exactly where they need to be. They need to win themselves a home qualifying final, take care of business in that, get yourself a home prelim final, and if you can do the job there, you arrive on grand final day ready to rock and roll.
Are they the main challenger to Collingwood at this point in time?
I think they sit alongside Collingwood.
Oh, okay.
I don't think many people have that view. I do. I think they have the game so they can... Collingwood are only vulnerable around the ball, and Brisbane are deep and strong around the ball, and they're powerful. And I think they've got this foot skills and the ability to cut you up from stoppage that will trouble or can trouble Collingwood. Now, hopefully we get there.
Josh Jenkins here for Lumo Energy. Switch to 100% Australian-owned Lumo Energy. JJ, just as I farewell, you like calling play-by-play tonight. I know you've done it a few times before.
It was good, Damo. It was good just to slot into a bit of a hybrid role. So thankfully we got a good game. I mean, we could have been doing the Marvel game, which doesn't look to be as offensively slanted as ours, but I mean, 32 goals in a game of footy? You can't ask for much more.
And well done to you completing what was effectively a 10-hour shift. So you've done a good job.
Which is what normal people do.
Yes, exactly. And enjoying it all the same. JJ, thanks for your contribution tonight.
Good work.
Really appreciate
well done.
it. Josh Jenkins joining us there. All thanks to Lumo Energy. Switch to 100% Australian-owned Lumo Energy. We'll take a break. We'll review the day of footy so far and have a bit of a sports update as well around the grounds. This is Power Nation. It was Brisbane prevailing tonight over Port Adelaide to the tune of 28 points at the Gabba.
You're listening to Power Nation. Find your next Hyundai at Stillwell Hyundai, Nailsworth.
Welcome back. This is Power Nation and the Brisbane Lions prevailing over Port Adelaide tonight here on Power Nation by 28 points at the Gabba. The Lions really asserting themselves as one of the members of the top echelon of the competition for Port Adelaide. Well, they had slim finals hopes coming into the evening. I think those have been dashed if we're being realistic. There are a few games out of the 8. They have poor percentage. Despite a return to form in recent weeks, it's going to be a difficult ask for them to get anywhere near making the finals unless they go on a dream run, and particularly with the loss of Power Pepper, Vicentini and Radigalia to injury early. That's going to really test their depth. There's no doubt about that. But all credit to Brisbane. They prevail by 28 points. Having a look at the main contributors and just recapping there from a goal-scoring point of view, Zach Bailey was best on ground, you would say, with 5 goals and 26 disposals. Mitch Georgiades booted 4 goals for the Power. Elsewhere for the Lions, Charlie Cameron booted 3. A return to form for him. He was pretty good early. Lockie Neal with singles along with Logan Morris, Hugh McCluggage, Kai Lohman, Eric Hipwood, Darcy Fort, Josh Dunkley, Will Ashcroft, Levi Ashcroft and Callum Archie rounding out the singular goal kickers. For Port Adelaide, outside of Georgiades, Willie Rioli booted 3, Jack Lukosius with 3, Sam Powell-Pepper with 2 before he was off injured, and singles to Joe Richards, Jason Horn-Francis, and those were the only 2 singular goal kickers for Port Adelaide. The possession winners, Connor Rozee and Zach Butters each had 31 touches. For Brisbane, Lockie Neal, 29 disposals and a goal, and Hugh McCluggage, pretty much the identical in terms of statistics there. And Travis Boak played well, I think, for Port Adelaide too, with 27 touches, the veteran. He just keeps on keeping on, doesn't he? Let's recap what happened today in the AFL. A couple of other matches, obviously a little bit earlier on. And we had St Kilda take on Hawthorn tonight. Hawthorn prevailing in the Blue Ribbon Cup at Marvel Stadium. And what was a bit of a dour contest at times. The Hawks, key winners there. They produce a bit of a return to form in recent weeks. St Kilda, near enough but not quite good enough. There's no doubt about that. Hawthorn 14-10-94 prevailing over St Kilda 10-14-74. From a goal-scoring point of view for Hawthorn, Jack Gunston booted 3 goals too. Elsewhere, the Wizard, Nick Watson, who hasn't had the best of seasons so far, he booted 2 goals tonight. Marby Chol with 2 singles to Max Ramsden, Jai Newcomb, Harry Morrison, and also Dylan Moore, Connor McDonald, Jack Ginnivan, and Massimo D'Ambrosio. Meanwhile, for St Kilda, Max Hall booted 3 goals for them and had 27 disposals. He was easily their best. Jack Higgins with 2 goals to his name, and then singles ultimately for Marcus Windhager, Cooper Sharman, Mitch Owens, Rowan Marshall, and Jack McRae, the leading disposal winners on the ground. Oh, how about this? Wanganeen Malira, 43 disposals, 33 kicks for the night. He was easily the main possession winner on the ground. Marcus Windhager with 27 disposals along with Max Hall. Jack Steele booted, obviously no score, but had 26 touches. Jack McRae with 26 and Jack Sinclair with 24. Josh Battle was the leading possession winner for the Hawks. They shared it around a bit more. He had 23 touches. Jai Newcomb with 22 disposals and a goal. A little bit earlier on today, Geelong absolutely hammered Richmond to the tune of 72 points at GMHBA Stadium. Probably an expected result, it must be said. Highlighted by Jeremy Cameron booting his 700th career goal. What a story it has been with him. One of the better forwards in the modern era. The boy from Dartmoor, of course, who only started playing Aussie rules football at the age of 14. He has been superb, and he was superb again tonight or earlier today. 4 goals, 5 behinds in the end. Could have been a bit more accurate, but he was a leading goal scorer on the ground along with 19 touches. Shannon Neal booted 3 goals for the Cats. 2 goals apiece to Paddy Dangerfield, Brad Close and Jack Bowers. And singles to George Stevens, Jack Martin, Shaw Manor, Maxie Holmes and Oliver Henry. Meanwhile, for Richmond, Ryan Mansell was a lone hand, 3 goals and 22 disposals. He's a very zippy player and very verbal player as well. Singles to Morris Rioli, Toby Nankervis, Jonty Fall, the young key forward, and Tom Brown also with a major. Leading possession winners on the ground, Max Holmes with 36 touches, certainly in fantastic form. Graham Myers had 29 possessions, and the leading disposal winner for Richmond was Jacob Hopper with 27 touches. And then we go to what was a reasonably entertaining game for the most part earlier today at Marvel Stadium. The Gold Coast Suns careering away in the end of the final term to win by 41 points over an injury-depleted Essendon lineup. 18-7, 115 the Suns to the Bombers, 11-8, 74. Having a look at the major goal scorers, Ben King, the tall forward for the Gold Coast Suns, booted 4 majors. Ethan Reid booted 3 goals for the Suns. Bailey Humphrey, the boy from Bowie, booted 2 majors along with Noah Anderson, who also had 30 touches to his name. Singles to the young key forward from the Gold Coast Academy, Jeb Walter. Ned Moyle with a singular goal, and Toot Miller and Braden Fiorini, Connor Butterick, Ben Ainsworth, all amongst the goal scorers with 1 apiece. Meanwhile, for the Bombers, Nate Caddy who's got a lot of upside about him. He booted 3 goals. Archer May with 3 goals. He's only recently been picked up by the Bombers. Peter Wright, 2-metre Peter with a goal, and also singles effectively to Isaac Kako, Ben Hobbs, Angus Clark, and Jai Caldwell. The leading disposal winners on the ground in that game. Zach Merritt had 40 touches. He continues to play. Not necessarily a lone hand, but he's one of the few consistent contributors for the Bombers. 40 touches for him. Joel Jeffrey had 32 disposals for the Suns. Noah Anderson also accumulated 30 touches. So those were the results today in the AFL. Just from a South Australian flavour, in the SANFL, obviously some matches earlier today. And Glenelg defeated West Adelaide by 50 points, 15-14-104 to 8-6-54. Sturt absolutely annihilated North Adelaide to the tune of 115 points, 25-13-163 to North Adelaide 7-6-48. And Central Districts had a good win over South Adelaide by 28 points, 14-9-93 to 9-11-65. That's despite the fact that they trailed by a few goals at quarter time. But then the Bulldogs ran away with an 8-goal second term and held South Adelaide scoreless in that quarter to really take the initiative. And by halftime, they were in the box seat. No question about that. So those were the SANFL results from earlier today. Just an update as well in the NRL. I know we gave you the progressive score at halftime of our AFL encounter. But the Melbourne Storm claimed victory over the North Queensland Cowboys at the end. That's despite the fact that a number of their best players were out due to origin commitments. The Storm away from home, completing a good win over the North Queensland Cowboys, who were competitive, 26-20, the full-time score there. Earlier today, the Canberra Raiders defeated the St. George Illawarra Dragons, 28-24, and the Broncos had a good win over the Bulldogs, 22-18 yesterday. And as far as the cricket is concerned, obviously Australia taking on the West Indies in the second test match of the series. That match, in terms of the day's play, to get underway a little bit later on tonight into the early hours of the morning, in fact. And at stumps at the end of the day's play yesterday, the end of day 2, Australia leading by 45 runs with 8 wickets in hand. They lost 2 early wickets in their second innings. They're currently 2 for 12. The West Indies were bowled out for 253, 33 runs in arrears of the Australians. But Sam Constas back in the pavilion early for a duck. Usman Khawaja out for just 2. And when play resumes, Cam Green will be 6 not out. And Nathan Lyon, the night watchman, 2 not out of 7 deliveries. And, of course, you can hear all of that coverage right here on SEN into the early hours of the morning and probably right through until breakfast time, it must be said, with Adam White, Bryce McGain, Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan. And the team, the West Indies, have been more competitive than I thought, it must be said. And a live scorecard as well in the clash between England and India, the second test match at Edgbaston. India certainly with the upper hand at the moment. It's been a bit of a bat-a-thon, hasn't it? India were bowled out for 587 in their first innings. England bowled out for 407. India, in response to their second innings, are currently 3 for 193. So they lead by 373 runs with 7 wickets in hand. At the moment, just having a look at the scorecard, we've got Shubman Gill, 35 not out off 49 deliveries, and Rishabh Pant, 46 off 37, has been very, very attacking, a strike rate of over 124, 6 fours and 2 sixes, underpinning his innings so far. Earlier on, Jaiswal was dismissed for 28, Rahul for 55, and Kuran Nair for 26. The England bowlers so far, just looking at their figures, Josh Tongue with 2 for 64 has been the pick of them, and Bryden Cass with 1 for 56. And also Bangladesh, in their one day, are bowled out for 248 against Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka have to chase 249 off their 50 overs. So certainly an interesting day's play in terms of the sport. There's no doubt about that. In the footy, in terms of the matches to come to complete round 17, wonder how you think, all the listeners out there, of those bye rounds, whether they should be condensed into 1 week. I think they should, as opposed to it being stretched across a 4 or 5 week period. But that's just my point of view. In terms of the fixtures to come later on in the round, the 2 matches to come tomorrow, of course, you can hear it all on AFL Nation across your various networks and platforms. Sydney hosting the Fremantle Dockers at the SCG. Probably the game of the round in terms of the closeness of the teams on the ladder. Sydney in 12th coming in, Fremantle in 9th position. That match to commence just after 1 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time. And it'll be an interesting encounter at the SCG because Sydney have got a number of players back in their lineup from, I suppose, their best 22. Fremantle, you never know what to predict with them, but they've got a lot on the line tomorrow. And the Adelaide Crows, from a South Australian point of view, host Melbourne. Of course, there's Crows Nation as well, don't forget, with David Wildey and Kim Dillon. That match to get underway at around 3:15 Australian Eastern Standard Time, so that's 2:45 p.m. The match to get underway, South Australian time. The Crows, hot favourites to win that game. Melbourne have been in pretty poor form. The Crows, hosting the Melbourne Demons tomorrow from the Adelaide Oval. That wraps things up from the Gabba. The Brisbane Lions convincing winners to the tune of 28 points over the Power.
Boiled by the Ruckman's Fort, comes back to Fort. Butters is hunting it, as is Horne-Francis. A fumble from Leicester. Rioli, don't fumble around Willie Rioli because he'll make you pay, and we've got our first. Just sets it up, top of the goal square, looking for flyers. And there's one, Georgiades. Should be able to step around from 20 out. He does. He gets the job done.
Brisbane tight crowd. Boak gives it off. In the meantime, Pal Pepper from outside the 50 kicks the answering goal for Port Adelaide. That's the best way to respond to a noisy crowd.
Throw goes inside forward 50. In good position here, Lukosius, and I think he'll win himself a free kick. He will. Forced to his name. Usually a beautiful finisher. Steps around. He's familiar with goals in southeast Queensland. Maybe not.
Pops it up inside 50. Pal Pepper kept on running. That's reward for work ethic right there. 27 points. Pal Pepper to the boos of the crowd. Stands tall and kicks the goal. Jackson with a long kick to full forward, and Georgiades takes the mark, virtually at point-blank range. Port Adelaide's leading goal scorer this season. He swings round to the right and pops it through. Good build-up from Port Adelaide on that occasion. Lukosius marks. He can line up from an acute angle just beyond the arc. Lukosius amidst the Brisbane throng. Bring Port back to within 21 points from 51 metres out. That is sublime off the boot. Adelaide win it out of the middle this time. Butters chips it short, and Richards was looming around that half-forward flank. Takes the mark just inside 50, but he's hard up against the boundary line. They need a team lifter desperately, Port Adelaide. Can Richards provide it? 49 metres out. Hard up against the line. Swings back from left to right. Superb!
He's about 60 from goal. Kicks it to Lukosius. Now, he kicked one in the third quarter from about this range and on this angle. The man on the mark is 49.5 metres. With the ultimate start. So he pitches a couple of metres and he kicks it into the stratosphere, and it's home. He's telling players to lead for him. He kicks it beautifully out in front of Georgiades, in front of Andrews, and just inside the boundary line. He takes a mark 40 metres from goal. So Georgiades just steps over the boundary, kicks it toward goal. It's there. It's a beautiful finish. Jones, pressure comes, kicks it out the back. Georgiades has got space. He takes the mark in the pocket.
And they've been in the zone tonight. Georgiades likes him around the quarter. He's kicked 3 already.
So for his 4th, he's done it. It's a beautiful finish. Rosie has been good all night. They're still running in waves. Butters gets it back. Tries to draw Wilmot. Gets it to Ollie Wines. That's a nice kick to Willie Rioli on the night. So Rioli from 40 metres out. He makes no mistake.
You're listening to Power Nation. Find your next Hyundai at Stillwell Hyundai, Nailsworth.
stub out of the...
Welcome to day 3 here in Grenada, and it's a bit of a dicey morning. Bit stormy, very humid, some rain about, at least at this moment in time. The pitch is fine, we can see it, the stumps are in. If we came here 10 minutes ago, the covers were on and it was raining. So it's one of those mornings where there is, when you get out of the shower and it's really foggy and really steamy in the bathroom because the vent's not working properly. That's what it's like a little bit here today. It is very hot and steamy. Adam White, Brad Sanderson and Bryce McGain with you, SEN Test Cricket. We could have a really good day of cricket today. It's just a question of whether the weather gods look after us. They did yesterday when we thought we'd lose a fair bit of play to rain. We didn't miss any. We'll just have to wait and see what happens today as we see Nathan Lyon striding out to do some, he's going to do some, throwdowns, some gentle throwdowns because he is the night watchman. And if play does resume on time in half an hour from now, he will be there with Cameron Green. Australia with a very slight lead, having lost 2 late wickets last night, both openers out in a dramatic 35 minutes to end day 2. But as I said, if play does start on time, it will be Australia leading by 45 runs with 8 second innings wickets in hand. The weather is much better than it was 10 minutes ago. As I officially welcome in to my right, Bharat Sundaresan. Hello.
Hello, Whitey. The rain has stopped, and I just saw the match referee, Javagal Srinath, who I grew up watching on TV.
Beautiful hair and a beautiful flowing action to the crease.
Lovely, and probably the quickest Indian bowler till, say, the likes of Bumrah and Shami came along, or even Umesh Yadav before him. But anyway, he seemed very confident. He was nodding away like we should start on time. So that's a good sign, and you can see that playing out in front of us as well. The stumps are back in place. The creases have been marked. The roller is being... And the ground staff are being asked to leave by the 4th umpire. So
don't roll it too early.
The Greg Blewett is marching to the middle like this is the Adelaide Oval and he owns it. So I think we're all in readiness. The West Indian team are in their usual huddle. Darren Sammy, who grew up wanting to be a pastor, is leading the sermon, as you can see in the huddle, as head coach. And like I said, Nathan Lyon is practicing some pull shots. We should be ready to go very soon, Bryce McGain.
I think we will be. Good morning, Bharat and Whitey. And I suspect there'll be quite a healthy crowd here today. I think the locals will really get behind it being a weekend. Unfortunately, all the test match days we've had to this point have been midweek. So it hasn't allowed the locals who need to go to work and keep the islands running in Barbados and here in Grenada and haven't had an opportunity to get to the game. Yesterday afternoon, a nice crowd rolled in with the local support, and I think it's going to be a really good crowd today. And the West Indies, they're poised. They've got Australia probably right where they want them. They batted bravely yesterday, 33-run deficit, but then the late 2 wickets was pretty dynamic for them.
Oh, very much so. It just dragged the day's play into that danger zone. Just 35 minutes for the Australian top order to survive, and the openers did not. And Cam Green, got away with 1 boundary down the pads, but he somehow got through that, and that's a big tick for him just to survive that initial burst. Jayden Seales for me was the star of the show. He showed a lot of grit. He was faced with the wrath of Mitchell Starc, who was not happy from the moment Jayden Seales walked out to bat. He was bouncing him. He had hit him on the arm. He needed treatment, and he made fun of him while that was happening. And to then survive for almost half an hour after that, even though they didn't score too many runs the last pair, and then to come out and bowl with the fire that he did to get rid of Constas and Khawaja. Really good finish for the West Indies. They've been in good positions a few times already in this series, but they haven't really capitalized as the West Indians get into praying. I think it looks like they're praying, doesn't it, Whitey, from where we are?
Well, they've ringed up. They're all arm around each other.
Heads bored.
It is. It's not Sunday.
No, but Darren Sammy, it's always Sunday when you're around Darren Sammy. He does... extremely religious, like I said.
Meditation type
Yeah,
activity maybe?
If you go to his hometown of Diga in St. Lucia, they still call him the preacher man. So, yeah, that's him ensuring that they're all in the right mind space. And speaking of mind spaces, I think it has to be Cam Green Day. You just feel like Australia already have so many concerns to address with their opening pair. They don't want number 3 to be added to that list. I mean, Cam Green is yet to fire at number 3. This is his 3rd test match in that position. It's set up for him. And from an Australian perspective, you hope he makes the most of it.
Absolutely. And I genuinely hope he gets some confidence, Brad, after what happened last night. The fact that he was able to, get out there and bat for 25 minutes. He only really had one anxious moment, but he was pretty steady. And it's the nerves that are the thing that I worry about with him, and I'm sure the coaching crew worry about him as well, because it's something that's hard to coach. You've got to actually get through that yourself. But he did, so that has to be a step forward, I think, in his progress in playing in a role in the top 3 or 4. That, hey, I just got through half an hour. I lost 2 teammates, but I was able to stick out and do what I needed to do for the team and for myself.
Yeah, totally. And speaking of progress report, is going back to getting dismissed in the over that he's walked out to bat in both innings at Lord's to Kagiso Rabada, and then the way he got out after being dropped in the first innings in Barbados. The last 2 innings, there have been better signs.
Definitely.
Better signs in the second innings in Barbados. Definitely better signs in the first innings here before. Again, he got those jitters that we're becoming accustomed to with him. Not just at the start of his innings, but even midway through. It feels like if there's a big appeal and he thinks he's in trouble, like there was the LBW shout against Justin Greavves in the second innings and he gets out 2 balls later. Here as well, he's dropped at short cover. It almost feels like he probably gets into that self-admonishing phase where he tends to make a mistake soon after. And it was a mistake chasing a wideish one last ball before lunch. So hopefully he can overcome all of that.
So, Bryce, I'm interested in your thoughts on this with Green, because we've sort of got the 3 that are there at the moment. At the top 3, Khawaja, Constas and Green. It feels with Constas, it's a combination of technique and being young and inexperienced. With Khawaja, it's becoming a technique and maybe an age thing. Whereas with Green, are you comfortable that his technique is good enough and his skill set is good enough to bat at 3 and it's more a mental thing, or is there still a bit of column A and a bit of column B?
I'm not certain that number 3 is his best spot. But I can guarantee you, Smith at 4, Head at 5, Webster at 6, Carey at 7 is the best. That is the absolute best. That's your spot. So go and do it. Go and do it. Go and play for Australia and bat at 3. And the bowling will come when it needs to come as they rebuild him. The positive signs are he's bowling off a long run in practice. They're not going to put him in the game situation to be bowling. I think he has a technique, and I've seen it at first-class cricket. It is absolutely good enough. He can move his feet. He can, at a level where he's completely comfortable, he's completely confident, and he really nails it. His hurdle, I think, or the barrier at the moment, is just that mental capability of just calming the inner voice, just calming it and just going, no, you do this. The pitch is the same length. The ball is the same size. Just watch it and you'll react. And having that clear mind, I think at times there's a scattered mind, there's a hopping around, there's a game situation, it's getting to stumps, it's getting to tee, it's getting to
a 50, getting to 100.
Yeah, though personal scores, are certainly there as well. But I think there's these barriers at the moment. The guys that really fiercely concentrate, they run out of concentration. That's why they get to 20 or 30 and go out, because it takes such mental capacity to block everything out. It comes from being calm. With Sam Constance running out to the wicket, getting all pumped up, it's too much. Your mind doesn't need that. Your mind needs to be calm. You've naturally got the adrenaline running. You need to calm. And that's where the best players do. The tap of the bat for someone like a Tendulkar, just a little tap. Just brushing the surface. He's not smacking it down and gritting and using all his concentration capacity. So I think Green and Constance, that's where they sort of sit. Green, great opportunity now. Great opportunity. And, hopefully we see him flourish and become the player that, certainly the selectors and, Australian cricket want, but the selectors certainly want that too.
do think that it is a technical thing with him as well. I mean, we've all seen him a lot in Shield cricket. I don't think he still has the technique pat down for number 3. Against the new ball, I think we've seen him bat a lot at number 4 and number 5 in first class cricket. Obviously, he made that big 100 at Wellington last year at number 4.
Yep.
But I don't recall him coming in facing a brand new ball when the ball was doing all sorts. I still think there's a lot of work that needs to be done with his technique to bat at number 3. I think he's got a great technique for 4 and below. And the only reason I say, I mean, you can argue what is the difference between 3 and 4 if the openers are getting out cheaply anyway. But I still think with 3, you often walk out to bat and you're notionally an opener, isn't it? And I still think, I was convinced before he started batting at 3 that, of course, Cam Green has the best technique there, because you can put it down to nerves, you can put it down to jitters, but whatever stage of your career you are, if you're getting out the same way, and if you look at the 2 dismissals at Lords, if you see against Justin Greavves, the second innings there was a fuller ball that he drove at. But just the fact that he's getting into these positions where he doesn't seem in balance and he's kind of reaching out at deliveries, I think, it's a work in progress for me, Cam Green's technique at number 3. I don't think he's there, and I don't think we can just put it down to nerves and technique.
So I'm going to ask you this question. It's a tough one, and you've got to answer it quickly because we've got to go to a break.
Yeah.
So if there's only one all-rounder in the team, is it Webster or Green? You can only have one.
Webster. In current form and everything he's done so far in his 6 test matches with bat and ball, and the confidence that Pat Cummins now has to give him the 10th over of the innings, I think Webster, purely in terms of being an all-rounder, is just gone beyond Cam Green.
Bryce?
It helps when you know your game. He's gone through and lived the life as a warrior, battling through first-class cricket, then mastering the game at that level. Trust Sheffield Shield cricket form and trust the fact that they've had years and years of experience. It's a terrific blueprint. Just ask Mike Hussey, ask Adam Voges, ask Chris Rogers, all the guys that had that experience around 30, and then they come in. He is definitely the best all-rounder in Australia.
All right, the sun is... Well, it was shining for the last 10 minutes, but now clouds are coming over again. Both teams are currently doing their warm-ups. So based on how things are going at the moment, we are going to be starting on time. Fingers crossed the weather looks after things for us here. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. We'll take a break and come back with maybe Andrew Mason. We got driven to the ground by Andrew Mason, but we can't find Andrew Mason. We'll do that during the break.
He appears.
onto the field as well. It might just be a slight delay because we are obviously meant to start in 1 minute for a 10 o'clock start, but we have got the curator still rolling the pitch. Some of the Australian support staff are packing up their fielding bags and taking off all the balls and the what is that also there, the ramp, and a couple of baseball gloves, some stumps, so that's all coming from the field as well. But at least at the moment it is bright sunshine. There are lots of clouds around, but at least over the last half hour or so, 40 minutes even, it's been pretty good. But when we arrived at the ground, the rain was quite heavy, so it might be just one of those days. What we do need, Bryce McGain, is the wind to pick up, because that was one of the real aids yesterday to make sure we stayed out there. It tended to blow the clouds out to sea.
Yeah, it did. You're exactly right. So calm conditions, you would say here. It's the first time on an island that I've experienced just calm winds. The water itself today, looking out from our balcony, was just glass. It was very calm despite the rain that was around. Umpires are out there now. Fourth umpire with an umbrella. We know you'd be swinging that like a golf club if you were hanging onto that. The golf umbrella.
I wonder whether his job today, the fourth umpire, is to keep the dogs off the field, because we had the dog at cover yesterday.
Never seen that in the test match?
No, never seen that in the test match.
And no one claimed it?
No, but then after play there were two dogs that just...
Two dogs?
Two dogs just sat there at about mid-off for about 45 minutes, just not doing anything.
They're coming in thick and fast now. Been Saturday, listening from Lake Como in Italy.
Right.
That's a good thing. What a place to be. Nearly as good as Grenada.
As we welcome in our audiences all around Australia and all around the world. All the NRL and AFL commitments have finished, and you've joined us at a perfect time, because after about a minute and a half delay, we're going to get play underway on day 3. So as it stands, Australia 2 for 12, a lead that was 33 after the completion of the first innings of both teams. Australia making 286, and then the West Indies 253. That lead's gone from 33 to 45, but both Constas and Khawaja dismissed late yesterday. Nathan Lyon is ready. So is Jaden Seals. The first ball on day 3. 3 slips and a gully. Seals bowls, and Lyon defends nicely up to mid-on. Full face of the bat, playing from the crease. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you. Jaden Seals from the river end. And we've got this massive hill just perched above the grandstand that we look at. We've talked about it a lot, this bright green hill with palm trees and rainforest trees, banana trees, all sorts of things, with houses just dotted, perched in the, sort of stuck in there like they're Lego pieces into the side of the hill. And the good news is we can see that hill, which means that rain isn't coming anytime soon. Seals bowls again to Lyon. Good bounce outside off stump. Lyon lets it go.
Just pulls the bat inside the line, and the ball that was back of a length. How impressive has Jaden Seals been? Through every bowling spell, he has not missed a beat. And last night, well, he was the destroyer. 3 overs, 2 for 5. Picking up, firstly, Sam Constance, as he footwork wasn't quite there, threw the hands at one and got an inside edge onto the stumps. A very wide delivery, and then a really good delivery that honed in on Usman Khawaja's stumps, LBW.
Seals again past the umpire, bowls to Lyon, who fends at that one and misses.
Now that's him holding his line, beats the outside edge, and then he brings it in, so he's not pushing his hands out and edging it away to the slips.
Giving the benefit of the doubt there, Bryce.
It's perfect. I've lived the life. Don't worry. You hold the line. He held it, and then he just pulled it away. But the ball went past the outside edge. He's doing his job as the night watchman. First tick. Survive through to stumps. He did that. Wasted some nice time on a Logie award-winning performance.
Seals again on his way. Bowls to Lyon. It's a bouncer. And Lyon gets underneath. 4 balls successfully negotiated so far from the night watchman.
Jaden Seals has been pace but the impressive part at the 140 mark with the pace that he consistently hits is that he moves the ball. He can swing it both directions. And when that ball is pitched up, he is a real handful.
Not too many in to start day 3. That's been the pattern over the first 2 days as well. They come in a bit later. Seals again, bowls. Lyon definitely plays and misses at that one. He was caught on the crease. It was a good length there from Seals. It was neither half volley but not short enough to play off the back foot. And as Bryce again speaks about often, the Seals' movement away in the air.
Looks like it angled in. Lyon protects his stumps. It goes past the outside edge. He's trying to play that and protect his stumps, but moved too much. He'll let that go immediately and go, that's the job done. He's not out there necessarily looking to smack the ball through the field. He's looking to deny here and bat as long as he possibly can.
Last ball of the first over on day 3. Seals bowls. Lyon gets a nasty one that seemed back, sort of chest high, and he did well to fend it away behind square leg. No run, but he did well to make sure that he kept that ball to ground. First over complete, 2 for 12 Australia. A maiden to start things off from Seals, 2 for 5 from his 4 overs. So we'll see Cameron Green for the first time.
So there's been a bit of up and down bounce. We've seen, particularly yesterday, as the wicket is a very dry wicket, and a few kept down, but a few stood up a bit as well. So the top might be just getting broken up a little bit. There's some cracks out there. We spoke to Josh Hazelwood at Stumps yesterday and said, no, there's some cracking, and it's going to play some tricks. So that's probably advantage Australia, who don't need to bat last on the pitch, but it's going to be a challenge with the up and down bounce.
Shamar Joseph, his first ball of the day, bowls to Green, who works it nicely through square leg from about thigh pad height. It races across the turf. It won't be 4. They've got 2, and they'll come back for 3. So that's a terrific start from Cameron Green. His first ball of the morning. He gets himself 3 runs. He's up to 9. The score moves to 15 with the loss of 2 wickets.
Looked settled there, waited for the ball, just turned it off the hip. Now that is disaster for the West Indies as they pass the ball around and try and dry it off on their hands and their pants, because it picked up a bit of moisture on its run out to the boundary for the 3. Line on strike now, but that moisture, that'll stop the ball swinging. They're perfect bowling conditions, but it will have an impact.
3 slips in a gully for Lyon and a bat pad as Joseph bowls and Lyon defends. We were talking before in the build-up to the whispering Adam Collins, who unfortunately is unable to call today because it's cricket and not snooker. It was the whispering Ted Lowe.
That's right.
Who was the famous...
Good on you, Stephen.
Famous commentator.
And Jadine.
Snooker. On the BBC. 0433 98 11 16 if you want to join in the conversation. People are listening from all parts. Joseph a bit wider, and the crease line gets cut in half, trying to force away on the offside. That ball seaming back and going and beating the inside edge. So we've got listeners from Portugal, from Como,
Lake Como,
and Warrnambool already this morning.
Well,
sent through text messages 0433 98 11 16.
Well, Gordon's just rubbing it into everyone. Equally perfect beach views in Portugal. And then a chilly Warrnambool. You can imagine he's in bed, it's midnight, the sleep timer on SEN phone app. Still basking in the glory of Collingwood's magnificent win over Carlton 2 nights ago.
Joseph bowls to Lyon. Oh, leading edge in the air. Oh, just short of Joseph. In a way, it was quite similar to Cummins, the way he was able to catch it yesterday, the way it ballooned up. And Joseph on his follow-through. This time it went to the offside, so it was kind of easier. But he couldn't quite get there on the full. He did show great athleticism for it to be a chance. That one in short. Lyon trying to work on the onside. A leading edge, it just popped up, and it was only an inch short from Shamar Joseph on his follow-through.
Oh, he just flicked the end of his index finger in his left hand as he went to dive. They needed Captain Pat for that one. He knows how to do it. yesterday's catch was as good as caught and bowled I think I've ever seen.
Joseph again, a bit wider in the crease. Bowls to Lyon, beats him.
Movement
Short of the
in,
length.
movement away, angling in. That's the tough one for a lower order player. Angling in and going away. Lyon just held the line to beat the outside edge while bowled. Needs to be a little fuller. He's been back of a length, so the ball's probably 30 centimetres over the off stump. Probably even a little bit more, up to 50 centimetres. So if that is full and it beats the outside edge, you want to keep the stumps in play for the tail ender.
Getting a bit darker here, but there's no movement from the curators and the ground staff. As Joseph comes in again, bowls to Lyon, working into the onside to mid-wicket. Well, good timing in the shot, but can't beat the field, and there is no run. But he played that comfortably. So, over bowled, 2 for 15. Green on 9, Lyon on 2. 2 overs this morning. Welcome back to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 2 for 15 after 2 overs this morning. So a 3 for Cameron Green, the only scoring shot so far. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you, with Jaden Seals on his way again from the river end, bowling to Green, who's leaving. A tight leave, but a good leave all the same as he scratches away at his guard. It's all part of trying to get rid of the nerves, walking around. He walks out towards square leg. Bit of fidgeting going on.
Oh, there it is. There's the little...
Like a boxer.
Yeah, the boxer. This
bouncing around.
Yeah, on his toes, sharpening up the footwork.
Trying to release the nerves. Sun's out again, which is good news. Green tapping away. Now he gets into his hunched position as Seals approaches. He bowls and Green leaves again. Again, it's not far away. We've seen Green play at that ball before.
That's left on trust. Not trusting the bounce to go over. It's a little fuller than that, but it's right next to the off stump, and Seals... Maybe he's just reading the seam, how the seam is just angled away to the slips as he's trying to move it away from the right-hander. Be very cautious. He can nip them back. He's a both directions swinger. Is Jaden Seals.
He's ready to go again, Seals. 3 slips in a gully and a bat pad. He comes in, bowls to Green, who's up on his toes. Just pushing into point, and there's no run. Finding the middle of the bat. The score remains at 2 for 15 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Early stages of day 3 here at Grenada.
Camping in Cape Otway. How would that sit with you? Be a bit brisk, wouldn't it? You want the sub-zero sleeping bag.
I'm not a camper.
The generator doing its job.
No, thank you.
Hopefully with a heater in the tent.
No, thank you. You have a heater. You have a heater on in the house. 2 for 15. Seals again bowling. Green up on his toes again. Back and across, pushing up the onside of the pitch. I respect the people that like to do that sort of activity, but not for me.
I like this one here. Hello, everyone. That's probably everyone in here and everyone out there as well. Enjoying listening as I drive back home from Brisbane to Toowoomba after watching the Brisbane Lions, the mighty Brisbane Lions, beat Port Adelaide at the Gabba tonight.
Yeah, the Lions.
We're keeping him alert for the drive.
The Lions put on a bit of a show there after Port Adelaide got a good start, kicking 8 goals in the first term. The Seals again, rushing in, bowling to Green, who's pushing forward into gully this time with an open blade, totally intentional. Now, we've got a good text that's just come in, 0433 98 11 16, around Steve Smith and why it is that maybe Smith doesn't bat at 3, to allow Green to bat at 4?
I think the simple answer is he doesn't want to, but you've got some numbers.
We have, so we'll go through those at the start of the new over. We've got his average at 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5.
Of course, he was not that long ago up as an opener.
Seals, wider on the crease, bowling to Green, full face of the bat, trying to force up through mid-on, no timing in the shot. And that is a dot ball, and that is a maiden to Jaden Seals. 2 overs for 5. 5 overs, 2 for 5. We'll take a break. 2 for 15. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Shamar Joseph on his way again, bowling to Lyon, who tugs it away on the onside, backward of square leg. He'll get a single from thigh pad height. That's Lyon's first run of the morning. He moves to 3, 2 for 16. I've just seen a Parramatta Eels jersey in the crowd. It's one of the best jerseys in sport, I reckon, the Parramatta Eels uniform. Bright blue and yellow always stands out. Now Cameron Green back on strike. Still 3 slips in the gully, but no bat pad, so forward square leg, the new position. Joseph bowls and Green leaves. Okay, so
Those
Steve
stats,
Smith.
yep.
So opening the batting, Steve Smith, 4 matches, an average of 28. He did carry his bat against the West Indies at the Gabba in the second innings, with 91 not out as his highest score, but an average of 28. So that quickly was sort of knocked on the head. We won't be doing that anymore. In position 3, this is interesting, 17 matches, an average of 67.
Gee, that's all right.
Batting at number 3.
Wow.
With 8 centuries and 5 50s.
17 matches, 8 centuries.
Highest score of 215. Joseph bowls, Green leaves, bit fuller. In his preferred spot, number 4, 76 matches, 6,613 runs at an average of 60. So actually 7 points lower than at 3. It's where he's done most of his work for Australia. 76 matches, as I said, 23 centuries and 27 half centuries. And then at number 5, 20 matches, with an average of 55, with 4 centuries in the number 5 spot. Thanks to Adam Collins for all that information. Joseph here bowls to Green, who is defending from the stumps up to mid-on, full face of the bat, which does, when you see those numbers, sort of Andrew Sampson sort of areas from Adam Collins this morning for us, but when you see those sort of numbers, it does sort of beg the question, if Green is struggling at 3, but would like to bat at 4, and kind of is the incumbent to bat at 4 when Smith leaves, maybe Smith should bat at 3 and Green at 4.
I actually like the balance of it. I like the balance of having that senior experienced guy, and then you're taking a guy through as well.
Shamar Joseph again to bowl to Green, who again is leaving.
He's no longer a young player, Green. He's a young man, but
30 test matches.
30 test matches. So there's enough to work with there to say, no, you have a responsibility. You're not finding your feet. So, but I like the balance because there's going to be a point in time where he comes back to bowling, and I think that it's difficult to be a number 3 and do that. If we want to shape him, a bit like Jacques Kallis, the best all-rounder of all time.
Oh, gee, saying that's a very controversial thing to say in these
Locally,
parts.
I know.
So Garfield Sobers says
Andrew
hello.
Mason, didn't he just twig up behind me? I know.
Shamar Joseph bowling to Green, goes back to a foolish ball, defends away on the onside.
Got the reaction I was after, just quietly.
Yes. Over bowled 2 for 16. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Early stages of day 3 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale. Australia 2 for 16. So Nathan Lyon has survived the first 20 minutes. He's got to face Jaden Seales here. And he defends nicely back down the pitch. So we've had 20 minutes now. Bryce, have you been surprised with what you've seen, the way the pitch has played, or sort of going the way you thought?
The ball hasn't moved around quite as much as I thought. It's definitely moving still, but I thought there might be a little bit more in there. So, yeah, if the ball was zipping around prior to today's play, this is a question from Julian off the text. How come Green is so comfortable leaving? Is it stupidity or brilliance? He's judging the ball really well. He's picking up the seam on the ball, which is what the best do. And
Seales again bowls to Lyon, down leg side. He can't catch up with it, and it's taken by Shea Hope, down leg side.
Above the waistband, close to that little boogie board he's got tucked under his shirt, the chest guard.
Seales, he only bowls at sort of low 130, so he's not even close to the pace of Shamar Joseph.
Oh,
but it's the shape and swing that he's getting. I
reckon he's quicker than that. But I know that ball was down and been back of a length. Maybe he's a little weary as well. But no, he's been up higher than that, hasn't he?
Seales bowls here to Lyon. He's beaten there. That one he pushed at. And it swings away from the outside edge through to Hope. And again, no run. And it has Lyon just moving forward to have a look at exactly where that ball pitched. It didn't disturb the surface. It was just a good delivery. Again, low 130s, 132.
Yep.
Seeing some enthusiastic West Indian supporters in the crowd. They're definitely starting to file in that same unnamed stand as yesterday. Seales in bright sunshine. Bowls to Lyon. Cutting and getting runs. Forward of point. Craig Brathwaite on the chase. They've got 2. Brathwaite hauls it in about 15 metres in from the rope, and they stick with 2. Lyon to 5, 2 for 18.
Little tinny off the toe. You could hear that in the effects. Didn't find the middle of the bat, but enough to get a couple. Nice work by Gary. This is more your areas. Forget the camping. What about fire going? Listening to the cricket, how good?
That's good. I've got an open fire at home.
Yeah.
Go and get the...
I could picture you there just...
Yeah, I like that.
Loading up the fire and stoking it.
I pride myself on my fire work. Seales bowls to Lyon, who pushes forward confidently. This is good batting from Nathan Lyon. Looking more than comfortable, really. I mean, he's played and missed it a few, but generally speaking, he's doing his job. He did his job last night, really. Whatever happens today is now a bonus.
There's a nice suggestion from Stephen. You know what might work at 3? This could be a weird idea, but how about Marnus Labuschagne?
Wow.
Form says no.
Lyon waits. Last ball of the over. Seales delivers. Lyon's beaten again. That was a full ball. And he kind of tried to get forward but forgot to move his feet, and it went under the bat.
Stuck in the pitch.
And through to the keeper. 2 runs from the over. Seales 2 for 7. Australia 2 for 18 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. A fairly calm and measured start here on day 3 for Australia. They've only scored the 6 runs, but they've got through 23 minutes unscathed. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, India batting a second time now, 4 for 289, an overall lead of 469. This test in Edgbaston, Shubman Gill 3 away from another century. Joseph bowls here to Green, working into the onside to forward square leg, no run. So what he is doing since he's taken over as captain is quite remarkable. This is a guy that got dropped during the Australian summer. Now back in the team, captain, and about to peel off his 3rd century in 2 matches. Rashad Pant was out for 65 from 58 balls. Shamar Joseph rushing in, bowls again to Green, taking the edge along the ground, backward of point, so runs to be had. He'll get 2. He does play that shot a lot. That was a thick outside edge. I'm not going to say it was controlled, but he does get a lot of runs to that area of the ground. He's up to 11, 2 for 20. It's day 4, importantly, at Edgbaston. So there's still 40 overs remaining on day 4 plus day 5. So there should be a declaration coming maybe after Gill gets his century since he's captain. 2 for 20 here in Grenada. Still 3 slips and a gully. Shamar Joseph comes in, bowls to Green, who's working into the onside again to that man at forward square leg. No run. Cardi doing the fielding.
Shamar Joseph fuller now. Just back of a length early on. Now he is up attacking the stumps, getting that outside edge, which Green fortunately was able to put down through gully for a couple, but that right at the stumps, turning it to forward square leg. I think I've got a question here for you, Whitey. I think it's really directed at you. If Nathan Lyon time-wasting tactics from yesterday was the other way around and a West Indies player did the same, you Aussie commentators would be complaining about until now and continue to do so.
Joseph comes in, bowls to Green, pushing forward, taking a single into the covers. That was a good ball from Joseph. But Green, full face of the bat, just pushed it out and took the run on the shot. So he moves to 12, 2 for 21. Oh no, I'm dead set. What Nathan Lyon did yesterday wasn't good. I didn't like it at all. I didn't like the Australians going off and changing their clothes and having showers and doing all sorts of things off the field after they'd finished a bowling spell. I don't think that's in the spirit of the game. It's very hard to tell someone, though, hey, you're not injured, get back out there.
Yeah, that's a difficult one. The umpires
it was difficult.
They're snookered a bit.
Yeah, they are.
They can't force that. You know, something seriously could be wrong. They can't diagnose and say, get on with it. It's time wasting.
Joseph bowls here to Lyon, back and across, defending firmly up to mid-on, no run. So it's one of those things that it's a spirit of cricket thing, I think. But it's also a bit of gamesmanship. I could understand absolutely why Lyon would do what he did. It meant that an extra over couldn't be bowled, and his job there is to protect his teammates. So I can understand why he did it. I'm not saying it's right. And it's like with them going off and having their showers and changing their clothes. Until they're told they can't do it, they will do it. But when we get frustrated about things like over rates and delay of game and that sort of thing, it's up to the umpires or up to the ICC to make sure that things are done a little bit better. Last ball of the over here, Lyon facing Joseph. That one shaped away sharply in the air and Lyon let it go. It's getting a bit darker here. Might be just one of those days. It's going to tease us throughout. 2 for 21. That's on the Tyre Power Scoreboard Winter Safety Sale. On our Chemist Warehouse screen at the moment, we're seeing some soccer training, some football training, and I think I'll need Barat to help out on this one. Seals bowls another one to Green, who leaves. They're very young, but I actually think it's the Grenada national team that we saw train the other night. In fact, I'm pretty certain it is. Just on the adjacent piece of grass to the ground. It's not an actual designated oval. There's plenty of soccer balls. They're all wearing the yellow of Grenada. Grenadian flag is yellow predominantly with green and red. There's a good text here that I want to read out. Seals again from the river end, bowling to green down lakeside. So this is a text coming through from Julian. My shutter won't close. Time to call someone in and get some electric ones. Not happy. And then a further one from Julian. Meant for my housemate.
That's how hot SEN is on his text feed.
Another one here from Daryl on the road in Toowoomba. Are we doing more damage to Constas leaving him in the team for the next test rather than leaving him out?
It's a good consideration. I think what would be worse. I think what would be worse. The selectors have told him you're here for 3 tests.
Yeah,
you're going to open the batting for 3 tests. If they change their mind, that would be incredibly damaging to him. He will lose trust and know that they no longer believe in him. So you just got to let the performance play out. I think they've got to give him the 3rd test and say, well, here's your chance.
Seals bowls to Green. That's much wider of the off stump. Easy for Green to leave. Again, it's getting very dark. I heard it sounded like an explosion. Was it thunder or was it just someone... a car backfiring at the back? I'm not sure.
Maybe one of those speakers got a bit of moisture in it. I don't know.
Well, the umpire at square leg, which is Richard Kettleborough, is actually looking now out towards the ground staff that have got the covers in their hands.
He's waiting for a Kevin Mitchell just to come running out. The big storm at the Gabba many years ago.
We're not far from coming off here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Let's hope it's one of those quick showers that passes like we saw on day one. I reckon this might be the last ball, at least the last over.
Green needs to concentrate.
Seals bowls to Green. Again, shape away. He's not making him play in the gloomy conditions. And Green would see the ground staff with the covers in their hands, knowing I've just got balls left here.
No, some of these ground staff are waving their arms saying,
Brad's man,
we need to call it.
Brad's man is on the ground who goes out and gets rid of the microphones out of the stumps.
Yep, here they come.
Here they come.
Yep.
We're coming off.
Yep, they're trusting the local knowledge.
We're coming off. So it's not raining yet. It's getting dark.
Go.
Brad said he'd run fast. He certainly is. Real purpose to his running. He's been beaten by someone else, though, that's come out to get the microphone sorted at the other end. So unfortunate news here, but not surprising. The players are leaving the field, so we've had just on 30 minutes here for day 3. The Australians adding just 9 runs, but importantly haven't lost a wicket. It's 2 for 21. Green on 12, Lyon on 5. So there's 3 covers they use. The blue one goes onto the pitch, and then a dark grey one covers the entire square at where we are, at the broadcast end of the ground, the players' end of the ground, and then a lighter grey cover comes and covers the other half of the square out at the river end of the ground. So they've already got the covers on. They're done. It's not quite as... I don't know quite what the word is. It's done differently in Australia, put it this way, put it that way. But the covers are on quick. And that's the important thing. As the umpires now leave the field, the players had already departed. And we've got a situation where Australia's lead is 54 with 8 second innings wickets in hand. Bryce, how do you describe the first half hour of play?
Watchful by the Australians and just finding the right lengths and lines. A lot of balls were left alone as both Seals and Shamar Joseph found their range. So pretty subdued, really. 30 minutes of cricket. And Nathan Lyon, tick another box. Cameron Green, tick another box. Hey, we got through the first half hour. Now they get to reset, freshen their mind, and be ready to go. Hopefully it is a passing shower. As you say, Adam White, you've been watching the weather closely and what comes in and what blows over. I think it will pass pretty quickly.
Yeah, I do too. I don't think we'll be off for too long. What we'll do is, while we're having a bit of a break, Andrew Mason will come on when play starts again. But it is a chance, a little bit of not so much talk back, but text back.
Text back.
0433
Love text
98
back.
11 16. Bharat's coming to join Bryce. So I'll go through some of them and you can answer these questions almost like mastermind. The first question here is, Bryce and Adam, who is, and now Bharat, who is the next best all-rounder option other than Webster and Green if Green's not ready to bowl? So keep your texts coming in, 0433 98 11 16. You can go first here, Bharat and Bryce. Both of you watch so much Sheffield Shield cricket, so who is the next best option?
I think there are a few. I mean, but you have to kind of differentiate between batting all-rounders and bowling all-rounders.
And also bowlers that either bowl spin or bowl
That's true.
fast.
That's a good point. I was there for his first-class debut, and from the first moment I laid eyes on him, I thought there was something special about him. Fergus O'Neill. I consider him a bowling all-rounder at this point, but I've seen him bat, and I think in going ahead when he kind of gets a little older and gets his game more in order with the bat, I think he can be a proper all-rounder.
Oh, Bharat, talking about a Victorian, this is making me very excited.
I was going to go with Liam Scott, but I thought I'd start
I
with
thought you were going to say Liam Scott.
That's exactly where we were headed. South Australia.
I almost said the first syllable, but then I was like, let me shock them by talking about a Victorian first.
Fergus isn't an all-rounder.
I think he can be. I mean, look, obviously Will Sutherland is considering he's a state captain, and the fact that he's a genuine all-rounder. He bats at around 6, can take the new ball, can kind of, bowl first change, second change, takes catches for fun in the slip region, and the fact that Victoria look at him as a leader. I think Will Sutherland. So Fergus O'Neill, in my book, more as a bowling all-rounder. Will Sutherland, all-rounder.
Yeah, the 50-50.
50-50.
Yeah. I think Fergus is someone that can bat 8 or 9 in Test cricket rather than 6 or 7.
Yeah, which is why I thought bowling, he can play Mitchell Stark.
Yeah, that's right. He's a street fighter, so he doesn't give up his wicket cheaply. And the difference with Fergus is that he's a unique option in the sense that he bowls sort of high 120s, but does get the ball to do a lot of things. So
skillful.
The question is whether he's got the airspeed at Test level. We're never going to know that until he actually gets a chance. But if Vernon Philander can do it, in my view, Fergus O'Neill can do it. So,
correct.
But I'm the wrong person to ask about Victorian
So
cricketers.
for me, Aaron Hardy.
Aaron Hardy?
Aaron Hardy. He's been in my stable for some time, and I've really liked the way he's gone about it. He's improved a lot as well as a young player coming in. He's the man for me. Just 26 now. He's averaging just a tick under 40 with the bat, and he's a wicket taker as well. I think he's in that all-rounder class.
My only question is Australia ready to have 2 English-born cricketers in their Test team with Inglis and Hardy in there? Yeah. I know they're Western Australian now. Yeah, there will be one section of Australia who will have issues with that.
Yeah, Hardy, born in Bournemouth.
Yeah, in the south.
Yeah.
All right, Darren from Berwick, who is the next best option?
I'm not
as
done yet.
opener?
We haven't spoken about Liam Scott. Hang on.
No, you've mentioned him.
No,
he's from South Australia.
Sheffield Shield winning player,
That's
Liam
right.
Scott.
No, Liam's a very good player, and he's only getting better. One here from Darren from Berwick. Who is the next best option for opener? I'm hopeful that Constas, but if it's not him and Aussie retires, who is the next?
But then
in
we're
line?
looking at 2 though.
Well, we are, and I think we genuinely are looking for potentially 2 openers for the Ashes now.
Yeah,
it's up to Constas and Khawaja to tell us that they're not after 2, so they've got one more Test match to go and Shield cricket. But who are the ones we're looking at?
Apart from the obvious who have come and already have a Test career, like Harris Bancroft, I'm not being biased here. I thought Henry Hunt had kind of fallen down the pecking order since 2021, because go back to the Ashes of 21-22. Both him and Bryce Street were hanging around the Australian team. They were in the reserves, and this rain is getting really heavy, by the way.
I wasn't.
This is not looking good at all. But so just the way he's batted this season, the responsibility he's shown, and also I think he's got that extra tempo to his batting this year. I think Henry Hunt is not too far, because he's also, selectors have looked at him in the past. So I'm going to throw his name in there. Jake Weatherall, I think, look, that's the thing with him, even when he was in South Australia. when he's good, he's really good.
He's red hot.
He is really, he is so exciting to watch, and he could technically play that David Warner role. He is very attacking, plays a lot of shots. However, his lean patches are so lean that, we'll have to wait. I think he needs maybe one more season to really get himself into the reckoning. But what I will say is, if you are an opener right now in Shield cricket, you're seeing what's happening here. This is your chance. This is your chance. Even if you're Marcus Harris or Bancroft, yes, you got all 3200s and all of that. This is the time to strike. Don't fail in the first 5 games. Make sure, don't bank on what you already have. Really make the selectors or force their hand into bringing you in. Because, and if I was even someone like Campbell Kellaway or one of those players, I'm going up to my coach and saying, hang on, what if I open the batting? Why not? Just throw your hat in the ring.
Kellaway has done it for Victoria. Now, Kellaway is in the Australia A squad.
He is.
So I think that's a significant move forward. He definitely took a step forward. Because it was 2.5 years ago where he made that century for that Australian 11 against South Africa, which had Norkie in it, Rabada in it, and he made 100. And everyone thought, this is, this is going to be exciting. But then he sort of, Bryce, we've seen a lot of him in Victoria. He gets tough runs, but he doesn't convert 30s and 40s into big scores, which you need to do as a top order player. But we did start to see him, I think, progress in the second half of last year.
No, and it's not so much about the runs. Yeah, it's the currency they look at. I get it. But it's the circumstances and the game situation. If you're batting from behind and your ability to apply yourself in really challenging situations or challenging conditions, and all those factors go in as well. Selection for Australia, it's a stats, and it's not just about runs. It's about, and they're weighted runs. Yeah. They are looking at those things. So he's done that late last year, which was impressive.
They've almost got a secret herbs and spices type of methodology around how they actually work out what the runs are. So they put in conditions, they put in circumstances,
bowling
they put in
attacks.
All sorts of things, bowling attacks. So it is quite complicated how they do it.
I think also when you speak of bowling attacks, before Scott Boland made his Test debut, I used to say this thing on Shield commentary. So the likes of Chad Sayers, he was still playing there. Chad Sayers, Scott Boland, Chris Tremaine, Michael Neser, Mark Steketee. These are the yardsticks. If you are a good Shield cricketer and you can score runs against them, then probably you are good enough to play at the next level. Because if you can't, if they sort you out, then you know where your level is or what you need to do.
That's exactly right, Bharat. So if you had the Australian team coming out here in Grenada and taking on an attack that had Steketee, that had Boland, that had
Neser,
Richardson, Neser, these sorts of guys, that bowling attack is equal, if not better, than the West Indian attack.
He's up there for sure. Yeah, the Josephs might argue with us, but I think it's up there. You're very right.
If these guys can get runs against them, they should be able to get runs at least at this level of Test cricket.
And I'm sure it was the same. Speaking to I was speaking to Uzi the other day. He spoke about how he made his debut against you years ago, and he spoke about how difficult it was to face you bowling into the rough. So then the likes of Bryce McGann in his era were the kind of bowlers where if you. I think those are things that selectors look again. Okay, here's a Test bowler. Here's a seasoned leg spinner. Can they score runs against him? It's just not about numbers. You can score second innings hundreds and in vain and can get away with runs. But I think what they're really looking for is that. And sadly they haven't been yes, Harris and Bancroft have made runs, but somehow when it really matters more, when they said, okay, give me 100, they haven't been able to do that. And they've done, and I think that's just true with cricket all around the world. There are guys who are consistent, but when you play for India A or Australia A in almost a selection match, can you withstand that pressure and make a run, make a big 100 there? And I think that counts for something as well.
And when they had those two Australia A games last year against India in the lead up to the Test series, we saw Harris get a really good 80. We saw Constas get a 50-odd. We saw McSweeney get a 70-odd not out in the second innings. So we saw them tease, but they didn't quite nail it. Just fell short. Harris got a couple of 20s and 30s as well, and it's like, this is your time, and they couldn't do it. And if you're going to get into the team and replace someone that's already there, it's got to be overwhelming.
It has to be. And it has to be current form.
But Constas bucks that trend. They put him in with average form, average numbers.
I think it's purely because of the fact that he's 19 years old.
Yep.
So they didn't want to worry about sample size. They just saw something in him, and again, that happens in cricket as well. I mean, Ricky Ponting made a very famous 100 annual in Shield cricket, but he was earmarked from very young that this is the future. I'm not comparing Constas and Ponting at all, but I'm just saying when you are picked as a bowler or as a batter at 18 or 19, they're saying that no, he does buck the trend because he seems to have an X factor about him.
And Bukowski was that before he had his concussion and mental health issues. Okay, the rain has almost stopped here, and it's actually sunny, so this is what it's going to be like. We're going to be on and off. What we'll do is we'll answer a couple more questions, and then we'll take a break and come back with Andrew. And Andrew, we've got to get more people becoming Masonites.
We don't need more people becoming Masonites. But I'm throwing this out to everyone listening, not just for this test match, but for the next test match. Because Andrew has told us at least a dozen times that Junior Murray grew up on that mountain. He doesn't know where. But this is a chance for you. All of you, like us, grew up watching a lot of West Indies cricket. If you're wondering, let's play this game of where are they now? So send us names of West Indian cricketers
that you haven't thought about for some time.
Yeah, exactly.
But were famous names years ago.
Yeah. Keith Atherton. Someone like him.
Perfect.
Right. I
love it.
Yeah, Keith Atherton is a good start. So send us names, and especially if you're wondering, what happened to that guy? Andrew Mason will have an answer. Oh, he'll make it up. But that doesn't matter. So
where was there was the West Indian that opened the batting, Williams. What was his first name? Stuart Williams had the beautiful cover drive. In a one-day international at the SCG, he had hit a extra cover drive for 6 into the stands. He had the beautiful cover drive.
He used to be assistant coach till 10 years ago. Yeah, and I do have a story about him. So in 2013, West Indies were touring India. So they played a practice game at Wankhede. And he was the batting coach. And it was a List A game, don't forget. And suddenly they had 3 players who went down with sickness and one got injured. So Stuart Williams officially made a return to List A cricket because he had to come and bat.
That's unreal. Always, it's a message to that. Always have your whites in the boot of your car.
I still go to Shield cricket and keep my kit in the bag just in case. You never know. What we'll do is we are getting some names coming through. That's awesome. Curtis Patterson, Sam Whiteman, 2 other options to open the batting. I think they're, again, options that should absolutely be considered despite their age. They've got experience. And if they're scoring runs, they shouldn't be discounted. But thank you for all of that. 0433 98 11 16. So we'll take a break, and we want names of West Indians, because after this, hopefully some play isn't too far away, but our man, Andrew Mason, is going to do a Where Are They Now with West Indian cricketers. We want to know what they're doing. We're getting some great names already coming through. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. And don't forget the Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Andrew Mason will join Bharat Sundaresan after this.
News is not good in that it's overcast. It looks as if it's going to be one of those days, Barrett joins me, where we're going to have periods of sunshine, a bit of rain, and then they're on and off as we speak to, the ground staff trying to get the covers off. They've got water on the covers, and we expect, hopefully, some play maybe within the next 10-15 minutes or so. It's been very watchful, very vigilant so far from the Australians starting the day on 12-4-2, and no doubt looking to Lyon to continue to do what he does best, just work the ball around. And of course, Cam Green looking to make a statement. Hello, Barrett. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Andrew. Well, nice to see also the covers coming off. The umpires did just do a bit of an inspection of the outfield. So it was heavy rain, but it stopped raining for the last 10 or so or 5 or so minutes. So the umpires have done their inspection. The ground staff have their hands already on the covers, so maybe the covers will come off. Just get a feeling, Andrew Mason, that this could be one of those days.
Yep.
It's not the windiest of days so far. It's not a very stiff wind, so the clouds aren't blowing away. They just seem to be hanging over the National Stadium for much longer than they did yesterday. So
the forecast is for rain today. Yeah?
Forecast is for rain. So what it does give us a chance, though, Andrew Mason, is we opened up the text lines. I said, shoot us names of West Indian cricketers, not the really famous ones, or you can shoot us famous names as well, but names who aren't, who weren't superstars maybe, but still played a role in the great era of West Indies cricket, or any era of West Indies cricket for that matter. And we're going to play a game of Where Are They Now with Andrew Mason. And they're coming through thick and fast, the names, Andrew. So I'm actually going to start right at the top. So Shane, and this is niche. Even Adam Collins will be impressed with this niche name that's come through. El Camero Willett, who played 5 test matches between 1973 and 74.
Yes.
From St. Kitts, I think.
Nevis.
He's
from Nevis.
Nevis, just like
it's of course
Kyron
St. Kitts
Powell.
and Nevis, but he's and you got to be careful. You got to say exactly where he's from.
Kyron
I'm
Powell
sure
is from
someone
Nevis.
said, no, he's not from St. Kitts. He's from Nevis. Left arm spinner. In fact, I had him on my Mason and Guest show.
Of course
about 3 years ago.
Right.
He doesn't talk a lot, that kind of a guy. Yeah, but he's very much still there in Nevis. A very quiet man. Of course, he would have played, as you said, a long time ago. The first Leeward Islanders to actually play for the West Indies. He would have played before Andy Roberts and that great team of fast bowlers, of course, Curtly Ambers. But he certainly was a very good left-arm spinner, bowling for the Combined Islands then.
Right.
Remember, you had the Combined Islands, and then, of course, you would have had a situation where the Windwards and the Leewards would have played, but then there was a break where you had the Leewards, which would be Antigua, St. Kitts, Nevis, and of course the Windwards would be Grenada, Dominica, St. Lucia. But he led the way, no question about that, as a left-arm spinner. Very economical, didn't play all the test matches. Of course, he came at a time when it was very difficult to make a West Indies side. But as far as I know, he's very much in Nevis and a very quiet man, not very much involved.
Just looking up his stats, played 5 test matches, made his debut against Australia.
Yep, he did.
In 1973 at the Kensington Oval. So, I thought the Kensington Oval was always
for
about
pace,
fire, and brimstone.
Yeah. But of course, at that time we didn't have the great ones. Maybe you'd had a Van Bernholder then would have been playing in the side. Can you look at those fast bowlers?
I do. And what really stands out for me is Australia had 2 leg spinners playing for them at the Kensington Oval. So, Kerry O'Keefe, and Terry Jenner. So
Terry Jenner, okay.
2 leg spinners. So they're
interesting.
2 leggies. Like we speak about Shane Warne and Stuart McGill playing together. So Terry Jenner and Kerry O'Keefe. So Willett on debut in his first innings. You spoke about him being economical. 2 for 79 in 37 overs.
Yeah.
So these were 6 ball overs by
Very
now.
Good control.
So his 2 wickets. His first wicket was Rod Marsh.
Okay.
And then Kerry O'Keefe. Kerry O'Keefe and then Rod Marsh. So 2 for 79. was out for 0.
Oh, no.
Did not pick up a wicket in the second innings. However, just went for 45 runs in 28 overs, 15 maidens. So
I'm interested to find out the fast bowlers that would have played for the West Indies.
It was the likes of, what do you expect? Ramban Holder and Keith Boyce?
Yeah, right.
And Maurice Foster.
The Jamaican.
Yeah.
He bowled a bit of off spin. Didn't turn a great deal. Good old Maurice Foster. I hope to see him when I go up to Jamaica. Yeah, I know he hasn't been doing that well, but we'll certainly look to see what Mr. Foster is doing. Yeah. The sun is out.
The umpires have finished yet another inspection, so the covers are coming off, so it looks like play will resume soon enough. So, all right, let's continue. So from Commodore Willett back in 1973 to closer to the 21st century, Mahendra Nagamutu.
Oh yeah, well these guys moved to the States.
Right.
You know, they play lots of cricket there, but of course business opportunities as well. He was a decent cricketer, a good leg spinner. He's very much in the States, like most of the Guyanese. They tend to leave and go to the States. So he comes back occasionally. In fact, Ronnie Sarwan, his name may not be there, but he's not only living in the States, but he comes back to Guyana. He's actually a businessman there. He's got a mall.
He always looked like a businessman.
Yeah, a big mall there, right up by the stadium, and is doing very, very well. He's also now the chairman of selectors in Guyana.
All right.
Yeah, very much. So he actually was a West Indian selector as well, just for a short period. I think himself and the board fell out a bit, you know. But he's back there now, and he's very much the selector of the chief selector as far as the Guyana side is concerned, and he's doing very well in business.
All right. So from the mid 70s to the early 2000s, and Nagamutu actually played Test matches in Australia and was part of the Tri-Series when they had Zimbabwe over in 2000, 2001.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So from the 70s to the early 2000s, now we go back to the 80s to a man who saw a lot of success in his life, in his playing career, Eldin Baptiste. The first 10 Test matches he played, West Indies won them all.
Yes.
So I know he was coaching some of the associate nations back in the day. So what's Eldin Baptiste up to?
Well, he's very much in Antigua. In fact, he was very much a selector, along with Courtney Brown and Lockhart Sebastian. But when the new administration took over in 2018, he was fired. He was fired. In fact,
this is the West Indies selector?
Yeah. Courtney Brown was the chairman of the selectors then. It was Courtney Brown, Eldin Baptiste, and Lockhart Sebastian, who was a very good player from Dominica, played for the Combined Islands, and I think today would easily make a West Indies team. But at that time, he couldn't get into the side. It was very difficult then. And he was a selector. But then when the administration changed in 2018, Richard Pybus, who was very much then the coach. So there was a cleaner of the house, so to speak. And in fact, he actually took the board to court and won.
Oh.
Yeah.
Eldin Baptiste.
Courtney Brown, and the guy, they did. Well, and lots of money. Yeah, lots of money he made.
So he's happy. I said, he's only tasted success in life.
But he was very, very good all-rounder.
Yeah. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he was coach of Kenya in the 2011 World Cup. And I remember interviewing him. So how about a very popular cricketer from the 80s, curly hair, looked like a very famous musician from that era as well. What about Larry Gomes?
Larry Gomes.
And sorry, just before that, Eldin Baptiste obviously came to us from Daniel from Berwick. So Larry Gomes comes to us from Peter.
Yeah, well, Larry Gomes comes from the Arima area in Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, again, about 3 years ago, he doesn't talk a great deal.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He's a very difficult man. Very difficult man to find, first of all. He was living in Canada for a short while, but I was able to get his brother to influence him to do an interview. And I remember him talking about the loss in the World Cup finals in 1983. It really hurt him a great deal. As you know, they were looking to do this repeat, and they didn't. India won.
Yeah.
And when he speaks about it with great emotion. He said that he really thought that the guys should have been able to have chased down 183.
Yeah.
But he was the silent one on the side that a lot of people wouldn't talk a great deal about. Almost like a bronze medalist, so to speak. But he was an important cog in the West Indies wheel in that time. Played some very, very important. He was Mr. Reliable.
Yeah.
Larry Gomes from Trinidad and Tobago. But not. There's some who go on to coach, but he was never one to get involved. You know, I don't think he was ever a West Indian selector. No, he was never a West Indian selector. No,
he coached a bit in the US.
He did coach in the US, like Alvin Cali-Turan, who's coaching in the US as well. But a very quiet individual, and you got to do well to get an interview with him. I was able to sneak just one.
Did he just call and go, "Hello, is it me you're looking for?"
Yeah. Well, his brother influenced him to do it, and it was a wonderful interview a couple of years ago.
Larry Gomes and Lionel Richie. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. So, this is a really good one again, and this is someone who obviously watched a lot of cricket, West Indian cricket in the 70s. Didn't play the kind of test cricket or the amount of test cricket that many people thought he would. But when you speak to anyone who faced the West Indian pace attack, or he also played a lot of county cricket, he was one of the scariest, is the great Sylvester Clarke.
Yeah, well, he died December 4th, 1999. In fact, he died the same year as Malcolm Marshall. It was a very sad period for Barbados and by extension, because we lost Malcolm Marshall, we lost Sylvester Clarke, and we also lost Conrad Hunt. Around that same period of time. Conrad Hunt was an absolutely brilliant player, coming from deep in rural Barbados and Andrew. Sylvester Clarke, he, as you know, he was one that got into the West Indies. Interesting enough, when he actually went with the West Indies team in 1970, when the guys went to Packer, Alvin Cali-Turan was the captain then, but he'd never seen him bowl.
He'd never seen Sylvester Clarke bowl?
No. And in fact, what was interesting is that Sylvester Clarke actually came into the attack rather late. But he was sharp. Very, very sharp. Oh, absolutely. Played a lot of cricket locally for the Barbados Cricket League. And then, after he left, he got ill. And then he died. It was sad for us. So he's gone to the great beyond, like Malcolm Marshall and Conrad Hunt.
Yeah, had a big influence on county cricket as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure Adam Collins would be all over what Sylvester Clarke did in county cricket.
Never took a long run, in fact, just a couple of paces, but he was very, very sharp.
I remember seeing him in the Masters Cup of 1994. They had a World Cup in India, and he was still sharp.
You had to wind him up. In fact, there was a famous story there back in Barbados. Mr. Owen Estwick, who was then he actually went on to manage the Barbados team as well. People go to him and say, "Look, this guy said this thing about you," and he would just bowl bouncers. I mean, I saw him in local cricket. He was very sharp. People ran from him, Sylvester Clarke was a dangerous bowler. Very dangerous indeed.
All right, so from Sylvester Clarke, who obviously was well before my time as a cricketer, to
Are
someone.
you sure about that?
Well, we found out your first. Like Andrew Mason, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, did his first test match, called his first test match in 1983.
1983.
This is before Adam Collins and I were born.
Really?
And
I thought you were born in 1973.
Well, there you go. Thanks. I'm just aged not very gracefully.
Yeah, it was India. Lovely.
So to a couple of cricketers that I think Adam Collins and I in particular saw a lot of when we were growing up.
Ooh.
Both openers, Sherwin Campbell, stylish when he got going, but failed a lot in test cricket as well. So he played through the 90s and played a lot of test matches against and in Australia.
Yeah, well, Sherwin Campbell is very much a part of the mix-up in Barbados cricket. In fact, he's a coach of the junior side. He actually would have coached as well the West Indies women.
Yes.
But he's very much involved in coaching at the under-19 level. He has been a stalwart for a long time. There's no question about that. In fact, the under-19s are now preparing to start their competition. So he's coached in Barbados for a long time and will continue to. Very popular, very quiet individual, and he's working with the youth in Barbados. Sherwin Campbell.
Yeah, he was stylish, wasn't he?
Very stylish
Campbell
indeed.
and Williams for a while.
Yeah.
It looked like they'd found opening pair. I mean, not as good as Haynes and Greenwich, but a stable opening pair. And then there was Campbell and Adrian Griffith for a while towards the end of the 90s. And then when that didn't work out, the man who walked in was another stylish Jamaican left-hander, very close to Chris Gayle, Wavell Hines.
Yeah. Well, Wavell Hines is the president of WEPA now. Yeah, and he actually is going to be running in the next general election. Yeah. He's a Hanover man, which is the parish of Merlin Otti, and we call it the Bronze Queen. Merlin Otti. Yes. So, in fact, only recently the Prime Minister in Jamaica, Andrew Holness, actually went to Sabina Park saying that the lights are going to be up, etc., because there's this feeling that the current government is maybe not doing enough for cricket. And he came out and made a statement saying, but, this is just window dressing. What are you talking about? Because remember...
is that Wavell Hines coming up?
Yeah, Wavell Hines. Okay. Remember, but he's been the president of WEPA for some time now. In fact, as you know, a very, very pugnacious left-handed batsman. Shades of Clive Lloyd in his stroke play, there's no question about. But he's still very much involved in terms of the administration, WEPA, West Indies Players Association. He is their president, and he's also a politician. You didn't know that, did you?
No, I mean, he had political interests. So those of you listening to us on SEN Test Cricket, we do come to you for Henley Homes. Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. So on the Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sale. How many runs did Australia make in the first half hour, Andrew Sampson? I think they started 2 for 12, so they've gone to 2 for 21, so 9 runs, but no wicket lost.
That's important.
Yeah, I interrupted you. What were you on, Andrew?
No, I was saying they actually ran in the elections before.
Oh, he did?
And lost.
Oh.
So he's coming back again. Good old Wavell Hines. The sun is out.
And the covers so the big covers are gone, and the ground staff now have just taken the blue tarpaulin that covers the playing area, the 22 yards that matter, and other ground staff meanwhile have brought the ropes out to try and get rid of as much moisture as possible from the outfield. The West Indians are out there. Anderson Phillip is going through his routines. Some of the others are just getting some catch practice. So we'll continue. We'll continue. So
somebody just sent me a text and asked me what's become of the big cat, Sir Clive Lloyd.
Yeah, well, there you go.
He is very much in Guyana. In fact, they're setting up all these academies across Guyana, and he is the man who's leading the charge. And he's also the chairman of the Global Super League, which starts on July the 11th, if my memory is certainly right. So he's, as you know, he spent a long time in England. The government brought him back, and he's very much involved in relation to getting cricket going. Because with so much oil money now in Guyana, they're building stadiums all over the place.
Indian connections as well.
Yeah, very much so. In fact, your president, your prime minister was there.
Former prime minister. I don't belong to that country anymore.
Oh, really? Well, he was in Guyana within the last year. He was there.
He's made a couple of visits there in his time there. So, all right. So Wavell Hines, and you just mentioned Clive Lloyd. Maybe, Andrew, there are many other names, and we'll probably get to them in a while, because it looks like play will be resuming soon enough. And so how about we just take a break?
Yeah, I think we need a break.
Yeah. I don't think we need a break, but let's take a break, and we'll be back when we are closer to resumption, which...
I need a cup of coffee.
Yeah, which won't be too far. I'll make you that cup of coffee. So back here in Grenada very soon.
The sun has left us, overcast conditions. As we said, it's going to be one of those days. The action is supposed to start very, very soon at 20 minutes past the hour. The umpires came out and the ground staff just doing the final touches. The Australian batsmen are just getting ready. Green and Lyon having a little chat. The West Indies players are in a huddle, and it looks as if, Bharat, who's still with me, that we could possibly get cricket in another, 5-10 minutes, you think?
Yes, I mean, the official resumption is 11:20, so that's around 5 minutes away from where we are. So you can see Nathan Lyon and Cam Green are down there, ready. They're more than ready to walk out there and continue this partnership. Just see how long they can extend this, and Nathan Lyon can frustrate the West Indians and see as much of the new ball off, or still pretty semi-new, so that when Steve Smith comes out to bat, the ball is softer. But these are still very bowling friendly conditions, you would say. It's still so muggy out there, and we've had a big shower. The only thing going against the bowling conditions is the outfield. Yes, they've used these giant ropes to get rid of the moisture, but you still think it's wet. So once the ball just goes into the outfield, that should have an impact on this ball. On this Duke's
in terms
ball.
of the pitch, how has it played so far this morning?
Well, nothing untoward, really.
No.
It was interesting listening to Josh Hazlewood. We spoke to him on SEN Test Cricket, and he mentioned how he felt that the pitch will get or should get more difficult to bat on by the end of today. But so far, what we've seen so far, it's not really done that much. So Jaden Seals with the 2 wickets, he's still leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, delivering high-performance teamwear to the BBL and WBBL.
Now, I got a question for you. Do you think the Australians are a bit surprised by the pitches they've gotten in Barbados and in Grenada? You think so?
It's a very good question, and I think yes, they are. I think there was this big belief, even the audition feel you had to the top order, and whether it was Inglis batting at 4 or Constance to open and King Green at 3 as well. After what they got at Lord's, there was this feeling that it'll be low, slow, dry pitches where, batting might not be very smooth or very easy, but it will still be easy enough for these guys to just get their eye in against an inexperienced bowling attack from the West Indies. Yes, Seals has played his 19th test now. Shamar's played 7 or 8. But, with no Kemar Roach around, I think they did not expect what they've got. They didn't expect batting to not be straightforward at all. Kensington Oval obviously was really challenging. And if that was, say, 7 out of 10 in terms of how challenging it was, this has still been 4 or 5 out of 10. So as we see the players walk out, you are listening to us on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes and for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, built from 227,000
900
Aussie dollars.
No. I just want to continue that as the players are coming onto the field. Do you think they would have given Kensington a passing grade?
I mean, depends. You spoke about Carl Hooper on your show, Mason and Guest, not being chuffed with it. I think it made for interesting Test cricket. But I mean, it wasn't the best pitch for Test cricket. It was exciting, entertaining, but just how the difficulty level for batting. I think it was 10 on 10 when the West Indies started their second innings, their run chase in the last session on day 3. So you could see the ball was keeping low, jumping. It was doing all sorts. So it wasn't easy. This hasn't been. I think the one thing we have seen is this isn't as quick as what we saw at the Kensington Oval. So batters have got a little more time to adjust. And Cam Green is the one who's marking the guard. So 2 for 21 on our Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sale.
So we're just about ready for the resumption. And it's going to be Jaden Seal with 3 sips, a gully backward point mid-off. On the offside, comes in with the first ball. He's in and bows to Green, and Green allows the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. On the onside, there is a mid-on. There's a forward square about 10 metres inside the boundary. And then there's a fielder down at the long leg area. We encourage you to come and watch the cricket. What about the crowd so far? Is it okay, given what we've seen for the first 2 days?
I guess the rain would have kept a lot of people away. I heard it's Saturday morning, so a lot of people do go to the markets. The spice markets here in the spice aisle.
Yeah, have you had any spice?
I've had a nutmeg ice cream last night.
Oh, that was lovely. Dexter's, good old Dexter's.
So good old Dexter's, if you're listening to us. Dexter, who has a hill and a street named after him.
Yeah.
Dexter's Hill Road. Why not?
Here Seals comes up now to bowl to Green, and Green to this delivery, gets a shot, swings at it. Oh, that was naughty. It was short of a length. It might have been undone by the lack of pace. The ball went by outside the off stump, taken by the keeper to end the over. So at the end of it, it's 2 of 4, 21. That's the latest score in St. George's. All right, so we're going to have a change to the bowling in that Shamar Joseph, who has not been at his best in this test match so far. He's going to be out of the attack, and he's going to be replaced by Philip, who's going to come in from the Darbo Hills. And on his way, this is his third match. He comes up now, he's in, and bowls the line. This delivery line is coming right across his stump, so an outswing, and plays it with a great deal of care into the offside. The ball kept a bit low, down towards that square's cover, and there's no run. So 2 for 21. Lyon is on 5 from his many 28 balls.
He's doing his job.
Yep, he
did his job last night. He's continuing to do his job. Anderson Phillip, the slowest of the 4 specialist quicks that West Indies have picked, but like we saw in the first innings, he'll be full.
Yep.
So he will give you opportunities to drive, and if he does go a little wide, I think Nathan Lyon will throw his bat at it, but there are 3 slips and a gully in place in case he gets an edge while doing that.
Here's Phillip, comes in now to bowl to Lyon, and Lyon is swinging the ball away through the wicket here. That's going to go towards the boundary and may get there. The race is tight, pull back just about now to get 3. It was a bit of a lollipop, really. I mean, no pace. Just came inside of his stumps, had a day and a half and a piece. Could have gone to Grand Anne's and come back, really, and then hit that ball through the wicket back for the third. Have a look at that.
Well, he could have hit that ball to Grand Anne's.
I think so as well.
Because when you're bowling at Anderson Phillip's pace on this pitch, bowling short is not the way. And
no.
It's not a swat, like a half swat from Nathan Lyon. Wasn't a genuine pull shot. So he's moved on to 8. So, yeah, Australia haven't scored a lot of runs. What they have done is a lot more composed. Cam Green in particular, the way he's left the ball this morning has been a feature of what he's done so far.
I agree with that. But he's going to do bat. He's got 12. Lyon with those 3 will go up to 8. He comes up now. This is Phillip. He's in and bowls to Green, and Green is off the back foot. The ball hits the bottom of the bat, threatens the stumps. He just makes sure he gets his body right to protect the stumps. That was one that was short of a length.
That is the shot. That is the shot that he's got him into trouble. When it's been on a slightly seamier, pacier pitch against genuine fast bowling, that's the one he's edged behind the wicket, like we saw in the second innings at Lord's, and also even off Justin Greavves in the second innings in Barbados. And this time just didn't have the pace, so he got an inside bottom edge. He just seems so off balance when he's trying to play that shot of the back foot.
Here's Phillip as he comes in to bowl to Green. He's up and bowls to Green, and Green is off the back foot, forces the ball away to the offside out towards cover. We'll get too comfortably here as the ball is now picked up by that looks like Craig Bassett, moving from backward point. Too short, length not right at all, and off the back foot. We'll come back for the second to go to 14. It's now 2 for 26. Didn't he get bowled by Shamar Joseph in that famous test match? Inside edge? I think remember that. Yeah,
at the Gabba.
At the Gabba.
I mean, a lot of them got bowled. Alex Carey got bowled. I think Travis Head got bowled.
And the last.
Josh Hazelwood definitely got bowled.
And the last. and that celebration.
The celebration, well, still does the rounds.
Yes.
Whenever there's a promo for anything to do with West Indian cricket.
So 2 for 26. And it's going to be Phillip to continue the attack. Got to get his length right. He comes in and bowls to Green, and Green is off the back foot. Steers the ball through the offside again through cover. We'll get 2 more. Not good bowling at all by Phillip. Too short. and no difficulty in just coming across the stumps with no pace. He's a bit of a medium pacer, really, and the ball goes through cover back for the second.
Yeah, I'm surprised because he hit his lengths from very early on in the first innings, and when it's bowled at that pace on this pitch, you can see Cam Green has enough time to get into position to just push it, punch it past point. It's when the ball's slightly quicker or just jumps at him that he gets into a bit of bother. But this is not a very good start from Phillip.
No. Well, he's going to bowl his last ball. As he comes up now, he's in to bowl to Green, and Green is allowed to go by to be taken by the keeper. A better length, but just too wide. Not all that wide, but wide enough for Green to just come across and allowed to go by to be taken by the keeper. So he's kept in 16. Lyon has got 8. 2 for 28 is the latest score in St. George's. So the changes are continuing. It's going to be Alzari Joseph to replace Jaden Seals from the River Road end. And he's going to be bowling to a very stubborn Lyon who's got 8 from 28 balls. And Joseph will continue to attack. The ball is second over as he comes in overcast conditions. He's in and bowls to Lyon. And Lyon is off the back foot, steers the ball away down to backward point. There's no run for him. Too short ball in the back foot and played it square in the offside.
Well, Alzari Joseph was the leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel for Quality New Balance cricket team wear in the first innings for the West Indies, and he was the one who got those 2 early breakthroughs and nothing seemed to be happening. Got rid of Khwaja and Smith in quick succession. So he led the way. He wasn't at his best in Barbados.
No.
Got some wickets in the second innings, but here he just seemed to be steaming in and bowling like the Alzari Joseph we do tend to see at times. Not the most consistent of bowlers. His record as a result, not the best.
But he got 4 for 61 in the first innings as he comes in to bowl to Lyon. And Lyon to this delivery is getting one that leaves him. There was a big gap between bat and pad as he played it. Came from the outer portion of the bat and went down to backward point. Once again, Brathwaite comes across to pick it up, and there is no run. A much better length. Of course, he's now got Winston Benjamin as his personal coach.
That is very interesting. Yeah, I bumped into Winston both in Barbados, and I think he was here as well.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so,
is that something that will be allowed in Australia?
To have your personal coach? I don't see it being possible once you're part of the test team.
So the answer is no.
I mean, you obviously, a lot of these players do have personal coaches away from the team environment.
It's a bit strange, really. He's in and bowls. Outside the off stump, beaten comprehensively. Lovely delivery by Alzari Joseph. There was Lyon fishing and flirting. The ball went very close to the outside edge.
Especially since Winston Benjamin, our father of a multiple Olympian champion.
Yep.
Rai Benjamin. Hurdles, isn't it?
Yep.
The hurdles for America, though.
Yeah, for America, yeah. But I mean, I'm a little surprised by it. I mean, outside, but I mean, you are in the West Indies team, and I'm surprised that they've allowed it. Well, these things happen. So 2 for 28, and Joseph again. This is Alzari Joseph on his way to bowl to Lyon, and Lyon is edging. Is he caught? Yes, he is. Caught at third slip. Something stuck there outside the line, the off stump, went down to third slip. So the first wicket goes to Alzari Joseph. Is now 3 for 28.
Well, West Indies have taken a slip catch. Rejoice in the Caribbean. Alzari Joseph can't believe it, to be honest. And just for a second, it did look like John Campbell was going to hang on to it. It was just on a length. He did move quite a bit away from Nathan Lyon. Nathan Lyon, just such a natural shot for him, followed it. And John Campbell got into a very awkward position. He was jumping in the air, even though it was at a much better height at him than he thought it was. But somehow got both hands to it, and the ball stuck. So Australia have lost their night watcher, who saw off proceedings last night and survived for around 40 minutes of play today. So it is time for Steve Smith to join Cam Green in the middle. And West Indies would appreciate that. They didn't want Nathan Lyon hanging around for too long. So 3 for 28, the lead still 61. A vital moment in this match as Steve Smith strides out.
And Spice Mars has started early.
Spice Mars certainly has. They love that.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, they haven't been... Forget about taking a lot of slip catches in match situations. As Bryce McGain has told us a few times, they don't do too well during slip catching practice either. Most times because the ball doesn't go close to them.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday. So that was this huge sigh of relief when the catch was pouched there. So 3 for 28. And it's a situation where the West Indies are hoping to continue to get wickets. Of course, the Australians have got other ideas. So the champion batsman comes to the crease, Steve Smith. And he is going to do battle. Here is Alzari Joseph with 3 sips in the gully. Comes in on his way to bowl to Smith. He's in and bowls to Smith. And Smith is, getting a good delivery, bang on target. A ball that cut back sharply, jumps across the off stump and plays rather jerked into the offside down towards the cover area. That was bowled with a great deal of pace. You could see him running in there to Smith.
He was, and that, I think, got Steve Smith on the right thumb. You can see him just wringing his hand. So he's already got the pinky finger on that hand, the little finger in a splint, and now he's copped a blow on the thumb. So that hand must really be smarting right now for Steve Smith. But a good start from Joseph.
So there's a square forward shot, it's slightly deepish. In he comes with the last ball of this over into bowl to Smith into this delivery. Smith is wrapped in the pad. There's the peel for leg before.
Lord,
might have been one
close.
inside edge onto the pad, but he was squared up, beautifully bowled indeed, after producing a lovely delivery outside the line, the off stump, and cutting back sharply. The typical fast bowler's response to change the length, pitch it up, and there was the batsman, very square, but he's a lucky man to be there. So it's 3 for 28, which is the latest score in St. George's.
So a new over. In comes Phillip and bowls. It's outside off stump and it's left alone.
That was a very nervy moment. Last ball of the last over. Whitey, because I think inside edge saved him.
No doubt it did.
Inside edge saved Steve Smith there. And he immediately took his glove off and was checking that splint on his pinky finger. Like I said, he copped up like a painful blow to his right thumb, the first ball he faced from Alzari.
Yes, it was an anxious moment.
As anxious as John Campbell hanging onto that catch.
Phillip again bowls to Green. That one runs almost along the ground. In fact, it's gone through everybody, including the keeper, down to the rope for 4 byes. You don't really want that.
Yeah. Well, what do you guys call it in Australia?
Gazunda.
The Gazunda. Kasargundi, we call them in India and Mumbai. And that just went right under his bat. I know Cam Green is a tall guy, but nothing Shea Hope could have done either.
Well, maybe he could have put his legs in the way.
Yeah, that just...
He kind of got out of the way of it.
So, if that ball would have been on the stumps, it would have hit him just above his ankle.
Yeah.
Near his shin, so that's how low it was.
That's disconcerting, isn't it? For a man trying to consolidate himself in the batting order, try and get Australia ahead in the game. 3 for 32 is very nearly 4 for 32. Phillip again bowls to Green. That's wide of the off stump, swinging further away, and it's left alone. Green on 16. Smith yet to score. Australia 3 for 32 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale. Just looking at that replay there for Chemist Warehouse, it was almost like Hope trying to get out of the way of it.
He was, yeah. It almost felt like he didn't want it to hit him anywhere on the boot or on
That's right.
on the foot.
You got pads on, mate.
And he also moved out of the way with the helmet right behind him. So it could have cost him one extra run.
Well,
lucky
that's
there.
right. Phillip again into his second over. Bowls to Green. That's a tempter outside off stump that Green leaves alone. A tempter because it was full. That's one that Green often goes at.
Yes, and he's just getting into the danger zone, isn't he?
Yeah.
The last two innings, second innings in Barbados, first innings here, he got to this point where it faced nearly 40-odd balls. He's faced 44 balls now. This is when he got stuck and then got out.
Yep, he's very nervous. You can tell. He's skipping around again like a boxer, walking away to square leg. I'm surprised they haven't got the third slip in and leave the cover open for him and tempt him to play that shot.
I think just the pace at which Anderson Phillips bowls, almost feel like you will get tempted.
I agree with you. Two slips in a gully. In comes Phillip, and he's playing it nicely, stroking off the front foot, forward of point, just a single. That was a confident stroke. He didn't try and overhit that one, just caressing it through the offside and getting a run.
He doesn't seem to be bothered against Anderson Phillip because he has so much extra time to not just get that front foot out, but also then use his hands to place it nicely.
Alzari Joseph, I think, is a worry for Green. To forcing off the back foot with the extra bounce and pace.
And also the angle with which Alzari Joseph bowls. It's a bit like facing Mohammad Siraj, isn't it? He hits the pitch hard as well. Slightly wide of the crease and then gets the ball to straighten.
3 for 33, Green up to 17. So Phillip now gets one ball here at Steve Smith. And he comes, bowled. Smith back and across, and it didn't bounce, and he had to get down low to defend that one. The pitch is playing tricks. 3 for 33 at the end of the over. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 3 for 33. This will be an extended session because of the play lost for rain. So we're going through until 12:30 local time, which is 2:30 a.m. back on the eastern seaboard in Australia.
And Australia, do not go to bed yet.
No.
Things are happening here in Grenada.
Alzari Joseph bowling here to Cameron Green, who's up on his toes, pushing into the offside, slipped as he thought about taking off for a run. Steve Smith was keen from the non-strikers end, saw him slip and didn't go any further.
Well, Steve Smith, the last two final deliveries of each over, he's been in big trouble. And the second one was all because it once again rolled down and almost caught him on the shin, just managed to get his bat down at the right time. Then exactly pointed at how low it was. Just made a mental note.
Alzari Joseph again from the river end, bowls to Green, hit on the pad, bit high, maybe doing a bit too much as well. But he was beaten by that one, Green, that one jagging back in and hitting the top part of the pad of Cameron Green.
Excellent bowling from Alzari Joseph. That length, that sharp inward movement after it pitched. Just a bit too high. But yeah, just keeping him guessing. Is the ball going to straighten or is it going to come in? We revelled in Pat Cummins' genius yesterday, the way he got rid of Shea Hope. But this is as testing a spell from Alzari at the moment.
Sunshine at the moment. Joseph bowls wider on the crease. Green cuts it over the top of point and out to the rope for 4. One bounce. That was awesome from Cameron Green. Jumping into the wide ball from Joseph and smashing it over the top.
Yeah, I don't think the West Indies would mind it so much, Alzari Joseph. It was still a nicely played shot, but I don't think he was in complete control of it. Came off the top half of the bat. So went over the gully fielder, well over him. Not that the gully fielder was in business at all. But yeah, just again, the last ball came in, this one went the other way. It's keeping him guessing.
Green up to 21, the lead to 70. Alzarri Joseph again bowls to Green. Full ball outside off stump that he leaves. It was an interesting one, Brad. I don't disagree with you in the sense that it didn't come off the middle of the bat, but looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, he did intentionally try and lift over the top. He wasn't trying to keep it along the ground.
Yeah, I think it was a late reaction, though.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with that at all.
It came off, and I just feel like he needs a few of these boundaries now, just to get out of the 20s, to make him feel better, or even better than he must be at the moment. He's left the ball well this morning.
He's on 21. Alzarri Joseph again, wide on the crease, bowls to Green, who's back and across, defending up to bid on, full face of the bat, scratches away at his guard, walks away to square leg again, has some time to think.
So slightly shorter, but once again jagging back in. So not making life easy at all, Alzarri Joseph. Needs a little more support from Anderson Phillip at the other end. Anderson Phillip, who's right now feels like he's bowling underarm, at least in terms of how the ball is reacting off the pitch.
Okay, one more ball left in the over here for Green to negotiate. Alzarri Joseph, full head of steam. And he comes again, bowling to Green, in the air and safe. Pushing away on the front foot through point, past Carty. They've got two. Smith wants a third, they're coming. That was not convincing. That was not too far away from Carty at backward point. Alzarri Joseph, hands on hips, can't believe it. As we see a look at the replay for Chemist Warehouse, oh, that could have so nearly gone to hand.
He knew it as well.
Bat out in front of his head, just pushing out at it. And that was an anxious moment again. We're seeing plenty of anxious moments. It is a 4 to end the over, 4 more to Cameron Green. But boy, oh boy, I thought that was going straight to point.
I thought so as well. And that's exactly the game that Alzarri Joseph is playing with Cam Green. 2 in, 2 away. He's keeping him guessing. This time he just followed the ball, very similar to the way he got out in the first innings. That one went in the direction of Gully.
Phillip to start a new over, bowling to Green, who leaves the ball that again goes along the ground. This is an issue for the match.
This is a big issue.
It's more of an issue for the West Indies than it is for Australia, because the West Indies have got about last on it. Green up to 24, 3 for 40, the lead 73. As we see Adam Collins, who is on TV. It's good, that's good. That proves he is here.
Yeah, so we haven't making it up.
No.
He's here, but not in the box right now. That is not our box. And that's not what Adam White looks like.
Phillip again. Bowls to Green. Oh, Yorker, he digs it out and almost slipped over in the process. It's all happening here in Grenada.
Wow, it really is. That came in so sharply, almost like an in-swinging Yorker from Anderson Phillip. So late, and he had to kind of dig it out of the block hole, Cam Green. So Anderson Phillip is getting them to think the pitch is playing tricks from the Darbo end.
It is playing tricks.
33-run first innings lead looking bigger by the moment.
Phillip again to Green, who is guiding it backward of point off the back foot for a single. Kind of poking at it, but it was controlled. It was a guide. Getting between gully and backward point. Getting down the other end. Green 25. The score 3 for 41 on the Tyre Power scoreboard winter safety sale.
And I think the problem, if you are a batter on this pitch, is, especially if you're Steve Smith and you've just walked out to bat, the only ball you faced from Anderson Phillip from this end came to you at ankle height. Now you're thinking about that. What if a ball now jumps at you from a similar length? And that's when batters get into trouble.
And particularly the way Smith plays, where he likes to get so far across. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get hit on the pads. Phillip bowls. Again, the ball that doesn't bounce outside off stump.
And just on that note, he didn't go do the usual Steve Smith trigger of going all the way across his stumps and squaring himself up. So he's adjusting. He always adjusts, doesn't he? The best problem solver in Australian cricket, Justin Langer had said when he was coach. But when you speak to Steve Smith and you ask him about his trigger movements and his setup, and he says, I alter it during an innings. So you have to be a really good player to be able to do that, and he certainly is one of that.
2 slips in a gully and a shortish cover. Phillip bowls to Smith, driving nicely to that man at short cover who does the fielding, and there's no chance of a run.
Once again, staying very still, almost on leg stump, Steve Smith. So staying side on. And I think that first ball to him has a lot to do with it.
That's John Campbell doing the fielding there in the covers.
He has been batting so well, Steve Smith, in the last 6-7 months. Would have been filthy with the way he got out on day one. We want to make the most of this form.
Smith tapping away at the crease, waiting for Phillip. Phillip past the umpire, bowls to Smith, who's back and across and defending, trusting the bounce on this occasion as it's pushed up to mid-off, and that is the completion of the over. So 3 for 41 Australia, green 25. Smith yet to score. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Bryce McGain to join me shortly. So 3 for 41, green 25, Smith yet to score. Cameron Green getting a towel down and a change of gloves. It's very humid out here at the moment in Grenada. If you've just joined our coverage in the middle of the night in Australia, or in fact anywhere around the world, we had a delay of about 45 minutes with a heavy shower that came across from the hills. But it's now bright sunshine at the moment, no hint of rain. 3 for 41 with Alzari Joseph to continue from the River Road end. He's going to be bowling to Cameron Green. And he comes, bowls to Green from the stumps, steers into the onside to mid-on, no run. Welcome back, Bryce.
Thanks, Whitey. And, boy, you've got to keep the stumps in play here. A bit of up and down, more happening. Steve Smith probably over-exaggerating a little bit with some that have kept down, but stumps in play here, we're going to see some dismissals, I think.
And it's in his head, Bryce. I was just mentioning the last over how he's done away with that back and across trigger, that trademark Steve Smith motion, and he's saying so still, almost side on, just because he doesn't want to risk being trapped in front with one of those deliveries that just shoots through.
Yep.
3 slips in a gully. No bat pad. Alzari Joseph again on the approach. Bowls to Green, short one. He thought about playing and then decided against it. He got right inside to potentially hook it away on the onside rather than going with the uppercut that he played in the previous over, but he aborted mission halfway through.
So what is generally the chat like in the dressing room, Bryce, if I may ask, when you're probably number 5, 6, 7, 8, and you see balls doing that? Like, do you not talk about it, or does it get discussed?
No, look, it does get discussed, and just say, and particularly the batters have been out there a bit, they'd be tapping to Nathan Lyon, what's happening out there? What were you talking about? Oh, the ball is keeping down a bit. Those cracks are opening up. Okay, so then you sum up how you're going to play in that.
3 for 41. Green defending again off the back foot this time to mid-on.
So there wouldn't be a situation where the coaching staff and the players say, oh, you need to do this. It would be, this is what's happening. Just be prepared for that. So it probably means that your cross-bat shots, unless it's a really short delivery, it's that in-between length, you got to be cautious. So it might be a bit more straight bat, work the ball rather than cross-bat, whack the ball. Because if it does keep down, you're in all sorts.
Alzari Joseph takes such a long time between each delivery. He's only at the top of his run now. Green's been waiting a while. Tries the drive, thrashes inside edge, spits out behind square leg for a single. He was trying to play that through extra cover. Again, the feet were planted. He didn't get across to the ball, and it was a bit of a wild swing, to be perfectly honest. He's up to 26, 3 for 42.
Really good spell again. It's the constant alterations from Alzari Joseph, the way he's using the crease, couple coming in, couple leaving him, changing his lines very cleverly. So he's just keeping Cameron Green thinking, forcing him to think on his feet. He's getting away with it for the moment, Cam Green.
Bad pad now in play for Smith. Still 3 slips in a gully as well. Alzari Joseph pausing at the top of his mark, waiting. Here's Steve Smith. In comes Joseph. Bowls. Smith drives nicely through the covers. Good shot. He's off the mark. Won't be 4. He's got 2. The outfield certainly slower with the overnight rain and the morning rain. So just 2 runs to open his account. 3 for 44. The lead 77.
How long he'll take before he gives him that short ball. 1 ball left in the over.
Yes. Only 1 out in the deep.
Same man. Anderson Phillip with his cap tucked into his shirt, which is interesting. At the back, so he's not wearing it.
Straight away, back to 2 slips.
Catching cover in place.
Joseph bowls. Smith playing from the stumps up to mid-on, and he's not happy. Smith, he wants a change of gloves. It's been an over, so he needs to change again. So 3 for 44, Green 26, Smith 2.
He wants his spray, so that this spray that they put on their hands, stop them sweating.
Yeah.
So they're nipping that out with, not only with another set of gloves, but he'll probably spray his hands, and it's uncomfortable because he's got a guard, and it's sweaty, it's plastic, it's hard, it's uncomfortable. So he's just drying things off.
Barat, you watch him closer than anybody. He just seems a bit more fidgety than normal.
That's generally a sign of him acknowledging that it's not easy.
Yeah. That's what I'm alluding to.
It is.
Yeah.
And Steve Smith, when he is even like more fidgety than usual, people get swept away by his fidgetiness. But there is always there's a science to everything Steve Smith does. Even the change of gloves, all of it, the way he builds up in net sessions.
Getting into this sort of battle zone type of attitude. So Seals is coming on here now. From the broadcast end, he bowls to Green, who shoulders arms. So this is a really important little phase here in the context of the match. Seals, who took 5 wickets in the first innings at Kensington Oval. Another 2 here early. So he has the ability to rip through the Australians, and he got the 2 last night. Really was surging.
And just West Indies have been so good. Run scoring's been really difficult. They've given nothing away this morning.
2 slips in a gully, and that shortish cover. Seals bowls, Green pushing, half forward, finding the middle of the batting defence. That man at short cover. It's an interesting short cover because he's quite square. Usually your short cover is more an extra cover. It's closer to mid-off. He must be positioned in the right spot because he's had to field 2 balls in the last sort of 8 balls from this end.
Well, that's where the catch was dropped by the same fielder in the first innings, wasn't it? John Campbell.
Yep.
We're feeling a little better about life. He somehow managed to take a slip catch.
Seals again a bit wider on the crease. Bowls to Green, punching down the ground. Can't beat Shamar Joseph at mid-on, so there's no run. If it got through, it would have been at least 2. It was well struck.
Was onto that ball like a panther, Shamar Joseph at mid-on. They know the West Indies, that Cam Green, yes, he's been out there for a while. He's faced 62 balls, but he's still not very settled or calm.
No, I often talk about with Green, he's got to get through his first 40 balls, and then he almost changes into it's like going from Clark Kent to Superman once he gets through that first phase. But because there's been so many stops and starts, he's still not settled yet, despite the 62 balls. The Seals bowls here. And Green coming forward to a ball that didn't bounce as much as he'd hoped, but he still found the middle of the blade in defence. No run.
A few more people have shown up, a few more local Grenadians. Australian tour groups are interesting. There's so many of them in Barbados, and I thought all of them came with us to Grenada. I think I saw all of them on the flight we were on.
Yeah.
But yeah, they seem to be making the most of Grenada and not really bothering with the cricket, a lot of them.
It's interesting, though. Not as packed in the stands.
Seals again to bowl to Green, who plays late into the gully region, backward point. They've blocked that, really. I mean, he gets so many runs there, but it's really quite purposeful the way that they've got that point position, Bryce. Very, very fine. And then the gully as well to try and block out that opportunity to play in that spot where he gets lots of runs, 2s and 4s and 1s.
I think what's important, they've kept the point up, not pushed it back.
Yep.
Often what will happen, he scores through, put him back.
Yep.
We'll just give him a single. No, they've kept it up, and I think that's important to note.
Seals to Green. That's down leg side, and Shea Hope does well, like a goalkeeper diving low to his left to make sure it doesn't go past. So a maiden there from Seals. Australia at the end of the over after 20 overs, 3 for 44. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Alzari Joseph is going to bowl again from the River Road end with Australia 3 for 44. Alzari Joseph with the wicket this morning of Nathan Lyon out for 8. Caught by Campbell in third slip. He's bowling here to Steve Smith. Wide on the crease. Smith flicking it away. Backward of square leg. He's got one. He wants two. He ran that first so hard. And then he can just comfortably dawdle back for a second and move to 4. A lot of nervous energy almost. Smith's trying to burn off as he runs hard between the wickets.
Yeah, like I said, he's been feeling really good with his batting. And they did say in London before the World Test Championship final about how he'd spent the first time ever in his life, spent a lot of time in New York at home, put his bat away, was only focusing on the golf clubs. He said, generally I have a bat lying around. But I said, no, I don't want to. I'm trying this new approach.
2 slips in a gully and a bat pad. Alzari Joseph bowls to Smith. Down the ground. Nice shot from Smith. Full face of the bat. Down past the onside of the pitch towards the rope. There's a chase on. And Shamar Joseph wins the battle. Just inside the field of play. Smith comes back for 3 to move to 7. 3 for 49, the score, the lead 82.
Well, the reason I'm laughing, Steve Smith is running. Now, talk about summing up your whole environment, getting every cue you want. He's running back with his back to the play in his second. Now, he wasn't waiting for Cameron Green's feedback. He was looking at the big screen for when the ball was getting picked up. So he knew what was going on. He turned his head to the right, looked at the screen of where the ball was, and then he knew that he was safe to come back for 3. It's like a jockey going down the straight and who's out in front, and they're looking at the big screen going, the horses are coming, can I hold on? It's incredible.
Joseph now to bowl to Green, who's playing from the stumps into mid-wicket. Nearly a run off a misfield from Seals, but Seals was able to juggle the ball cleanly and no run. Yes, he's got his own Chemist Warehouse replay screen, does Steve Smith.
Yeah, or in the world that I inhabit at times, it's like when a wrestler's in the ring and someone is behind him or her with a chair, you see it on the big screen and they know they're going to be attacked. It's scripted, but still. Just experience for you. Make the most of everything you have in front of you.
Lead 82, 3 for 49. Cameron Green on 26, waits for Alzari Joseph. He bowls now on that one, very nearly hit the stumps. So it wasn't overly short. Green went to play the pull shot, then kind of pulled out of the shot because it kept a little low and very nearly went into the stumps. Oh, that's so close. So close.
Oh, no, it kept low all right.
And it would have been a bad looking out, but it was largely due to the pitch.
All right, so Josh Hazelwood was on to something when he told us, Bryce, last evening, that this is going to be very difficult to bat on by the end of day 3. We're still in the first session and he's already playing a lot of tricks.
Most of the balls that have been keeping low have been at the other end. That's the first time we've seen it at this end.
But Pat Cummins got a low one here.
Yeah, that's true. Alzari Joseph bowls. Green this time gets a ball that bounces more than he thought.
Yeah.
Almost a leading edge there as it spat out on the offside.
It's up and down. The ball is moving, but it's up and down as well. So it's not that easy at all. And we were talking about it, Bharat, and you said, what would they be talking about in the room? So we'd be saying, look, your cross-bat shots are hard, so be watchful. Play your way. They're not going to tell them exactly how to bat. But I'm sure a lot of them would be summing up, okay, it's probably more vertical bat, work it, rather than hop into those cross-bat shots.
Alzari Joseph again taking a long time between deliveries. Green's been waiting a long time for this ball. Last ball of the over. Joseph bowls. Green gets a bouncer and he ducks underneath. And that is the end of the over. So with half an hour to go until lunch, Australia 3 for 49. Bearing in mind that they resumed today at 2 for 12 2 hours ago, but we've lost that play as well. So half an hour until lunch. The lead is 82 with Green on 26 and Smith on 7. That is the Tyre Power Scoreboard Winter Safety Sale. Just a reminder as well, follow SEN Cricket on Instagram. So it's SEN_cricket on Instagram, and also X and TikTok for all the highlights, analysis and behind the scenes action from the SEN Cricket team. Plus subscribe to SEN Cricket for all the podcast content as well. Search SEN Cricket wherever you get your podcasts. And of course SEN, not just cricket, it is your home of live sport. AFL, NRL, State of Origin, the cricket, and of course the Matildas with their upcoming games against Panama, all live right here on SEN and the SEN app. It wasn't a drinks break, but once the Australians were coming out with a couple of bottles, the West Indians thought that they might take a drink too. Fair enough. Seals again, approaching to bowl to Smith, who's forward, pushing back to the bowler. We haven't had a DRS situation for IMAR for Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13IMAR through this first part of the day. And that might be largely due to the fact that we've lost our screen. We've lost our Chemist Warehouse screen. What's going on?
I know. I thought it's 24/7.
Wow, this is a setback for me who can't see the scoreboard from where I am sitting.
Let's guess
the screen.
Do the math.
You keep a scoreboard in your head though, Whitey.
Seals bowling to Smith, clipping away. Nice shot past the square leg umpire. A couple of runs at least. Casey Carty on the chase. He brings it back into the keeper and they come back for 2.
Once again, Steve Smith keeping that exaggerated back and across movement to a minimum. So that allows him to just whip those balls away. That was on middle stump, but because he's staying side on with his wristy, whippy hands, he's just able to get on top of it. I don't think he's going to stick to this way of batting for the remainder of this innings. He doesn't trust this pitch anymore.
Brings up the Australian 50, 21 overs. Bowled.
Thanks, Bryce. You're the Tyre Power scoreboard man for the moment with no screen. And Seals bowls to Smith. Oh, he has a go at that, trying to play the cut shot. Bounces over the top of the outside edge, and Smith admonishes himself. What am I doing? That's silly. What am I doing?
I think he's also quite surprised with the bounce, and that's what he was indicating as well. How did that get up? How did that go so far up? Because he's now, it's in his head. Steve Smith, it's in his head. And you see that with him in nets as well. Once he doesn't trust a pitch, he doesn't trust the pitch. He's a very hard taskmaster when you lose trust with him. I don't know if it's the same with people, but definitely with pitches.
He's probably closer to pitches than people.
Seals bowls again. Smith driving firmly. They'll get a run through the covers. It was well knocked down by Campbell, who had to dive low.
So this time he's unhappy with himself.
What a shot.
He's unhappy that he found the fielder. That's just Steve Smith and the high standards he sets for himself. But going back to that previous delivery, just jumped. Yeah. We've only seen balls misbehave in terms of keeping low, and the previous one just got really high. So, that lead that Australia have right now, it might not be significant, but it's looking bigger than it is.
85 at the moment, Bharat.
Seals charges in, bowls to Green, who shoulders arms, looking a bit more comfortable here, Cameron Green. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Just on 25 minutes until lunch. It's still bright and sunny at the moment. There are some billowing sort of clouds that are sort of moving quite quickly behind the hill that we've been speaking a lot about during this Test match in Grenada. But no problems at the moment after losing around about 45 minutes of play for bad weather during this session. The band's getting loud. Seals wider in the crease, bowls to Green, who again can leave comfortably outside off stumps. And that is the end of the over. We're going commercial free all the way through until lunch. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale. The score, Bryce, is
52 for 3.
Thank you, Bryce. More from Bryce and also Barrett, but we are going to have Andrew Mason coming in. Now, I want you to ask him about his driving performance last night after dinner. We're in our beautiful Caribbean Horizons hire car. I was a little bit nervous last night, but he came up with the goods.
Especially up the slope, even though he didn't trust the car to go up the slope, but pedal to the metal, Andrew Mason.
Yes.
Don't mess with him on the road. It's a bit like Andrew Mason's driving in Grenada compared to his driving in Barbados. It's a bit like the way the ball behaves on this pitch.
It's a bit up and down.
Up and down. Yeah. But we made it. And we made it through the rain too. As Joseph is back, this is Shamar. He's in both pitch, been driven through mid-off. Lovely shot, 4 runs, I believe. Yes, pitched in the line of the off stump. And there was Steve Smith driving out towards mid-off. And as slowed as it got close to the boundary, but had enough legs to get there. That's gone to the boundary. That's gone for 4.
Alzari out of the attack. Shamar into the attack. Joseph for Joseph. And 3 for 56. Steve Smith is looking more and more comfortable. Suddenly he's 14 off 15.
He's flowing.
And he's learnt so much about the wicket. He's summed it all up. The professor.
Here's Shamar Joseph, comes up now, bowls to Smith into the delivery. He's driving through cover. More runs, through extra cover, lovely shot. Will have the legs to get to the boundary. It does. And an attempt to try to stop it by the field out there that looks like Phillip, but couldn't pull it back. And all of a sudden, it looks as if he's gone into the second. Yeah, it was a sumptuous drive through extra cover.
Well, back-to-back drives. Smith has summed it up well. It may be more difficult with the taller bowlers, and he's probably thinking, okay, we've got Shamar coming on. He's a bit skiddier. If he's over pitching, I'm driving. Because they're not half volleys. They're on the up.
Yep.
So he's judging the skiddiness of the shorter Joseph, and he's hopping in.
But he's gone to 18, 3 for 60. Here's Shamar Joseph in bowls to him outside the off stump. Allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. Certainly, Joseph in this game has not been at his best. I mean, he bowls so well in Barbados, maybe a bit harsh, but your impressions of his bowling?
No, I think you're right. Particularly the first innings in Barbados, unbelievable. He did not miss any bowled a really tough length, bail height, over and over, at pace. I think he's just a bit weary. The Australians forced 40 overs into him, beyond 40 overs in that first test. I think now backing up another day of bowling. This is, again, 3 days in a row.
When he comes up now, he's in and bowls to Smith, and Smith allows the ball to go outside the off. Some thought of going for that big booming drive, but elects not to play the shot. He just walks away down towards the square leg area. Very fidgety he is, but he's played some lovely shots, 3 for 60.
Yeah, just did a little bit of a pirouette after that leave. That's again, those are signs that
he's on.
He's on, and he thinks that these are challenges, questions that he needs, problems that he needs to solve, and he enjoys it. That's what he thrives on.
Yep.
Well, he's on 18 from 18 balls. 2 balls left in this over, 3 for 60 as he comes up now again. This is Shamar Joseph from the River Road end. He's in and bowls to Smith, and Smith is allowed to go outside the off stump. Ball that jag back on pitching, and a good bit of bounce as well, but he allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. But he looks good, there's no doubt about that. And a pitch which is not the easiest to bat on. Yes, I agree with you in terms of Shamar. He looks a little bit tired, you think?
He was very... You remember the last spell he bowled in that second innings when they kept bringing him back to get that 5th wicket.
Right.
He was... Sometimes he looked like he was hobbling as well.
Yep.
100%.
Actually went off the field on a couple of occasions in Barbados, and here again in Grenada. And he comes to bowl to Smith, goes past the umpire, he's up and bowls to Smith, and Smith is just getting him outside the off. So I'm a little bit closer, but still far enough for him to allow it to go by to be taken by the keeper. The over comes to an end, and then they just score in St. George's, 3 for 60.
Well, Smith immediately let that ball go, and before the umpire had called over, he's waving to the sidelines. Quick, bring out some gloves and the spray. He doesn't want one little drop of moisture on his hands with the gloves. So again, it's very, very hot out there. The sun's just behind a cloud now, but when the sun is out, it is hot, it is humid, high humidity. It's got to be 90% out there. And it's hot. It is hot. The wind is hot. So there's not much relief. And a bit of spray on the hands for Steve Smith now, putting the gloves back on. No chat between the two of them.
No.
Cam Green just let him be. You go and do your thing. I'm happy up here. He's ready to take strike. And Smith has gone through all the work in between the overs.
Yep.
Yes, so you are listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, the voice of the Caribbean, Andrew Mason. Today, when we parked the car, did you hear, Bryce? The cop there said, I know that voice.
Yeah.
That is the voice of Caribbean cricket, he said.
Yes. Well, I hope he doesn't charge me if I drive quickly. Here's Anderson Foot back in attack. He's in and bowls. And coming onto the front foot is Green to one pitch up and pushes out to cover. There's no run.
Just looking at our Chemist Warehouse replay screen, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. 2 beautiful shots in the previous over.
Superb.
And Cam Green hasn't really provided much in terms of, he had that uppercut that went for 4 that Adam White was very impressed with. He's done his job though, and you would expect as the day wears on, he will provide more on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Well, he's on 26 from 72 balls. And Phillip comes in and bowls to Green into this delivery. He's off the back foot, looks for a run, will get it too, as the fielder at that mid-off area. That's Jaden Seals having to move to the left. That's a good call. And he comes through for the run. But he's battle away here. Not easy on this pitch. But the important thing is he's at the crease. That's important. He's on 27. And with that single, the score goes to 3 for 61.
Yeah, just an interesting connection between Shamar Joseph and Roston Chase, who put his arm around him. They had a little discussion in between balls. A little chat. I wonder whether they're just thinking, well, we might change things up a little bit. You've had an over, but maybe there's something else we want to do.
Here's Phillip, comes in, ball's pitched up, and there's the drive coming from the bat of Smith out towards that mid-off area. The field at mid-off has to come across to the left to pick it up. And there's no run. You think may see some spin before the break?
Quite possibly. There's 16 minutes before the extended session. We had rain interrupted for 50 minutes. So you've got to keep updating everyone. People fall asleep back home. It's the middle of the night. They're falling asleep. They're waking up. So 50-minute rain delay. So we've extended the session to 12:30 local time. 15 minutes away.
Here's Phillip, comes up now, bowls to Smith. Smith is getting one down the leg side. The keeper has some difficulty in negotiating. The ball dies on its way through, but he gets his body behind it. That's sheer hope. And importantly, from his perspective, the ball didn't go behind him for a bye. Score is kept in 3 for 61.
Lead by 94, so it's growing. The wicket fell at 3 for 28, and vulnerability would be a word that comes to mind as Steve Smith joined Cameron Green, but I've steered things to calmer waters. The crew on the sidelines, the Australian batters to come, will be feeling a little more comfortable now.
Here's Phillip, comes up now and bowls. Ball which is on that off stump. Good delivery. And on the back foot goes Smith, pushes down to mid-on. Ball is picked up by Shamar Joseph. There is no run. Does Phillip remind you of anyone in terms of his pace? Any medium pacer coming to mind? No.
Should there be?
Turns just about now.
Yeah.
Has always been around for a little bit. The type that will get a play because of his useful performances. He's in and bowls a very good delivery, bang on target, and that off stump, squaring Smith up as he plays it up towards the cover area, and there is no run to end the over. And at the end of it, it's Green on 27. Smith has got 18. 3 for 61 is the latest score in St. George's.
Well, what we see is, again, the 12th and 13th men for Australia come out. Scott Boland.
Right.
Got the orange council jacket on. The vest comes out, providing towels and drinks. Cameron Green having a drink now. Towel down. They've got an ice towel that goes around the shoulders. So they're going out every over now.
Right. Yep.
Which is interesting, and maybe the umpires should be just going, well, hold on here. You can't be out here every over. It's part of Test cricket, is the withstanding that. And
yeah, I think the umpires a bit.
Yeah, they're onto it, aren't they?
Yeah, they're onto it. Yes, Kettlebell came across. But this has a quiet word.
Had the teapot stance, and when an umpire puts both hands on their hips that as a teapot, that you know that they're not happy.
They're not happy.
The body language will tell you enough.
Yeah.
So Scott Boland gets off the ground. Green is checking his guard now, so it's taken a while. Shamar Joseph has been up there waiting and ready to let fly. 2 out on the hook, short legging play, 2 slips in a gully, so they're still attacking Green.
So 3 for 61. Here's Shamar Joseph as he comes in to bowl to Green, goes past the umpire, bowls to Green. Green is covering up to a good in swing up, beautifully bowled. As he got square as he played that ball in the pitch, forward shot leg comes across to collect it. There's no run. So good start to the over.
Kim, you're absolutely right from the text. The loyal supporters are up listening. Of course you all are. Some people can't help it but fall asleep. Maybe a few of those Brisbane Lions supporters after seeing them knock over Port Adelaide at the Gabba. Maybe a bit weary now. Good result for the Lions, holding on to the top 2. A little bit biased personally.
So 3 for 61. And it's going to be Shamar Joseph as he comes in to bowl to Cameron Green, and to this delivery. Drive in, doesn't time it very well. All taking the outer portion of the bat and going down towards that mid-off area. There's a run. 3 for 61. In terms of popularity of sports in Australia, give me the first 3.
Well, cricket is seen as the number 1 sport in the entire country.
Right.
But the football codes are more state-based. So the southern states across Australia. Western Australia, South Australia, Victoria and Tasmania are probably stronger AFL, Aussie rules, and then Northern States Rugby League.
Here is Joseph, comes in bowls, one of the line of the leg stump, worked away neatly in the onside by Cam Green down towards the backward square. And the ball is picked up by Craig Brathwaite coming off the boundary in this 100th Test match. The matchman have time for one.
So throughout winter, week in, week out, more people would go to AFL. That would be number one.
Number one.
And watching and attendance.
Right.
NRL is the same, similar numbers in watching the game on TV, but the crowds are a little bit less.
Right.
Similar teams in the competition, but as I said, more Northern States, the NRL, which is the Rugby League.
Here's Shamar Joseph, comes in and bowls to Smith into this delivery. He's swinging and will get it down towards that long leg area, coming across the stumps. He likes that shot, and it went away down to Phillip for one. It was banged in short. He now, with that single, goes to 19, up to 3 for 63. So you're telling me cricket?
Cricket right across the country, in every state, is
number one.
Collectively would be number one.
Okay.
But it just is a little less cricket on. So football's week in, week out.
Fair enough.
It's only a seasonal type scenario with the cricket, and less games. There's usually only 5 tests played throughout a summer.
Here is Shamar Joseph, comes in both to Green. Green is getting up, delivery on the legs, and works it neat into the onside. We'll get one. We'll look for the second. We'll get it two.
Yep.
Quite comfortably, as Craig Brathwaite had to move a long way across to his right, moving from backward square, and always getting the second one. But that was very well played. It was a nice turn of the wrist through backward square for two.
Yeah, he's just in front of square. The ball went to backward square, no doubt, but they've got a leg gully, a short leg, a deep fine leg, and it has to be another one out in the deep forward of square because you've got 2 behind square. So they've got a bit of a leg side theory going here. So that's what the plan was, the conversation between skipper and bowler.
Well, he's in into this delivery, which is on that leg stump. That's Shamar Joseph, and coming right across the stumps is Green, plays it down towards that mid-on area to end the over. And at the end of it, he's kept on 30. Smith has got 19. 3 for 65 is the latest score in St. George's. So just a couple of minutes to go before the break.
It's 8 minutes now. This is an important period. Cameron Green on day one in a very similar scenario. He was 26 at the time, but he looks a lot more comfortable now. Faced a lot more balls and absorbed what the pitch is doing and playing. Ball's still moving a little bit, and the up and down is the concerning part. The lead now 98.
Yeah.
So Australia in a good position and probably just easing themselves away. It's been a pretty good session, would you say, Andrew?
Yeah, I agree. It's been their session, just the night watchman going Lyon. Here's Phillip, comes up now, bowls to Smith. Smith is getting a good delivery. That's one pitch just on top of that off, some movement away from him.
Yeah.
And he pulls the bottom hand away, gets it square in the offside. But I agree with you. The best things would have been looking Bryce perhaps to have picked up another wicket or two. That didn't happen.
No, it didn't. And given the bowling conditions were so supportive, very humid and a new ball, and I'm sure they would have been hoping for some more reward. Josh Hazelwood shared a little bit after stumps and said, look, the wicket is slow.
Okay.
And so it's quite difficult to get wickets. And they found that hard. The tail particularly of West Indies
Here's
wagged.
Phillip, comes up now to bowl to Smith, and Smith gets a full toss and whips it off the pads. Down to long leg, gets a single. And now moves to 20. He's looked good. He's had 1 or 2 challenges, but we know he's a champion batsman. That lead has gone to 99 now, 3 for 66.
So it can turn very quickly, though, and we've seen that many times. Yeah, we've seen wickets fall in bunches, quick wickets, bang, bang. We saw it overnight, and it seems the Australian openers are often dismissed very close to each other. In the first innings was the same, with the score on 47, and overnight with the score on just a handful.
Here's Phillip, comes in, bowls to Green. Green is coming forward This is a good knock from him, given the circumstances. Ball in the off stump. Pushes up the pitch. The bowler makes the stop. There's no run. You got to give him credit, Green. He's had it pretty difficult. He's faced, 79 balls for his 30, but the important thing is that he's there at the crease. And we want to come back after the break and put Australia in a position of command.
Yes. So I don't think the lesson might be learnt from the first innings. A big drive outside the eye line, got the edge and caught in the gully. I'm certain we won't see that in the next 6 minutes.
No.
He'll hone it all in.
Here's Phillip, comes in to bowl to Green, and Green is forward. We'll look for run. Smith is a long way out. The return comes in. Coming from the fielder Joseph at mid-on. Don't know what was happening there. Yes, no situation. The return came in, didn't hit the stumps. Let's have a look at that.
Well, the call was a yes, and with any other fast bowler at mid-on, you would suggest there was an easy one, but it's Shamar Joseph, and he is quick. Lateral movement, zipped sideways, and the throw was in. And Steve Smith gave Cameron Green a bit of a glare back.
Yeah, we did.
Hey.
Short mid-on is in now. What do you think is the thinking there?
Keep attacking the stumps.
Mm-hmm.
He's tried to drive a few times. Hasn't quite nailed it through mid-on.
Here's Phillip on his way again to Green, who's on 30s. In bowls to Green. Green is coming across the line on the middle stump. Plays to that fielder up at the short mid-on area. Looks like, is it Casey Carty up there? Picks it up, and there's no run. So, and a no ball is bowled. So the score goes up with that thundery. We call it extras. You call it thunderies there? Is that correct? I used to hear
a bit of both.
The old time. Oh, extras and thunderies.
Extras, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Flexible.
Yeah. In fact,
Greaves or Graves, extras or sundries.
You're right. I mean,
but however you prefer, we don't mind.
No, we don't mind. Of course, it's like 3 for 67 or 67 for 3.
Yes.
Here's Phillip, comes in bowls. Ball pitched on that off stump. Coming forward is Green, pushes to cover, and there is no run.
It's a real Australian thing to say the wickets first and then the runs.
Yeah. Okay. In the Caribbean, we tend to see it the other way.
The runs, which to me actually makes a bit more sense. The runs,
and then
how many wickets have fallen? 67 for 3.
Yeah, but you say 3 for 67.
But we've been brought up with maybe it's our mindset, with the negative first and then the positive. I like the positive first, and it's cost them 3 wickets to get those 67 runs.
So the lead is exactly 100 now. So they are 3 for 100. Here is Phillip as he comes in. Last ball is over. On his way to Cam Green into this delivery. He's on the back foot to an outswinger, but guides it quite nicely into the offside, down towards Gully, as Chase comes across to his right to pick it up to end the over. 67 for 3 is the latest score in St. George's.
Well, we'll be eyeballing the last over now. 3 minutes away. Steve Smith and Cameron Green have done a good job here. It's been a sound partnership. They came together to score on 3 for 28. Now 67 for 3.
Yeah, this is a good work. There's no question about that. With the tails up yesterday, they got rid of Qantas and Coraja in quick succession. The first wicket went without a run on the board, then it was 2 for 4, then 3 for 28. Starting the day at 12 for 3, losing Lyon. Call it third slip, chasing a ball that was outside the off stump. Big gap between bat and pad. He could have maybe left that. And he edged it and was caught by Campbell. Good to see Campbell catching the ball. The bowler was Alzari Joseph. His contribution was 8. But ever since then, Smith, who survived, he got a ball that cut across him. I think the inside edge saved him. He's batted away. He's played 1 or 2 lovely shots. But he's a fighter. He's a warrior. We know that.
Change of bowling here, Andrew.
Yeah, it is.
So they've gone with Alzari Joseph. Straight back to him. Short leg, a backward square. A couple out in the deep too.
Well, he comes in and bowls the ball, which is outside the line of the off stump. A bit short. Off the back foot goes Smith, plays it square in the offside down to backward point for Campbell to pick it up. And there's no run.
Well, Smith has now stayed very leg side of the ball, given the fielders there. So he knows what the bowler's trying to do, bowl into the body with the short leg in play. A backward square So he just stayed on the leg side of the ball and played it through to the offside.
So it's going to be Alzari Joseph just trying to get the attention of the fielder down at backward square.
Pushed him out.
Yeah,
So 3 out on the boundary. Deep forward square, deep backward square, deep fine leg.
Yeah.
This isn't short pitch.
Yeah, let's see what happens as he starts to move in. On his way to bowl to Smith, who's got 20. He's in bowl to Smith. Smith is,
Oi!
That's a good delivery. Bang in short, and he swayed away down towards the square leg here. The ball followed him in as well. Well bowled.
Well, I think he tried to just give it a little nudge, and the hands went to lift it up over the court as he swayed back in the limbo style.
Yeah, have a look at this on the monitor.
So it followed him a bit, and he went to just drop at the knees, limbo back, and tried to lift it over the court and say, I'm a step ahead. But
oh dear.
Gee, imagine that if it just came off the face through to the
keeper.
Through to Hope. Imagine the wicket. So now, to shut this down, a fly slip has gone into play.
Yep. Interesting.
So creative fields for a creative batsman.
Yep. So there's a gully and a fly slip. Almost, but he's about 10, 15 meters inside the third man boundary. Fly slip tends to be a little bit closer. Here is Joseph comes in and bowls short. Down the leg side. There's a shot of Catchett coming from the bowler, Alzari Joseph, but the ball dies as it gets to the keeper. Score is kept on 3-4-67 with 3 balls left in the session on the third day of the Battle of St. George's, Grenada. Spice Isle. The score is 67 for 3. The Australians with a lead of exactly 100. It's been a good morning for them. Had some challenges with the rain extended. The action should finish just around 12:30 Eastern Caribbean time, 11:30 in Jamaica. And Bryce will tell me the time in Australia. Here is Alzari Joseph in bowls down the leg side. The keeper has to move a long way across to his left to stop it. In fact, coming from his gloves going behind him, so a bye is signaled by the umpire. 3-4-68 with 2 to come before the break on this the third day of the battle in St. George's. What time is it now in Australia?
2:30 a.m.
2:30 a.m.
On the Eastern Standard Time, that is.
Right.
Just after 2 a.m. in Adelaide. Just gone midnight over in Perth.
You got some friends on television there.
Yeah, wow.
Some warriors.
They're oiled up. They're oiled.
Look at those horns.
Yeah. Look at the Viking hats on.
Yep.
Any Viking connection here? There wouldn't be anywhere in the Caribbean, surely.
I wouldn't think so.
Long way for the Vikings to row.
I agree. Here's Alzari Joseph. Comes up now in bowls to Green. Green is getting lifted delivery. Will get the single as I think Smith really called him through. He doesn't seem to be all that keen on going for it. The square leg had to come across to the left to pick it up. That's King. They got the run. So 1 ball left in the over. This should be the last ball before lunch on the third day.
I think you're right. Smith wasn't that keen on the run. I think he'd set up camp for lunch. You can have the last couple, Cam, but it's not to be. Smith to face the last ball before lunch.
And Alzari Joseph is the bowler in overcast conditions at the Grenada National Stadium. He comes up now. He's in, passes the umpire, bowls, wrapped in the pads. There's an appeal for leg before. He thinks it's high. Are they going to go upstairs? It was a funny kind of shot, looking to whip the ball away into the onside. I think Hope is saying height here. 9, 8, 7, 6. Are they going to go upstairs? We shall see.
No, I think they've all determined that the height is not going to happen.
Okay. So they've decided not to go upstairs. So at lunch on the third day of the second test between Australia and the West Indies, contested in St. George's, Grenada, start in the morning at 12 for 2 at lunch. Some rain we've had, 69 for 3. It's been a good session for the Australians. In fact, we have a chance to see the monitor clearly height. So it was just trying to hit the ball away in the onside. It was cross-batted, really. It was a rather interesting shot. And it had the West Indies thinking about going upstairs. But I think on the evidence of what we saw just now. It was clearly going over the top. It's been a good session for the Australians. In fact, they lost Lyon, caught by Campbell at third set off an outswinger from Alzawi Joseph for 8 when the score was on 28. But these two have battled away quite nicely. Green, 31 not out from 84 balls. Smith, 20 from 32. And at lunch, it's 69 for 3. Your impressions, Bryce?
Well, a good steady session by Australia. West Indies threw a fair bit at them, but they were able to withstand. Well done by Cameron Green. He's not only got through to stumps last night, he's got through the first little session, 50-minute rain delay, and he's come out after that and got through to the lunch break. So he's ticking off some good milestones personally as part of his development. Batting at number 3. Smith looks pretty sound on 20 as they go for the lunch break. We look forward to having a break, and we look forward to everyone maybe having a quick nap back home. And for those around the Caribbean, go grab a rum or two. I don't know. It's Saturday. Why not? Then tune back in, and we'll continue with the second session.
Yeah, indeed. So that's the story then. At lunch on the third day, 69 for 3, 27 overs bowled. And as we said, Contest, Karaja and Lyon, the batsman, to go quickly. I know that people like to be very keen on the bowling figures, so I'm going to just do that for you quickly before we hand back. A quick word on the pitch. How did it play?
A little bit up and down. So there's more, as it is a dry wicket, it's tiring a bit. There is a bit of up and down, and the ball's still moving. There's still some swing and some movement in the air, so it's not all been that easy. So credit to the Aussies. And, West Indies will keep throwing a fair bit at them. What are those bowling figures, Andrew?
Yeah, quickly then. So, Seals 9 overs, 5 middens, 2 for 10. Shamar Joseph 7 overs, no middens, none for 23. Alzawi Joseph 6 overs, 1 mid, 1 for 18. And Anderson Phillip 5 overs, no middens, none for 12. So at the break, 286 batting in the first inning, 69 for 3. The Australians, the West Indies made 253. We'll take a break and come back in about 35 minutes. Please join us then. on his way to bowl to land. And Lyon is
A tricky finish to the end of day 2. Matthew Donald with you through the lunch break. 0433 98 11 16. If you do want to get involved in the conversation, let us know where around the land, around the world even, you are tuning in to listen to the second test of this Frank Worrell Trophy. At lunch, it is Australia who are 3 for 69, currently leading the West Indies by 102 runs with 7 wickets remaining. The 2 men at the crease at the moment are Cam Green and Steve Smith, who have had to navigate tricky conditions in that first session to start day 3, which have become either side of a 50-minute rain delay as well. So we've had a little bit of everything in this opening session for day 3. A quick call of the card to this point. We'll recount from where the innings started last night. So on the 4th ball of Australia's second innings, Sam Constas played on off the bowling of Jaden Seals, off his just the 4th delivery of the innings, going for a 4-ball duck. And then Usman Khawaja departed not long after, LBW also off the bowling of Jaden Seals. 2 off 11 for Khawaja. So those two, Constas and Khawaja at the top of the order, struggling once again to be able to score any meaningful runs. Late on day 2, Nathan Lyon came in as the night watchman, did his job, got to stumps last night, and then hung around for a little bit this morning as well until, as you heard in those highlights, he was caught off the bowling of Alzari Joseph, caught in the slips by John Campbell, so the Windies have finally taken a catch in the cordon. Lyon was dismissed for 8 of 33 deliveries. It brought Steve Smith to the crease, and since then he and Cam Green have gone on to make sure that Australia, after the loss of their 3rd wicket, have remained just at that on the scorecard through till lunch. So Green on 31 not out of 84 deliveries, looking an important innings for Green. It's been a tricky last few weeks for him, first in the World Test Championship final and then in the first test at Kensington. And in the first innings here as well. But he's done quite well to this point. He had to survive a tricky period last night and then a bit of a stop-start first session here this morning. Also with that rain delay as well. So it's been a bit stop and start for him, but he has managed it pretty well to this point and is still there, which is the best news for him and for Australia. And Steve Smith as well has struggled a bit with the bounce of the pitch. It's looking more and more unreliable as we work our way towards the halfway point in this test match. We're not even halfway through it at this point, but those two are still there. And it'll be interesting to see if they can build on the start that they've made throughout the rest of the day, Green and Smith. So look at the bowling card here for the West Indies. Jaden Seals, 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 wickets for 10. Shamar Joseph, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 23. Alzari Joseph, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. And then Anderson Phillip, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 12. It was pretty tough going in the first session the first session there on day 3. And see, we had a bit of issue with the rain, which took the players off for a while. An extended first session, lunch called half an hour later than normal. But Green and Smith, once they started to get a bit of momentum going and a bit of continuity out there at the crease, the runs started to flow a little bit easier. But there were still only 57 runs scored in that first session for 1 wicket. So it was pretty slow going. We'll see if things can open up a little bit in the second session. Now, quickly around the grounds, because there is another game that's on at the moment between England and India. India have declared on day 4. So we're getting towards we're in the final session now of day 4 at the moment. England have been set an extraordinary task of 608 to win. And even though Australia and England don't get along so well, you have to admit that if they manage to chase this one down, it would be one extraordinary feat, particularly given their start as well. We've just concluded the end of the 6th over, and England are 2 for 33 at this stage. So the 2 men to fall at this point. Zach Crawley was caught by Siraj, off the bowling of Siraj, a 7-ball duck. Ben Duckett looked to get things moving pretty quickly. He was bowled by Akash Deep for 25 of 15 deliveries. As things stand, Ollie Pope is on 4, Joe Root on 2. England still requiring 576 runs to win that one. With 8 wickets in hand as we as we are in the final session of day 4. So still an awful lot of work for England to do, and a big opportunity here for India to level the series at 1 apiece. And the other match as well, in terms of ODI cricket between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, this one's going down to the wire here. So Bangladesh set it bowled out for 248 in their first innings. Sri Lanka, in reply, 9 for 230. at the end of the 48th over. So they need 19 off 12, the Sri Lankans, and the two men at the crease are number 10 and 11. Dushmantha Chamira and Asitha Fernando are the two who are required to get the Sri Lankans home. So by the end of this luncheon break, we should have a winner here, and I'll keep you posted on that one. Quickly, some final scores here for just in some other sports. Round 17 of the AFL season here. So earlier today, the Suns defeated Essendon 115-74. Richmond were too good for Geelong, 124 to the Tigers, 52. Brisbane were too good for Port Adelaide. An 8-goal opening term set the win up for the Lions, 120-92. And Hawthorn defeated St Kilda by 20 points, 14-10-94 to 10-14-74. And in the NRL, round 18 action, there were just two games today. The Raiders defeated the Dragons by 4 points, final score of 28-24. And the Melbourne Storm getting a win on the road against the Cowboys, 26-20. SEN Test Cricket's coverage of the Frank Worrell Trophy. It is lunch on day 3. Here in the second test match, and it is the Aussies who are slowly working their way back into a position of power here. They are 3 for 69, leading by 102 runs with 7 wickets in hand. We'll take a quick break. Brett Phillips is going to join us for a Wimbledon update straight after this, so don't go anywhere. That's coming up right after this here on SEN Test Cricket. SEN Test Cricket's coverage of the Frank Worrell Trophy. It is lunch here on day 3 between the West Indies and Australia. The Aussies 3 for 69, a lead of 102 runs with 7 wickets in hand. Cam Green and Steve Smith at the crease on 31 and 20 respectively. We'll be turning our attention to the second session of that one very soon. But before we do, we've got to cross to Wimbledon. And our SEN tennis expert BP is on site soaking up all of the action. BP, a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Matty. Nice to speak to you. It's a very nice Saturday afternoon. We had a bit of rain earlier, but it's around 6 o'clock in the evening here, and quite mild. The humidity's still up, but it's pleasant. It's sort of, it's jumper on, jumper off type weather. But I've just stepped out of the number 2 court, and Alex de Minaur. What a match this has been. I mean, he's playing the world number 192, August Holmgren, the big Dane, who looks like he's playing sort of top 50 tennis. That's how close the margins are in tennis. And he's got a single-handed backhand. He's got a massive serve. But, gee, Alex de Minaur, I mean, take your hat off to the guy. He just makes it so difficult from his end. His ball retrieval, his defensive capabilities, he makes very few unforced errors. And Holmgren, when you rank 192, you're playing against a really established player. You're trying to sort of force things a bit and be the aggressor. But he's racked up the unforced errors. Well, I love his approach to it. He's come out all guns blazing, wanting to take on Alex and have that same energy. And they've had some intoxicating rallies. Like, it's brought the crowd to their feet here. But, yeah, Alex de Minaur in the end, the more accomplished player, just winning the big points when it really counts. So let's hope he can, get it done in straight sets here.
Well, we are in the third set. He's up 2 sets to love. We are on serve in the third as things stand. But just from the way you've described the match, it doesn't seem like it's doing it all justice to the way the game's been panning out.
It's been tight. I mean, Holmgren had his opportunities, but Alex it's taken a lot of, break points to actually get ahead on the scoreboard. And Holmgren just, crucial times has maybe missed a forehand or, missed a volley. He's just overplayed a little bit, but generally his level has been outstanding. So whatever happens from here, definitely for me and everyone else that follows tennis, we're putting a little asterisk next to August Holmgren from Denmark just to see what progress he's going to make over the next 12 months. I mean, he came in 192. He's already picked up 46 spots in the rankings to 146 live because he came through qualifying last week and saved match points in matches. So he brought a bit of energy and adrenaline into this match, and he's a big guy, a big lump of a lad. So I think he can continue to spike.
Yeah, sadly, it is sounding like a very productive tournament for the Dane already. Looking elsewhere, Iga Swiatek picked up a comfortable win a little earlier on in the day.
Yeah, we thought this was going to be much closer because Danielle Collins, the feisty American, who's made, of course, that Australian Open final, losing to Ash Barty and being top 10, comes from the college path. I mean, she's got a lot of personality, Danielle, and she's got into the grill house and beaten Swiatek a couple of times. But Iga had just eyes on the prize today. And if we look at this women's draw, we've been talking about it all week. The number 2 to 6 seeds, 2 through to 7, I think, gone. Iga was the 8th seed. Madison Keys, of course, going out yesterday. The draw has absolutely opened up for Iga, who actually made a grass court final in Germany last week. So, it's a good little run of grass court form. I know she was very keen to, once she got knocked out of Paris, to really get on the grass and make a better fist of this grass court season. It's normally been pretty underwhelming because, she loves a bit more time on the ball, having excelled so much on the clay. But she's adapted quite well. And the grass courts are just playing a little slower for her, which is good. So, yeah, she might really start to fancy herself as this tournament goes on. And, Aryna Sabalenka as the world number 1, is like she has all year, got the pressure on her if it does come down to a big final.
We talked about Sabalenka yesterday in that match between her and Emma Raducanu, the local hope, the local hero, and the anticipation that the local crowd would have been feeling in the lead up to that one. But Sabalenka progressing through in straight sets. How did Raducanu fare?
Yeah, well, she was 4-2 up in the first set, and I think she was ahead on the scoreboard in the second there for a period. So she had her chances, definitely had her chances. Aryna just weighed a shot and Playing some big moments really well, was able to get the nod, but not, certainly didn't steamroll Raducanu. And that's, I think, testament to Emma, because she's played some good tennis this year. She's starting to, sort of play that US Open tennis of a few years ago. So I think she's feeling pretty good about things, but Sabalenka just a bit too big, too strong on some of those clutch points.
And then turning our attention back to the men's and upcoming clash with Novak Djokovic is not too far away from taking to the court once again.
Yeah, playing his fellow Serbian player, Mijomir Kecmanovic, and he's got a pretty good record against his fellow countrymen, who I think are a little sort of starry-eyed when they're looking down at Novak at the other end, thinking I'm taking on arguably the greatest of all time. And the Serbian players are quite close, know each other well, practice a lot together, Davis Cup teammates, but they get a bit starstruck, I think, when they play Novak at the other end. Now, Kecmanovic is he got the big quads, he hits a good ball, particularly off the forehand, but Novak's looked really solid during this tournament. And look, to be quite frank, we do want the Djokovic-De Minaur matchup that this time 12 months ago we didn't get in a quarterfinal, because De Minaur pulled out late with that hip issue, which obviously derailed him sort of Wimbledon on for the rest of the year. Wasn't able to get himself into peak physical fitness. And I remember, being back in Melbourne at that time, Matt, it was about a 3 a.m. start Melbourne time. Everyone was excited, and late withdrawal. Alex De Minaur left us all a bit flat, because we thought this was the best chance of Alex knocking off Novak. And right now, when he's playing Novak, if he gets through, and Novak gets through, a year older, another year older, 38, and, a little more vulnerable than what he has been at his, and, the best part of his career. So, De Minaur, the way he's playing, the level he's playing, I'd certainly give him a chance if that is the matchup that we get.
Well, just looking at the live scores, looks as though Alex is holding up his end of the bargain. He's just broken Holmgren, so he's up 2 sets and a break, 4-2, and is looking like holding serve. So it could well be that De Minaur progresses through to the next round there, and then we'll wait to see what Novak does on his end. And then finally, Jannik Sinner, number one in the world, proving just why with a comfortable straight sets win too.
Well, I think he's even raised a sweat at this stage. Pedro Martinez was just a deer in the headlights today, and Yannick's cruise control. So it's fascinating. We know he's going to be there. We know that Alcaraz is going to be there unless there's a major upset. I can't see both those players being defeated, to be quite honest, before this tournament is out. And just a special mention for Jordan Thompson. Now, the Australian, of course, to play Taylor Fritz tomorrow around about 10 o'clock Eastern back in Australia on the number one court. He's also won through to the doubles third round today with Pierre Robert, the Frenchman. And Tomo having an unbelievable run here with a broken down body at Wimbledon. So he's just riding it every day, feeling the adrenaline through the veins, and he's just got the best fight of anyone I've seen out on the tennis court. He and De Minaur are probably equal par. But we've got that to look forward to tomorrow.
Beautiful. And we'll probably be back here for day 4 as things stand in the cricket. We've already mentioned Jordan Thompson a couple of times. Now he's toughed it out throughout Wimbledon, and we'll hopefully be able to revel in a big performance from him tomorrow. But BP, we'll let you go. I know you've got heaps on your plate, but your time's always appreciated. Thank you for joining us.
Pleasure. Thanks, Matt.
Brett Phillips there, our SEN tennis expert, who's been keeping us up to date with everything that's been going on in the world of Wimbledon. What a prestigious tournament it is. It is lunch on day 3 here in the Frank Worrell Trophy, the second test between the West Indies and Australia. At lunch, it is the Aussies, who are 3 for 69. Cam Green on 31, Steve Smith on 20, have toughed out a tricky opening session where the pitch is starting to play some tricks, and there's been a bit of a rain delay as well. Hopefully the rain stays off and we can get a full day's play from here on out. Hey, cricket fans, if you're ready to explore Grenada your way, Caribbean Horizons have got you covered. If you need a ride, you can cruise in comfort with their reliable car rentals. If you're craving a local experience, you can join their guided tours from lush rainforests, cascading waterfalls to spice plantations, and immerse yourself in rich Grenadian culture. Discover Grenada through their eyes with good vibes and great service. You can make your visit unforgettable. Caribbean Horizons. Explore more, worry less. Visit CaribbeanHorizons.com to book SEN's test cricket coverage of the Frank Worrell Trophy, the West Indies and Australia. It is the Aussies who are 102 runs ahead with 7 wickets in hand in their second innings. We'll bring you the second session on day 3 right after this. Do not go anywhere. That is coming up right after this.
on his way.
Some bad news for you. It is raining again through the lunch break, so we will not be starting on time. Unfortunately, Adam White with you in the broadcast position watching rain fall. It's not heavy, but it's become quite persistent. And as I look out over where the weather is coming from, we could be off for quite a while, unfortunately. I still expect there to be back playing soon enough. But it's just going to be one of those days, I think, where we're going to have some heavy showers that are going to come and go. And hopefully we'll still get plenty of play in between. So with what we have seen today so far, I'll let you know exactly what has taken place. Australia resumed today at 2 for 12. And at the lunch break, it was 3 for 69. So what's that? Just trying to work it out on the fly. 57 runs have come from around about 23 overs today. Steve Smith is still there, so is Cameron Green. So Green on 31, Smith on 20. The man out was Nathan Lyon. He was out to 8, caught in the slip cordon. Yep, they caught one in the slip cordon. And the wicket went to Alzari Joseph. So the overall lead now as a result of 3 for 69 is 102 with 7 second innings wickets remaining. The pitch is starting to play some tricks, keeping low predominantly. A few have jumped up a bit as well, but generally speaking, it's the one that's keeping low that is worrying the Australian batsmen. I'm Adam White. I'm joined by Bharat Sundaresan. We're just going to do a bit of a scene setter here, Bharat, before unfortunately heading back to SEN studios back in Australia because the rain continues to fall.
It does, and every time it stops, it seems to come back heavier. So, yeah, the ground staff have just settled down, not in a good way. They've left the two big covers, the white one and the grey one, out in the middle. And this doesn't look very good. The forecast is for another big band of rain coming our way post this one. So hopefully we do. Yeah, the wind does blow away these clouds, but just you get a feeling like this is the middle overs of a one-day.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
With regards to the rain, it's settled in. It's hanging over us. So, yeah, we'll just have to wait and watch. The one thing we have seen is they don't take too long to get rid of the moisture, even though they don't have a super stopper here, but they seem to do a very good job. Maybe it's just good drainage facilities here at the Grenada National Stadium, and we resume play quite quickly. So hopefully we do that. Just looking at over at the Australian balcony, Andrew McDonald and the rest, they've cleared out the front bit of their second floor balcony because of the rain. All their equipment and all the laptops and all other stuff that they use to record data has been pushed to the back. So they're looking up at the skies as well, just like we are.
Yeah, so it's one of those things that I'm looking at. You try and look at all these different radars and things like that. It does feel to me that once this bit comes through, it's actually okay after that. It's meant to be quite clear this afternoon, so who would know?
Yeah,
and particularly, I mean, I've never been here before. I know you have, but it does feel that the weather can change quite dramatically here on an island like this.
Yeah, I mean, if you do want to understand why it changes so dramatically, here's something you can do at home. Go onto Google Map, put in Grenada, and then zoom out, and zoom out, and zoom out, and zoom out further. Then you'll realize how we're just a dot in the ocean. And the fact that you are really susceptible to whatever comes your way. I mean, that's why hurricane season is such a risky period for everyone who lives in the Caribbean. So it just changes very quickly. I'm sure it's not easy being a weather forecaster here. Even last year, Whitey, when we were in Barbados, after the T20 World Cup, couldn't leave. Hurricane Beryl had hit. And obviously, we were all stuck in following the updates on the national service that was provided, the weather forecast, and that was changing rapidly, even in terms of which way the hurricane was coming, what the intensity would be, where it would hit. So we can just wait and watch. And while I was on my long rant about the weather here, the rain has sort of stopped again.
Well, the sun's almost out now and there is blue sky ahead. So who knows? Who knows? So what we might do for the time being, I'll just ask you quickly, what did you think of the first session? So it was a mixed session because of the fact that we had that interruption in the middle of it. But Steve Smith and Cameron Green batted quite some time there on a difficult surface that's getting harder. 3 for 69. So these two have put on 41 at a run rate of 3.32 runs and over to get them to lunch.
No, I mean, two different stories there. Steve Smith's just come out. He faced a couple of deliveries that kept low, especially the second one from Anderson Phillip, and then he decided, okay, I'm going to change my trigger and almost eliminate the trigger, and he's staying very still, leg stumpish, side on, and he's playing beautifully, just the way we expected him to play in the first innings as well, just the form he is in. He's driven beautifully down the ground, through the covers, past the extra cover. Cam Green, on the other hand, he's fighting hard. He's showing a lot of grit. It hasn't looked 100% convincing so far. I mean, the questions around, is he the Australia's long-term number 3? We don't know yet. But at least he's hung in there. There have been a couple of iffy shots from him, which could have gotten him into trouble, but did not. So he's hung in there. But I think the story of the session for me was the pitch.
Yeah.
And how often the ball seems to be misbehaving off it, mostly just rolling down the ground, but a few times it has jumped at the batters as well.
Yes, I agree with you. It has been a bit of a talking point, no doubt, today. Over in England at Edgbaston, England's in all sorts of trouble.
Well, classic.
So 3 for 52 after 11 overs, chasing 608 to win. But the big man is out. Joe Root's out for 6. Pope is not out 17. Brook not out 2. But Duckett went for 25, bowled Akash Deep. Crawley got caught off the bowling of Siraj without scoring, and then Joe Root bowled Akash Deep for 6. So it would appear they're trying to get the runs rather than play for the draw, which is what they say they're going to do, even though they needed 608 off about
108 overs.
There you go.
I saw someone, I think one of our colleagues in England, put up a stat or number. They had to score at 5.62 an over to get there. So 608 in 108 overs. So they're going at around 5 and over, but they've already lost 3 wickets. And most importantly, like you said, they've lost Joe Root.
Yes,
so
the anchor, the man to keep it all together.
Yeah, so you can imagine how that test match will go. Maybe we'll still see something special from a Brook or a Stokes or a Jamie Smith. But 608 is a long way away, and it looks like India will level that series in Birmingham.
All right, so 3 for 69 here at Grenada at the moment. We might head back to Matty Donald in the studios back in Melbourne, Australia, SEN studios, because even though the rain for the moment has almost stopped, the full covers are still on and there's no activity from the ground staff at the moment. So I reckon we're still at least half an hour away from any sort of play. But as soon as something happens, we'll let you know and we'll keep you updated right throughout the course of the afternoon. We still expect there to be plenty of play, just not at the moment. Currently, it's going to be a very long lunch. Australia at 3 for 69.
The unfortunate news coming out of Grenada is that rain has intervened once again. It did create about a 45-minute delay in the first session, and then during the luncheon break, that has continued to tumble down. So it means that Australia are still in a position of 3 for 69, still leading West Indies by 107 runs with 7 wickets in hand. Matthew Donald is my name as we just take a bit of a breather from the test venue at the moment in Grenada and give the commentators a bit of a spell. And we'll navigate our way through this rain delay, I'm sure. If you do want to get involved in the conversation, if you're up late at night listening, or early in the morning now, let us know, 0433 98 11 16. Let us know where you're tuning in from. It's always great to find out where people are listening in from around the world. We've had people text through from all sorts of different locations across the land. So that's been one of the joys of sitting in through this test series thus far, is just knowing how far and wide Aussies all over the land are listening into the cricket side. So just going through a quick recap of the Australian batting card in this second innings. Sam Constas was dismissed with the 4th ball of the innings for no score. Khawaja LBW by Jaden Seals for 2. Cam Green and Steve Smith are still not out at the crease. Cam Green on 31, Smith on 20. Nathan Lyon was the only wicket to fall on day 3. The night watchman was caught by Campbell off the bowling of Alzari Joseph for 8. The fall of the wickets, 1 for none, 2 for 4, and 3 for 28. And that's where Australia have since guided their way to 3 for 69. Well, while we're waiting for play to resume at Grenada, earlier in the week, Jared Waitley had his regular guest on in Shannon Gill. Now, they've had a Know Your History segment for quite a while now, and Shannon Gill joins Jared on a regular basis. And the focus this week was Australia's history in the Caribbean. And it's been the first time in 10 years that Australia have actually toured the West Indies at test level. So it's a bit of an anniversary in that sense. It's been quite a long time. But Jared and Shannon had an extended chat about the Aussies' history in this part of the world. Let's tune in and have a bit of a listen to some of that chat.
This is Waitley.
I think you could tell from the shots and from the sound on the radio and from the Australians in Barbados just what the allure of the Caribbean Test Series is, how it lives in the imagination really from the early 90s, but how it's still a bucket list item today. And we could tell once we open the emails, for those of you who have partaken on and off the field, as it were. Shannon Gill convenes our special Caribbean Tour edition of Know Your History in resplendent style. Shannon, welcome.
Morning, Jared.
What are you wearing today?
I am wearing my brother Ben's 95-96 World Series Cup West Indies shirt. He is a dyed-in-the-wool West Indies supporter, which I believe there's a lot of Australians who actually barrack for the West Indies ahead of Australia. So I'm wearing that this morning. I feel like it's appropriate.
It's easy to picture Richie Richardson and Curtly Ambrose in that barcode shirt.
Yes.
Green, maroon, yellow, and the palm tree on the left shoulder.
It's fantastic. It's one of there are lots of great World Series Cup shirts, but this is right up there with the best.
All right. We're going to see how much we can get through in an hour.
There's a lot.
A salute to those who have sent emails with photographic evidence, with local press clippings of misdemeanors. So just splendid stories.
It's been a great week reading those emails.
We have read them all, so thank you.
We'll get to some of them. As you said, there's some we probably can't talk about, but it's been a lot of fun reading them.
All right. Every Know Your History starts with the origin story.
Yes. Okay, so let's go back. West Indies v Australia cricket. West Indies come to Australia to play their first test against Australia in 1930-31, but we don't go there for another 24 years. So I think we mentioned it a few weeks ago. It was government intervention that said we need to start visiting these other Commonwealth nations to play cricket. So that was where that starts. There's a famous 60-61 series here in Australia which legitimises cricket between the two countries. It was a great series, and all of a sudden West Indies v Australia is a series to savour. So potted history before we get to what I'll call the TV era, where we really understand what cricket in the West Indies is about. So 1973, Australia win in the West Indies with no Dennis Lillee in the team. He's injured, and this is where the legend of Ian Chappell is cemented. He is the mastermind of pulling together a team that's sort of threadbare because of injuries. They come back from some pretty unlikely circumstances to win a particular test, and Australia win that series. Ian Chappell, as the mastermind, starts there. Then we go to 1978, the next time we go there. West Indies win 3-1, but this is a particularly interesting series because this is during the World Series cricket split. Australia do not have World Series cricket players. The West Indies do. They are allowed to play.
Oh, right.
Halfway through the series, the West Indies board ends up not picking them and says, no, we're not going to pick them anymore. So they kind of win the series, then let go of them. So it's a really controversial series. As always with West Indies cricket, there's discussion about who's in the team and what island they're from, to the point where there is a decision in the fifth test, towards the end of the fifth test, which results in a riot of spectators, with the West Indies 9 wickets down and Australia probably going to win, and the test is called off because of a riot. That's interesting, but it gets more interesting. The next year, this is a series that's kind of lost to history. World Series cricket actually has a tour to the West Indies, the only sort of major tour they did overseas. It's a five super test tour. At the time, they were back in Australia, they were actually, the peace offering was happening. So this was the last play or the last act of World Series cricket. Australia are playing, the fourth test is delayed by rain. There is a riot because the delay of rain. At the time, there's a PR agent for World Series cricket over there who's trying to calm the farm, and somewhere along the line he says that to somebody that we can't play because the Australians won't take the field because of the riot, which results in more rioting and results in Australian captain Ian Chappell punching said PR person in the stomach.
So back page of The Age. Australian World Series cricket captain Ian Chappell yesterday publicly apologised for punching a Guyanese public relations man in the stomach. It is believed the apology is likely to hold police plans to charge Chappell with assault and indecent language.
Now, he is arrested. I won't read the apology, but there's no way in the world Ian Chappell worded that apology. I think they may have just put that out to calm everything. He's arrested. He's not charged. The apology sort of diffuses it. Great series, ends 1-1, but that's the last play of World Series cricket. So there's that one, which is probably worth a deeper dive one day somewhere. 1984, West Indies win this series 3-0. This is the first test series after Greg Chappell, Dennis Lee and Rod Marsh all simultaneously retire. So
high bar.
One to think about when there's a few guys go from our current team. They lose 3-0. Alan Border single-handedly saves games, scores a 98 not out and 100 in the second test, which is 100 not out, which is universally seen as some of the greatest innings ever played. Australia never took a second innings wicket all series.
Can you just say, just for context, just say that again and have a think about the implications of this?
Australia never took a second innings wicket for the whole series.
Oh, blimey.
This is where Kim Hughes' captaincy strikes early rough waters. There's all sorts of on and off field things going on, which again, maybe for a deep dive another day. But this is the start of the decline of Australian cricket. Sadly for Kim Hughes and the Australian team at the time, a weakened team. After that series, what happens? They actually play the West Indies at home straight after. So that was difficult times. So that's sort of the lead up to this. But really, what West Indies tours were only known through what the media said, what players said, and for some obvious reasons, we didn't really hear a lot about what a West Indies tour was like. So in 1991, we go back to the West Indies, so 7 years after the last series. And in the meantime, Australian cricket has gone into the ditch and come out of it. So we've won the Ashes in 1989, We see ourselves as the contender for the crown that the West Indies hold and have held for so long. So Channel 9 decides to go and cover it on television for the first time. So we'd never seen coverage of the West Indies, of a West Indies tour before that. And this is West Indies still on top, the crowds at their peak of zaniness, very different from what we see today, where it's much more sparse, the crowds. So there's a huge fascination. I vividly recall watching Sports World on a Sunday morning with Bruce McAvaney and Keith Stackpole wrapping up the cricket, and Bruce just wide-eyed saying, the West Indies, that looks like a great place to go for a weekend, which, as we'll find out, many people had the same view watching that series on television. So there's more of that later, but West Indies win that series 2-1. There is a lot of bad blood in that series. There's the idea of Australia being tough, trying to take it to the Windies. There's stories about Australian coach Bob Simpson briefing Australian journos on the way over to say, please write negative stories about Viv Richards. Please needle Viv Richards, who's the West Indies captain. And that gets us to this really funny scenario that after the fourth test where the West Indies have secured their victory, Viv is at his press conference with a cigar in hand, holding court, where there's some questions about, you know, what he thinks of Australia's challenge during the series. And I won't read it all, but it includes this. He first of all, he opens up by saying the Bobby Simpsons have been shouting their mouths off. And then he says, you can quote me. I'm not doing this in the Viv Richards accent, as saying, he is a moaner and a bad loser. He goes on to say, he's a very sour sort of loser. We dismiss anything that Simo says. And then he finishes, I'm going to tell you that again. Bobby Simpson ain't our cup of tea at all. So this is an extraordinary attack, which I think it's fair to say there's probably some Australians in the team and around and in the media who are not completely displeased by this attack because they probably hold similar views at times around Bob Simpson. So it's very, very bad blood in that series. This is Tony Gregg's summary of the series, which just tells you where Australia need to get to and why this series and beating the West Indies was such a big deal.
These winners wanted to be sneerers rather than grinners. However, regardless of their behaviour and their tactics, they proved they were still the best in the world. For the Australians, their Everest is still to be climbed.
So that's the feeling of Everest still to be climbed. I think we talk about probably winning in India is our Everest now. The West Indies, winning in the West Indies was the absolute Everest. In fact, just beating the West Indies was the Everest at that point. There's one footnote too to that tour, which kind of leads into, there's a guy called Roland Fishman, who, I'll make the distinction, he was a writer, not a cricket writer, who was a connection of Greg Matthews, of course, who goes on that tour, hangs around the team and everything that was going on in that tour, and writes a book. Now, I think probably the people that were talking to or met with Roland Fishman during that time thought he was going to write the traditional cricket tour book about what happened on the field. No, this was a book about what a West Indies tour was like off the field. It's actually a really interesting book. I would highly recommend it. It's a bit of a curio, but it's quite an interesting book. A lot of it is about Roland Fishman going out to nightclubs in the Caribbean and getting knocked back in advances to women, which is, that makes up a fair percentage of the book.
Right.
But be that as it may, it causes huge controversy in Australia because it makes reference to the off-field life of a West Indies tour, which, if you read between the lines, that was not necessarily known by everyone who back in Australia, particularly the families of cricketers who were back in Australia. So with no names, no pack drill, there was a lot of aspersions as to the behaviour of Australian players that related to in that book was hugely controversial, and he was basically excommunicated from any involvement in cricket ever since. Worth a read. But what it did say in this book is it painted a picture of how interesting life is in the Caribbean, because it was more about life in the Caribbean more than the game itself, which, combined with us seeing television of the tour results in a lot of curiosity from Australian fans to say, if I'm ever going to go and watch Australia play overseas, I'm going to the West Indies to watch it.
So the early adopters in 1991, and we've got emails and texts on that front. The 40 Wings Temper text is 0433 98 11 16. The difference is temper. And then sort of the critical mass happens in 1995. And a whole lot of cricket history, the flex point is 1995. That is our next stop on Know Your History, our Caribbean Tour special, with Shannon Gill as our guide.
So that was Shannon Gill with his Know Your History segment on Waitley's show on Thursday morning. There's plenty more, as Jared alluded to, on that segment, which we will get to a little later on here, because the rain is still continuing to fall down. In Grenada, Australia remain at 3 for 69. Cam Green on 31 not out. Steve Smith on 20. They still lead the West Indies by 107 runs with 7 wickets in hand. But as the rain continues to tumble, it is quite a while until we will see play resume here in this second session. So we will take a quick breather. We will bring you more of that Know Your History segment with Jared Waitley and Shannon Gill very soon here on SEN Test Cricket. If you do want to get involved in the conversation, the text line is open. We've got a clear run at things for the time being for you to get your thoughts across, whether that's where you're tuning in from or what you've made of Australia's performance thus far in the Test match or indeed the series. Of course, they did get a win in the first Test, and they've steadied after a rocky end to day two. They've got a reasonable lead, and Cam Green and Steve Smith have set up a good platform here. The pitch is certainly starting to deteriorate, which is certainly not helping the cause of the Aussie batters, but it will, the bowlers certainly won't mind, given that if it continues in this state, it'll be very difficult for the West Indies to chase down any meaningful target in the latter stages of this Test match. And the other Test that is going on at the moment at Edgbaston, it is stumps on day 4. England are 3 for 72. They require 536 runs to win. The more probable outcome is that India can pick up the remaining 7 wickets on day 5 to level the series at 1 apiece. Ollie Pope is on 24 at the moment. Harry Brook on 15 not out there for the English. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Of course, we're going to take a quick break. We'll bring you the rest of that Know Your History segment right after this. Stick around. And we are in a bit of a rain delay at the moment, unfortunately. The Aussies 3 for 69, a lead of 102 runs against the West Indies with 7 wickets in hand. Well, the boys at Grenada are having a bit of a spell. I'm Matthew Donald, and navigating our way through this rain delay. Hopefully we're not too far away. In fact, news has just come through. The covers have been taken off but no yet announcement on when play will resume. But things trending in the right direction at least. The covers are off at Grenada, but as soon as we've got an update on when play will resume, we will provide that for you as soon as possible. Earlier, we were having a look at or reflecting on the Know Your History segment on Waitley's program earlier this week on the Thursday morning. Shannon Gill has a weekly segment with Jared. And they discuss, they go through the history of sport. And the theme this week was the history of the Australians in the Caribbean. And we've already gone through the origin story of that. Let's flick over to what more. We'll go back to Jared and Shannon and hear what they were talking about in that conversation.
Know Your History of Australia in the Caribbean in 1995 is the iconic series. Mick has texted through, I was a cricket mad 14-year-old when the Aussies won in 95. Remember being mesmerised by the glass-top pitch at Sabina Park. Staying up late to watch the games. We were very early adopters of Galaxy Pay TV. Needless to say, had more than a few mates around. Can also remember sending a hero fax to the team after they won the Frank Worrell, the height of technology in 1995. That was Mick. I'm living in Austria. I have to listen to the podcast of your show, so I don't get the chance to contribute live. But when I heard Shannon Gill mention the 95 Windies tour and Galaxy, my ears pricked up. I was 10 years old when they played that series, and my best mate, Paddy, had Galaxy Pay TV. I would stay at his house on weekends, and we would try to stay up and watch some of the tests. I remember we were so pumped when they won the fourth test. It seemed so unlikely back then for anyone to win a series in the Caribbean. That is from Mick in Tyrol. And Darren, I think this is on our list. Please recount the story behind the ground announcement of, can Kathy Freeman please meet Arthur Tunstall at the swimming pool, please?
It's a very 90s specific reference, that one.
That is in our notes. 1995, a flex point in cricket history.
So there's two major things that happened before we even get to the West Indies, which mean a lot in the history of cricket and in some cases sport for in Australia. Just before we leave to go to the West Indies, Mark Waugh and Shane Warne had been embroiled in a controversy where they had accused someone of offering them money to throw matches. But rumours had been swirling that they had taken payments from a bookie. Now, we all know that this ended up coming out in the public 3.5 years later and was a big controversy at the time. The ACB, as it was then, actually found this out in the weeks leading up to the West Indies tour and decided to fine them, but not suspend them and not publicise it. It was all wrapped up on the day the plane left to the West Indies. Now, if you look back and say, if that had have happened a few years later, I don't think Shane Warne and Mark Waugh would have been on that plane to the West Indies. And I don't think Australia win that series without Shane Warne and Mark Waugh in the team. So there's a huge matter there which is under the radar at the time. So there's that controversy. The controversy that was played out publicly is really interesting, and it's still something that's debated today. So before this West Indies tour, getting overseas tours on television, really haphazard, rarely happened. We'd get the Ashes, we might get a bit of New Zealand cricket because it was close by. We'd got some South Africa cricket when they first came back into Test cricket, but other than that, we never saw anything. So the series overseas before this was played in Pakistan. We never saw a skerrick of it. So we never saw overseas cricket other than England, basically, on television. In the meantime, pay TV had come to Australia. So a company called Australis buys the first pay TV licence, and they launched their service called Galaxy Pay TV on January 26, 1995. This is before Foxtel or Optus Vision or any other ones start. They announce, just before they go live, we've bought the rights to the West Indies cricket tour. So you'll be able to see this all live on Galaxy. Now, they have they're going to start a sports channel called Premier Sports Network, and that's where it will be played on. Now, this causes huge controversy because at the time we didn't know whether this series would be broadcast. The last time it was on Channel 9. And so by the time we get to February, March, and we're getting close to the series, there's probably less than 5,000 homes in Australia which actually have Galaxy Pay TV.
Yep.
Not everyone could get it. Now, there is an anti-siphoning list, which we've heard about anti-siphoning lists for years. Galaxy claim that they bought the rights before this anti-siphoning list comes into play, when Pay TV comes into play. So eventually they're actually clear that that's right. So at the same time, Channel 9, they'd apparently lost money on this 1991 tour that they went to.
Because it's a shocking time
it's
slot for
It's a bad
free-to-air
time
television.
slot. And mind you, this is not today where we basically get a broadcast that's happening in the host broadcast that goes back. In 1991, they set the full commentary team.
Yep.
So, do they really want to be involved? Did they really want to bid? They got outbidded. Galaxy offer to share the live rights with Channel 9 for a fee. Channel 9 refuse and say, we'll only partner with Galaxy if you give us exclusive rights. And Galaxy, who've just bought the rights as a pay TV station to launch themselves, you can just play a replay after the live coverage. Now, unsurprisingly, Channel 9 is told to get stuffed by everyone with that sort of ambit claim. Gets to a point, government get involved because it becomes a huge political issue. They've allowed in pay TV, and the first thing that happens, the most anticipated series, doesn't get covered by the anti-siphoning list, and at the moment we might have a situation where only 5,000 homes can see it. The Prime Minister, Paul Keating, is said to have let his Communications Minister, Michael Lee, know in plain terms that he wanted a solution. So, Channel 9 keeps refusing. SBS might step in, but eventually decline. Channel 7 said, we've got footy commitments. ABC, not interested. Government goes to Channel 10 and eventually broker a deal where the Premier Sports Network, or Galaxy, basically gives them for free. They see it as, it's a very low cost because they see it as a free advertisement for this new thing that calls pay TV. So we see it at the last minute, so that even when the commentators travel overseas, there's still no idea of whether this will be seen beyond the 5,000 homes in Australia that have Galaxy. So for the record, the PSN commentators were Mike Coward, David Hooks, Alan Border, Dean Jones, Michael Holding, Tony Cozier. And it did feel like they were still building things. This is a grab from the studio back in Australia on the day that Australia won the series.
And the Windies can't take the pressure anymore because they've lost the Frank Worrell Trophy. Australia get it after such a long spell. And a man who knows all about what it means to get the Frank Worrell Trophy. And well, it sounds like the Aussies are trying to break into the studio, Doug.
Well, it sounds very similar to what the dressing room would be like in Sabina Park right at the moment. But no, it was fantastic effort.
Construction work in the studio. They were still building their premises. And we're going to air with hammers and things happening in the background. So that is the start of pay TV. I think I'm right in saying every Australian Test match since then has been broadcast back to Australia.
Yep.
That starts then.
So this gloriously coincides with my midnight to dawn shifts on police rounds at the Herald Sun as a cadet. So so the Channel 10 coverage was on. So you'd spend your night on the road, but whenever it got back to the office, you'd be just able to watch lashings of cricket. So the 12 till 7:30 slot was absolutely perfect if you were working overnight.
Fantastic.
So that's my strong memories of it.
So there you go. There is some great memories with Gerard Whateley and Shannon Gill talking about the first time that Pay TV got involved in covering an overseas tour back in 1991 here in the Caribbean. I can tell you that the sun is shining. I can tell you that the covers are off and the stumps are up, and we're 5 minutes away from a restart here at Grenada. Adam White, Bryce McGain and Brett Sanderson are with you, with Australia to resume at 3-4-69 with Smith on 20, Green on 31. The West Indies are out doing some limbering up exercises, getting their bowlers into gear. I'm watching Cameron Green walk down the stairs. Haven't seen Steve Smith yet, but they're not far away from engaging battle because we are 4 minutes away from a restart. Barat, you said we did a sweep in the box. I was very confident with my 2 o'clock restart. We had 2:20 as an option as well, which was a bit unusual. 1:55, you said. What time are we restarting, Barat?
1:55. Yeah, look, I told you. You want to know what the winning numbers for Lotto are?
Well, there is. I know that there is one
that's
person.
True. That is true.
One German Tats Lotto or something like that, didn't they? And after just shaking your hand and getting a bit of sort of, I don't know, a bit of juju off you, whatever it was.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can give away too many details on her. Yes, I did get. If you're listening, you know, it's quite the story to hear. Just after I had become a freshly minted Australian citizen last month or 2 months ago. But yeah, I mean, we've seen nothing since we were last on, except just before the rains came during the lunch break. I don't know whether you. No, you did actually. You took pictures of them, the Grenadian Masquerade. So that was part of what Carnival is like in this part of the world, a spice mass, as our good friend Andrew Mason told us. So you had 2 or 3 men on stilts. There were some dancers, there you go, in Grenadian colours. There were some dancers with this weird beekeeper mask.
Very, very unusual setup.
They look like beekeeper masks to me.
It's a good way of describing it. Very unusual. The shorts, very much, I could see you wearing.
Yeah, that's true. Everything else about it was
except
like,
for the beehive.
This face is better behind the mask, not with the mask on. So, and then they had the Jaja dancers. So I think that's when you'll see all of them. They painted, some women in some interesting gear as well. Well, those are the Jaja dancers. So
Jaja dancers. So sounds like something you see of Star Wars. The Jaja dancers.
You do. That's what it sounds like. So they paint, especially the men. Now they paint themselves in black paint. Also, it's black paint all over them, and then they do their dance. If you've followed the Cricket Australia social medias, I think media channels, there was a welcoming committee for the Australian team when they landed in Grenada. None for us, but those dancers were in play as well, the Jaja dancers.
There you go.
That's some cultural discourse late at night or early in the morning in Australia. It's nearly 4 a.m. The umpires have walked out. Richard Kettleborough in his 93rd Test match, breaking the record. Now, no other Englishman has umpired as many Tests.
Yes, so he's gone past who?
The late great David Shepherd.
How many did Dickie Bird? How many did he umpire? He was up there.
He was up there, but I was surprised that Dickie Bird wasn't, right.
The leading.
He just felt like he was the face of umpiring in world cricket.
Yep. His unique method in which he'd hang the jumpers off his hooks on his belt and then give them out, point at them. And
Dickie Bird, 66.
That's a lot.
66 in a 23-year-long career. That's interesting because...
Only 3 a year.
Yeah, so Richard Kettleborough in 15 years has done 93 Test matches. I guess more Test nations now as well. More neutral umpires. So let's talk about all of that. Cam Green has already made he's halfway to the pitch. Steve Smith doing his usual routines, deep breaths as he does, and then he kind of jogs in.
Well, they're very much independent. The way that they're both batting, Cam Green has just let Steve Smith go. Maybe it's too much to go and try and engage, and
it is.
He's just in a zone, in a world of his own. Is Steve Smith, and he walks out completely separate. It's not a batting partnership per se. The runs they score together will be a partnership, but they're not sharing too much and they're completely different styles.
I think also Cam Green has batted enough with Steve Smith now to know to just leave him to his devices, not really communicate much with him. Because that's something you hear from a lot of batters around the world who batted with him in league cricket and obviously all his Australian teammates. At times you just can't get much out of Steve. He's in that zone.
Yeah.
He's talking to himself, so better to leave him alone. And Cam Green has a lot going through his head anyway. So I think
it did feel, though, that Smith's idiosyncrasies, which are unique, were just on steroids there in that first little session.
again,
hypersensitive.
Very over the top.
It's always an acknowledgement of batting. You can always make out batting difficulty levels, at least the way Steve Smith is seeing it, based on his idiosyncrasies and the intensity of it.
Yeah, turning up or down the dial.
Yeah. If he just comes out there and just only nodding, that means it's a flat one.
All right, the first ball of the second session, Phillip bowling to Green, who is defending away on the onside. No problems there.
Yep. And it's been stop, start. So every time you feel like Cam Green's getting some rhythm going, these rain breaks haven't helped, but that was the 85th delivery he's faced, Cam Green. That's a good sign, though. This is the longest he's batted at number 3 and the most runs he's scored at number 3.
Okay, so away we go again. Phillip bowling to Green, who gets one that rears at him. Chest high. And dropped it at his feet on the onside. If there was a bat pad, I don't think he would have been able to catch it. But it shows this uneven bounce, up and down. Mainly down, but that one was up.
Bent is back on that one, Anderson Phillip. 136 kph, probably the fastest ball he's bowled in this test match. And he's the one who bowled a couple of deliveries that just rolled down and got to the batter at around shin height. But this one did rise at him. Cam Green surprised. And now he's in two minds. Is it going to roll through? Is it going to jump at me?
Looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, that hit handle and glove. Phillip again bowls. Green has one that doesn't bounce at all. And I don't know how he did, but he got on the back foot and defended it away to point.
Okay, Australia would want to get as many runs as possible, but just the way this pitch has started playing today, you'd think they'll for now they might think of just get to 200 without too much damage.
We thought 250 at the start of play, but I think that number's coming down based on the way the pitch is playing. There's a straightish short mid-on the pitch next to the playing pitch. We didn't see that in the first session. Phillip again bowls to Green, flicking down leg side on the bounce to Hope, and it goes through Hope. As he dived away to the left, it's gone down to the rope for 4 leg byes. The score to put into the book, according to umpire Richard Kettleborough. So the lead now extends out 4 runs to the extras column.
Tie pad, I think.
Yeah, went to glance it away, and again that ball seaming. So looking to attack the stumps here is Phillip. There's 2 slips. The gully is in that catching mid-on position, so there's a big gap between a forward point and a second slip. And it's often a place where Cam Green can score, but I think they're looking to jam this into the stumps.
2 slips. Green gets onto the back foot and slashes it away backward of point, out to the rope for 4. The perfect start to the second session for Cameron Green. And he moves to 35 with that exceptional stroke backward of point.
Yeah, again,
you can't just leave a vacant ball out there.
Exactly. It's a terrible ball.
That's insanity.
It's a terrible ball, not bowling to his field at all. So what his captain wants him to do is either target the stumps or go fuller if he is bowling that wide of off stump. This was just easy pickings for Cam Green.
An early gift.
No change to the field. Green up to 35. Phillip again bowls. Green from the stumps turns into that short man on the third bounce at short mid-on, and that is the end of the over. So the first over after the resumption. Oh, no ball. So we'll have to have a re-bowl to end the over. 1 more to the score. They'll take every run here.
A lot of no balls in the first test. The West Indies, Sharma towards the end of that test. But this was the ball. This is the ball that Roston Chase wants him to bowl at the stumps.
Yep. Got to make the most of the up and down bounce. If one keeps low, it's got to be at the stumps.
Phillip again rushes in, bowls. It's wide and it's driven on the bounce to cover off the front foot by Green. So that is now officially the end of the over. 3 for 78. So that brings up the 50-run partnership on the Tyre Power scoreboard winter safety sale between Green and Smith. That no ball, retrospective no ball. Fist bump between Green and Smith. A glove punch to say well done. Let's now get another 50 between the two of us. The lead 1-1-1. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, live from Grenada where the sun is shining. So we had a fairly significant delay again post-lunch. So lunch was, 12:30 local time, meant to be to 10 past 1. And we ended up getting on at 5 to 2. So that's another 45-minute delay. So two very similar delays time-wise that we've lost. We can start earlier tomorrow, of course, and we can go later tonight. More likely to start earlier tomorrow than later tonight because the light leaves us pretty quickly here.
Andrew Mason will be picking us up at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
7:30. We've got to go to the supermarket tomorrow morning.
Oh, yes, the supermarket visit that you've been talking about for the last
3 days.
I want that flavoured yogurt. Alzari Joseph to start from the river end. Bowls a bouncer to Smith and he gets underneath it and it has to be a wide. It is a wide.
Yep. So they have decided they're going to go short to Steve Smith. 3 fielders back on the onside. So they have long leg. It's like a fine leg who's kind of a few yards in from the boundary. Deep backward square leg. They even have a fly slip on the boundary or a deep third. Justin Greavves is just in front of us.
Yeah, very fine on a second slip line. Gully in play. Roston Chase there.
So Steve Smith did fall to the short ball, but he wouldn't mind facing short balls on this pitch. This is very interesting from the West Indies.
Joseph comes in, bowls to Smith. Off his hip, just wide of bat pad. That was dangerous from Stephen. It got past. They get a single. But that was not too far away at all from Mr. Carty under the helmet. We're having a replay look here for Chemist Warehouse. What do you see, Barat? How close?
Not close enough.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was well wide away. It was closer to or away from the popping crease. So he's standing right next to or aside the popping crease. Casey Carty, parallel to it.
Yeah, he has to be forward of the crease line because there are 2 behind on the boundary. Same applies for Green, although they've brought up the fine third man, finally going finer. So they have a slip and a gully. Not anticipating Green to lift one up over the slips.
Alzari Joseph to Cameron Green up on his toes from the crease. Defending away on the offside. Positive intent, thinking about taking the single, not being able to, but the intent was there, the positivity.
I do wonder why the long leg is a few yards in, though, Bryce. We saw Bo Webster, didn't we, yesterday, just a few yards in when
the long one.
King, and he backpedaled, but didn't get to. Because the other 2 are on the rope, fine leg and deep backward square leg, more or less.
Well, I think they're anticipating they can cover a lot more ground on the miss hit. So from that area, you can go back still to the rope or you can go forward. So you're covering a bigger circle of area.
Joseph bowls. Green back and across. Pushing out on the onside. Past that bad pad to mid-wicket. No run again.
Carty's in the game. Can't get a touch, but he's in the game.
Well, he is one who hasn't dropped a catch so far.
Has one been hit to him?
No, not really.
No.
He's found himself at backward point or short leg largely.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm not sure about this plan from the West Indies. It's a slow pitch. Yes, it's up and down, and on an up and down pitch, the short ball ploy can work. But feels like there's more value out of bowling it full and targeting the stumps.
Alzari Joseph bowls to Green. Bouncer gets underneath comfortably. It's, very interesting this, especially after a restart. They're not really testing the forward defences. They're testing the patience as to whether to hit the hook shot or not hit the hook shot.
Yeah, if you're Cam Green, you don't mind this at all. Because
this is getting you in. Unless he loses patience with it and starts swinging at it and goes, well, I'm not going to duck under it for the whole day. I'll go after it. Then he's playing into their hands.
And he comes again, Alzarri Joseph, charging in. Bowls to Green. He's up on his toes again, defending. Good fast bowling here from Alzarri Joseph. Last couple of deliveries. The batsmen do still look a little uncomfortable.
Yes, they do. But if anything's worried Cam Green, it's been that line outside off stump. He's flashed a couple. There was the one away from his body, which went aerially in the direction of backward point. So he looks pretty comfortable when it's short of length at his body.
He's faced enough short pitch bowling. WA, Perth. It's not really a spot of vulnerability, though. Change of angle now.
Yeah, I have heard when
around the wicket.
When a baby is born in Perth, they bowl a bounce as soon as it comes out. Yeah, it's
just to test it out. No, he's not going to go over. No, he's not going around the wicket. I like that. So if the men in the deep are now forced in front of square as the bat pad now goes to a leg gully behind square.
Joseph bowls to Green, a bouncer, and he ducks underneath. So, end of the over, interesting tactics. It is a bit of a standoff, a stalemate, isn't it? SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, 2 overs since the resumption. Australia 3 for 80. Three for 80 SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam White, Brett Sanderson and Bryce McGain with you. 2 slips in play here as Phillip continues to Smith, who's back defending to the bowler off the back foot.
So similar feel to what we saw for Anderson Phillip in the previous over to Cam Green. So they have that shot mid-on in between batter and umpire in front of the popping crease. So there's no point going short with Anderson Phillip. So he'll be targeting the stumps. And Steve Smith, like he did before the lunch break, staying very still, not getting into that trademark back and across trigger movement, just because he doesn't trust the bounce on this pitch anymore.
Phillip again to Smith, who from the stumps just steers to mid-wicket, no run.
Just speaking on that, we touched on it briefly before the break as well. It takes a class batter to be able to do that mid-game or mid-innings. He just faced 2 balls and said, nah, this is what I'm going to do. And that's really is the genius of Steve Smith. It's the slight alterations he's able to make without any fuss while he's out there in the middle.
No, it's truly mastery of the art of batting to adapt how you play given the conditions and what's been bowled at you.
Phillip again to Smith, getting forward, lunging forward almost, bat and pad close together, trying to almost get his leg outside the line of the stumps if he got hit, so he couldn't be given out LBW. It was almost an exaggerated movement from Smith.
Also immediately indicating that kept low. Not to anybody, just to himself.
Just a reinforcement, isn't it? There it is. Okay, now that kept low.
That kept low. It's like he's
forward defence. That kept low. Right, watching. It's programming. He's his own AI tool.
He is. It's a good way of putting it.
Halfway through his over here, Phillip bowls to Smith, who defends again from the stumps. That one probably keeping low and moving back a little bit. The reason I say that is because that's what Steve Smith just told me from out there in the middle with his hand gestures. Low, coming in.
Told himself, you mean.
and everyone else in the venue.
We're just the audience.
Well, he told the next batsman and everyone else back in the shed.
Do you think he even knows he's doing it?
No, I think it is very subconscious of him. He just does it.
Because I'll explain why I asked you that question after this ball, because there's something that he did before lunch that I didn't like so much. Phillip bowls here to Smith, driving, caressing through the covers. Nice shot. Just pushing through the gap between mid-off and cover and coming back for a couple of runs. In the ball before lunch, where there was the appeal for the LBW when he went to play the pull shot, immediately he uses his hands, go high, high. Now, I don't think he's actually intentionally doing that to tell the umpire, that's not out, mate, it's high, 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 high. I think it's just something he does involuntarily.
He does.
But it is annoying. It's a bad thing to do because it's not a good... You don't want the kids doing that. You don't want others doing that sort of thing because that is not in the spirit of the game. But I don't think he realises he's doing it.
No, he doesn't. But if you're the opposition, you can really... Because he's always honest with these things.
3 for 82. Smith this time from the stumps. Leg stump turns into the onside, and that is the end of the over. We'll come back to it after the over. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. 3 for 82 the score. Three for 82.
So just to go back to Steve Smith, because he's so honest about what the ball has done or what he thinks the ball has done, I've always felt, and you can see it, at times it looked like he's telling the opposition captain whether they should go for the review or not. He's not doing that. But he'll look at them and go, no, that went down. It went down. Like, why are you going for the review? And most times he's right. So you can use those things as a cue if you are the opposition captain.
Yeah.
And you know for a fact that he's not going to, intentionally take you down a path which he's not trying to trick you. He's been honest. So around the wicket now, Joseph.
Leg slip.
This is always bodyline sort of tactics here from Elzari Joseph. Let's see how he goes. It's short. Green goes for it. Gets high on the bat. Second bounce out into the deep. So he had a crack. He knew it was coming and he tried to hit it up onto the hill behind the grandstand.
Wouldn't
a single.
Wouldn't have made for a great replay if it hit it down the fielder's throat.
No.
It's just the first ball from around the wicket. We just spoke about the patience you did, Whitey, in the previous over, of whether he'll be able to resist it. Especially with that angle from around the wicket. You are risking it getting a top edge or not making the right kind of contact.
He was just a bit late on it, and it was because the bat was low to high. Didn't have the toe of the bat up high and can quickly move it into place right up on the stickers and didn't reach the men in the outfield.
Similar sort of field now with Smith on strike. He goes back to a ball that goes across him from around the wicket. He blades it into backward point, no run.
So clearly, this is a ploy that the West Indies have discussed during the rain break. Darren Sammy as captain used to use Fidel Edwards in this fashion. Remember?
Yes, yeah, yep.
Around the wicket, short pitch ploy. Often used to be Ravi Rampal, Fidel Edwards and Darren Sammy, the three seamers. So Sammy couldn't do this, but Fidel was the quickest he had.
Well, they're using a cross-seam delivery as well, so they're mixing up the variation.
Third man in place too here as well as Smith from the stumps this time. Just back of a length, turning into mid-wicket.
So trying to maximise, if the ball hits the seam, it'll stand up a bit. If it hits on the leather side, it'll skid through. So the ball clearly, in terms of the bowling team, have decided it's not swinging, so we'll try this sort of strategy. This can often rough up a side as well to then revert back to a moving ball a bit later on, and they've shown they can move the new ball and old ball, all the bowlers in the West Indies lineup. So 5 overs of this sort of stuff can actually set up the ball for more movement.
Alzari Joseph closer to the stumps, bouncer way over the top of Smith, and it was a spectacular catch by Shea Hope above his head. I'm surprised it wasn't called a wide. That was almost still going up as it got to Hope.
Real jack-in-a-box. Leaping up to take it one-handed way above his head.
That's the last thing we need. Adrian Holstock signalling a wide while the West Indies are bowling.
Well, he did do it. That's miles over the top
It
of
is,
Smith.
it
That's
is.
ridiculous. It's definitely a wide. What's he looking at?
The West Indies dressing room, maybe.
Smith on 23. 2 balls left in the over. Still around the wicket. Joseph bowls to Smith. And he guides that one into the gully. That one got big on him. Sort of chest high. Kind of followed Smith. He just opened the blade and straight into the gully. It's sort of a wideish gully. It's almost a really short backward point rather than a gully, because there is the gully which is Roston Chase. What do you see on the Chemist Warehouse replay, gentlemen?
Not too dissimilar to the shot he got out to on 9,999 at the SCG. And for all money, it looked like he'll bring up that 10,000th run in front of his home fans. He did it in goal.
That's right.
In front of us.
Alzari Joseph close to the umpire, bowls, and Smith manoeuvres that one past bat pad with a horizontal bat just to forward square leg out in the deep for a single. It was unconventional, but it was effective. He got a run for it. 24 to Smith, 36 to Green, 3 for 84, and that is on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Phillip starts a new over, and Smith just again opens the blade off the back foot, gliding it into backward point, no run.
I remember we were talking about it on day one because of the lack of pace in this pitch, that the short cover, short mid-wicket, short mid-on catching positions will come into play, and they have. Again, it's not just the uneven bounce here, but some balls are flying and some are just stopping at the batter. Not easy to score runs.
Short cover, really in the face of Steve Smith as Phillip comes in again to bowl, and Smith just drops it at his feet. No run, he says, as it dribbles away on the offside.
I'm just speaking to a couple of former West Indian cricketers turned commentators at the back. They expect the Sabina Park to be, if anything, even more difficult to bat on, especially with the pink ball, but it's the pitches of late over there. So, supposed to be fill your boots up. But that's supposed to be the theme for this series from an Australian perspective. Not really turning out to be the case.
Phillip bowls to Smith, drives brilliantly, square drive. There's 4 of them there for that shot, and he's evaded all of them. And that's as good as Steve Smith has been through this match. Bit of width, freed the arms, away it went.
And how happy was he with that shot? When he puts his hand up in that fashion, it means the timing was perfect, the placement was perfect. And if you were stood anywhere close to him, you would have heard him say, "That's well done, Stephen."
He's in a zone here. Looks ominous for the West Indies, I must say.
He's on 28. Phillip again rushes in, bowls to Smith. Got one that kept a little low, that was on off stump, and Smith is able to keep it out, defending down the offside of the pitch.
First test match for Steve Smith in the Caribbean in 10 years. Just generally like batting against them, home and away.
I think he would have enjoyed batting against them more now, the West Indies, than if he had to come here in the 80s.
Yeah, sure. Especially those who had to make their debuts against them.
That's right.
And the stories of Martin Crowe, Dean Jones as well.
Yep. Phillip again bowling. Smith gets one again that comes back at him, but he plays it well, opening the blade, backward of point, down towards the rope. It's well timed. It won't get there. Chase keeps it in play. They only get 2. Green was keen to come for 3, but Smith, for whatever reason, was just a bit slower than Green, so they only got the 2. And that was ball number 5 of the over. So 3 for 90, Smith into the 30s now.
Gee, he played that late under his eyes. It was a ball that was still coming back in, and that's where Phillip was trying to attack into Smith. But by playing it so late under his eyes, it opened up where that gap is as well. So Steve Smith worked on this when Andrew McDonald first became coach, being able to stay more leg side of the ball to open up his scoring, particularly in one-day cricket, to the offside, because he was so good through the onside, and teams were plugging up and stacking the field on that side.
Last ball of the over, Smith defending to short cover, playing from the crease. That was a quick ball there from Phillip, 139. It felt quick.
Gets it through.
It just came up on the screen on our Chemist or Warehouse replay screen. So 123 the lead, 3 for 90 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. So just repeating here that there has been that 45-minute delay after lunch for rain. We'll be going through until 3:55 local time. So back in Australia, Eastern Standard Time, 5:55 until tea. And then it'll be 4:15 local time through until it gets too dark. And we'll definitely be coming back early tomorrow. There's been a change of gloves for both batsmen, a drink, and now we're having some issues with the ball. It's not getting through the rings. So we're going to have a change, which probably suits the West Indies, because the ball really wasn't doing too much, Bryce, was it?
No, and I think the rain delays have impacted the way they like to prepare the ball. And it can do that. A bit of moisture gets into the seam and it becomes a very bland ball. It's gone soft and there was nothing they could do. Now they're looking for something that was it's going to be a bit more lively. A harder ball will be selected out of the box. Roston Chase, he is an eager onlooker. 3 umpires looking at the treasure briefcase of balls, and he's right in amongst it going, hey, what about this one over here? This looks like about 20 overs old. I reckon we go with that. Maybe a bit earlier. There's a lot of writing on this, like nice little buff on it.
Yeah, I think whichever ones Roston Chase picked from the box, they asked him to put it back in, and they've picked one for him.
We can't give you that. That's 10 overs old.
It's like a child in a supermarket.
Yes, but these balls will be dry and not affected with the outfield. Now, it has dried out now. So, and what we have noticed, even in the first test, the replacement ball, very often, because it was harder, does move around. So this might be an interesting phase. Suddenly batting might change from a dead wicket, soft ball, it's like an overripe avocado, and now a fresh ball.
And look at the field. So I wonder if the short ball ploy was to get the ball changed, because they've completely gone off the short ball ploy.
Yep.
It is Jaden Seals, so it's not Alzari Joseph anymore from the river end. But still, as soon as they change the ball, they've gone back to their key bowler.
All right, so one slip and a gully and a short mid-on are the catches. Jaden Seals bowls to Green, who lunges forward in defence back to the bowler. So that might be the end of the around the wicket short pitch bowling for a while, with it not quite working for Alzari Joseph, but Green was very nearly out, holing out to the man in the deep but forward square leg.
2 for 10 in his 9 overs. Jaden Seals bowled really well. got himself the 2 wickets last evening, but maybe a little unlucky this morning. He's been in play in pretty much every spell he's bowled in this series.
Seals has 2 for 10. He bowls to Green, who just nurses it off his hip behind square leg for a single to move to 37. And the other thing about Seals' bowling here, Bryce, 2 for 11 off 9.2 overs, so his economy rate is excellent. Not only is he taking wickets, but he's not going for too many runs.
No, he hasn't missed much at all. No junk, no loose deliveries. Very, very disciplined.
There's a shot of Jeff Marsh on our screen. He's dozing off in the stands, much like Andrew Mason is in the back of the commentary box.
And someone has just told Jeff Marsh that the camera's on him.
Jaden Seals to Smith, who plays away from his body there. That did move away in the air.
Hello.
Smith followed it, but was able to steer it comfortably to point. But I'm not sure Smith would have done that if he had his time again.
Oh, no, there's a child running up.
No, it's a big child, I think.
Oh,
it's a big child wandering around aimlessly above the side screen, about to go into one of the rooms.
Been packed off. You know what happened in the first innings?
Oh, no.
The blonde child hasn't been seen ever since.
He hasn't been, you're right. And that's exactly right. Got the child to move. Out next ball. Smith on 30 waits for Jaden Seals, who bowls now, and Smith inside edge onto the pad.
Could not have happened.
Very nearly through the gate. Very nearly inside edge pad back to the bowler on the follow through. There was a lot going on in that delivery, Brat.
It was, inside edge. And yeah, Steve Smith wasn't very happy with the way he played that one. The reaction from him right after was that, but what are the odds him getting out once again because someone was moving behind the side screen at the same end? Almost did.
Seals again. Smith hit on the pad. This is close. This is very close. The Windies really like it. The umpire says no.
Well, Steve Smith immediately put his bat up.
King is indicating he's the short mid on.
Yeah, and
he's got a good
Chase
view.
as well.
He's going no.
Yeah. Immediately. Just mentioned it a couple of hours ago. Always look for Steve Smith. He'll give you the cue.
Okay, they're not going upstairs for IMAR for Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13 IMAR. We're yet to see a Chemist Warehouse replay. It may have also been starting to tail down leg, but it was that awkward length. It wasn't going over the top.
Yeah, you'll see immediately puts his bat up.
Probably heading down.
I'm not sure he hit that.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, his bat was close to pad. Maybe. There you go. Yes, he did.
Okay, he did.
I told you he's honest, Adam White.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, honest is one way of putting it. Seals bowl. Smith punching into extra cover, taking a run to Shamar. Joe Smith throws at the striker's end. He is safe green at that end, even if he hit. Over bowled. Bit going on in that over. 2 from it. Seals 2 for 12 from 10 overs. The Australians 3 for 92. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Don't forget the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. I just don't like when Smith puts the bat up like that. Okay, he hit it, that's fine, but you're not the umpire, you're the batter. A short mid on and a short cover with Smith on strike. And he plays it nicely off the front foot through cover point. And he'll come back for 2 with the sweeper there. Smith has to rush back, but gets there in the end quite comfortably. Smith to 33, 3 for 94 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail.
Field just didn't have that man sweeping the point boundary till a couple of overs ago. So West Indies also realizing these runs are coming very quickly, but more fluently than they were in the morning
steadily.
session.
4 runs and over since the lunch break. And the rain delay all tied into one. Smith this time again drives square of the wicket on the offside out to the sweeper, this time only the single. So Smith to 34, Green 37, 3 for 95. Don't forget also, you know this listening to SEN, it is the home of live sport, AFL, NRL, State of Origin, the cricket, the Matildas and their upcoming games against Panama, all right here live on SEN and the SEN app.
Many of the crowd here listening in on SEN Stadium.
Green tapping away. 2 slips in play, waiting for Phillip. Green plays and misses, wafting at one outside off stump. He hasn't had a lot of the strike over the last 15 minutes or so, and I think that's maybe part of the reason why he had a loss of concentration there. He just hasn't really been in the game.
Just chased a wide one, didn't he?
That's almost how Constas got out in the first innings.
Very similar to that.
It's way outside the iron line, and he's vulnerable out there.
He is.
In the first innings, he nicked one out there, went to gully. There's no gully in play. We've got a first slip and a wide second slip, and a big gap where he likes to score.
This time, cuts it away, backward of point, off the front foot, and out to the rope for 4. Into the 40s goes Cameron Green. He liked the look of that width, and he hits it to the boundary.
Yeah, second time he's picked up a boundary of Phillip in that direction. The last one was much finer. This time in front of square, and just the way he rocks back. Similar to the shot he attempted of Greavves and got out in the second innings in Barbados. This time, lack of pace. Once again, just sat up. You just can't bowl short if you're Phillip, and the fielder has dropped back to the boundary for Green as well now.
On that wide ball, the ball before, it did swing a little bit away from the right-hander.
Phillip bowls to Green, shoulders arms. So it feels at the moment the West Indies are kind of chasing the game and chasing where the ball goes and just putting a man there after it happens, rather than being proactive in how they're setting their field.
Well, in Barbados, they had a solution. Every time Australia had a partnership of sorts, they just threw the ball to Shamar Joseph. But here, so far, it doesn't work the same way.
No, and he hasn't bowled nearly as much.
Yeah, 7 overs, none for 23. I suspect he's hurting a bit. I think he's really feeling the pinch of that first test. Exactly the scenario. They kept throwing him the ball, but he looked tired.
Phillip bowls to Green. He goes swinging again outside off stump, trying to crush it through the covers off the front foot, and he misses. Frustration for the West Indies. Over bowled, 3 for 99 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. So we take a break, and Andrew Mason, he'll join you next.
So a partnership of 71 for wicket number 4. The lead is 132. The Australians are in a comfortable position here. The West Indies trying everything, using the short ball, but we saw in the last over, Bryce, that the importance of pitching the ball up is very much on show here with some balls that are leaving the batsman. I prefer really to mix it up. There's an element of predictability with Joseph Bowling. He's not in the attack now, and just try to keep the batsman guessing. But at the moment, Australia 99 for 3 are in control.
Yeah, Andrew, I think the change of ball is showing there's a bit of movement.
Yep.
So, change of bowling.
Here's the delivery, which is on the line of the middle stump as it's Seals ball into Smith. He pushes to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, so Phillip was able to get that ball to swing a couple of times.
Yep.
It was a fuller, wider delivery. He took Green on the ride on the big drive and wasn't far away from taking the outside edge. So some signs that the replacement ball, after they bashed it into the wicket cross seam for a good 20 minutes, put it out of shape, and they've got themselves a fresh ball now that's doing a little bit.
Seals again comes into ball to Smith, who's covering up the ball in the off stump, pushes out towards cover. There's no run. And then, of course, Phillip doesn't really have the pace to be banging the ball in short. It's better for him to pitch it up. He's that kind of a ball that will keep it tight and pick up wickets here and there. We haven't seen Greavves as yet. Are you surprised?
I think Phillip has bowled he's bowled a couple of loose balls to Cam Green and he's been hit for boundaries, but just the two balls where he had Cam Green, where he dragged Cam Green away from his body and just flashing at them, that'll keep him and give him at least 2 more overs.
Here is Seals comes into bowl to Smith, and Smith is driving through cover. 4 runs. Pitched up, launches into the drive, through cover and extra cover, and that's gone away for 4. He goes to 38. It's 103 for the loss of 3. What a way to bring the 100 from a very, very good player.
Well, that was there to be driven. Jaden Seals was very disappointed with himself.
Yep, overpitched.
That was a half volley to Steve Smith. All he had to do was pick any of those gaps on offer through the offside, and he chose the right one.
So now they plug up that gap, so the short mid-on goes across to a short cover.
Yep.
You know who they do need? Your man, Andrew.
Yep.
Warrican.
Yeah. Here's Seals, comes up now, bolts to Smith. Smith is along the ball to go outside and the off. Not all that far, but his judgment is impeccable. Maybe he's a mathematician. Goes by to be taken by the keeper. Are you surprised that we haven't seen Roston Chase? This is now over number 35.
Yeah, these guys would be, particularly Smith would be a very difficult one to bowl to.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Very difficult bowling off spin.
Yeah.
The left arm orthodox. Now that's a different story.
I think the rain breaks have ensured that they've kept going back to Seals and the two Josephs and Phillip. But yeah, I think Greavves is a great option. He's been very effective in this series in breaking partnerships.
I agree.
Seals again comes in to bowl to Smith, and to this delivery, Smith is getting on with cups back, and with an appeal for leg before Nolo says the umpire are going to go upstairs or not. A ball that jagged back, and it seems as if they're not going to go upstairs, but a good delivery.
A little bit of inside edge and late movement in. Lively ball.
Lively ball, but speaking of lively, someone in our box just is. I think we might need some ice in the box. Adam White does not like what Steve Smith is doing. This time he really held his bat up. So, and the previous over when there was an LBW shout, it was more a hint at, okay, I hit it. This time he held his bat up. You'd get told off in junior cricket for doing that.
Yeah.
Here's Seals, comes up now in bowls to Smith, and Smith is covering up and steering the ball down to go. That's a good delivery. And it goes down towards Chase, the captain, who comes across. It says right at gully, falling to the ground to stop it, to end the over. Green has got 34. Smith is on 38. 3 for 103 is the latest score here in St. George's. All right, well, moments ago speaking about Shamar Joseph, And Bryce made the observation. He thinks he's a bit tired. He's back in the attack now.
He is. So can he make the impact or have the impact he did repeatedly in the first test? Every time he was thrown the ball, thrice he took a wicket in his first over of a spell.
That lead has gone to 136. Here's Shamar Joseph as he comes in to bowl to Green. He's up and bowls to Green. Green gets one, keeps low on the back foot, digs it out. What a first delivery to get.
Yeah, once again, it's off that length. Few have kept really low. This one wasn't as low or didn't keep as low as the ones that we saw from Anderson Phillip. You are listening to us on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. And the voice that you hear is of Andrew Mason.
Andrew Mason, you sound like a Jamaican. You've got some EC dollars there.
Yeah.
Wonderful indeed.
As you do.
Currency is pretty strong, you know. EC.
It is good. Not as good as the Bajan dollar.
Here is Joseph. Comes in and bowls. Good tight delivery on that off stump again. Green is back. The ball follows him. And he plays it rather jerkily down to that point here. There's no run. Immediately you can see the difference in pace coming from Shamar Joseph.
So, a lot of our listeners still hanging in with us. It's 4:45 in Sydney and Melbourne. So there's a message here saying Smith would have made tons for fun in the 80s. As someone who started doing test commentary 1983 before some of us were born.
Yeah, indeed.
You would be the one to say.
Shamar Joseph comes up now. He's in bowls to Green. Green is beaten outside the off stump. Wow, a delivery that was outside the off stump. He spotted it rather nervously. There was nothing it carried to the keeper. Losing pace very quickly, but another good over, another good delivery. Look at that. Ooh, sparred at that. Well bowled.
Weirdly played by Cam Green. That back foot was going towards the leg stump.
Yep.
Yeah, the West Indies are enjoying this ball that they've got. There was, as Bryce McGain said, they were getting no joy out of the ball that has been replaced. So maybe the short ball ploy has worked in getting the umpires to give them a new one.
Shamar Joseph comes up now to bowl to Green. Green off the back foot, nibbles at that. Good carry to the keeper, good bounce there. Outside the off stump, goes by to be taken by the keeper. Whenever Shamar Joseph is bowling, something always seems to happen.
Yeah, it does. And every time you think Cam Green is looking good or looking settled at the crease, he just has these periods of play. And just in the last couple of overs from the Darbo end, twice in the Anderson Phillip over, he just flashed at full deliveries and almost got an edge. Now, back-to-back deliveries, he just seems hurried by Shamar Joseph.
I know there are two slips and the gully. Here's Shamar Joseph. Comes up now, bowls to Green. Green covers up. This is a different length, a different line on the mill stump. Plays slightly around it, up towards that mid-on area for the other Joseph to pick it up, and there's no run.
Yeah, it will be a difficult innings to judge. It will depend on what happens from here. So if, say, you had a deadline in the next 10 minutes, Andrew, which is generally when I started writing, back in my deadline days, it would be a very difficult innings to judge. Yes, he's got 41 runs, but has he looked 100% convincing? Maybe not. Some shots have stood out. Yeah, it's just getting there, though. One innings at a time. He's faced 108 deliveries as the deep backward square leg. Casey Carty, that man, who I think has run more kilometers than anyone in Grenada in the last few days.
Yeah.
Drops back to the fence.
Here is Shamar Joseph comes in and bowls. Good delivery. Outside line the off, some of the good save as well. They get the single. That was one outside line the off. So the batsman played it. Went down towards the general direction of backward point. Chase had to move a long way across from gully to pick it up. Didn't pick up cleanly. The ball actually went behind him, and they got the run. But the end of a good over, an over in which the batsman was tested. 3 for 104 is the latest score in St. George's.
Change of gloves and a drink for Cameron Green, and that spray has been brought out again for Steve Smith. And well, this looks like a impromptu drinks break just for the Aussies. So be surprised if the West Indian reserve players don't run out some drinks as well. Richard Kettleborough just getting involved, asking them to get a move on.
Yeah, he is. The hands akimbo as well.
Yes.
Yeah, doesn't look very happy about it.
He has the teapot pose. We've already lost a lot of play today because of the rain. And he's...
But can he stop them from coming on?
You can.
You can? Okay.
You definitely can as an umpire.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, so
that's a warning. Yeah, they've been coming on quite consistently. But this really has been a good show by the Australians. I mean, they lost 2 wickets late yesterday, and these two have come out. They lost Lyon, caught by Campbell at Thursip off an outswinger from Alzawi Joseph for 8. It was then 3 for 28. It's now gone to 104 for 3. So it's a good partnership. Australians are known fighters. Here's Seals. Comes up now. He's in bowls. Ball in the line to the leg stump. Worked away neatly the forward square. Lovely turn of the wrist and impact as he came inside of his stumps. Green gets 1 to go to 43. And the score goes up to 105 for 3. Barrett.
Yeah, that line doesn't bother him at all. Or hasn't bothered him. So I wouldn't mind just getting a breather at the non-striker's end. See deep breaths. Just a quick chat with himself just to calm him down.
Mm-hmm.
At the other end, Steve Smith, twice in the last 2 overs, he's had his inside-edged balls onto his pads. And you'd expect Seals to keep attacking.
Well, he's got 2 for 70. He's in and bowls. One upside the line, the off stump. And steered away down to that backward point area. There is no run.
Once again, there was some moment after that ball pitch just straight and surprised Steve Smith. He was impressed with that delivery.
Yeah, we seem to have got some more spectators in today. Yeah. Have a look at that.
And from a distance, looks like a lot of Grenadians have.
Yeah.
They've kept their word. They've kept your word.
Yeah.
That they'll show up after they visit the markets on Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm. Big thing, of course, in the Caribbean. As Seals is in and bowls. One that's almost cutting the batsman in half. Started on the line of the stump, cutting into him shortly, but he's good enough to just pull the bottom hand away, glide it down to that backward square area for 1. A lot of the Australians are staying at my hotel, and they certainly are enjoying it, and they're here. Not as many as in Barbados. You think some would have gone home, or they've all come?
They're all
really?
here on the island.
Okay, on the island. Okay.
But just looking at that group, I think that's the Jeff Marsh Merv Hughes group.
Okay.
I think some of them are sick of each other. They're spread out.
Yeah, not close enough. Here is Seals again. Comes into bowl to Green, who's 43, and he allows the wide ball to go by. You could see the swing away. You've got a good view and looking over the keeper's head, but it was too wide to influence the shot. Cam Green just walks away down towards square leg and is kept on 43.
Yeah, Cam Green just looking up at the big screen to see if he can get a replay. Just wants to see how much that ball moved.
Yep.
But, well, he's not going to get that. Instead, he can just check out some locals. Look, more locals who have arrived at the Grenada National Stadium. We saw a performance, didn't we? The masquerade during lunch break.
Yeah.
Men on stills. Women in colourful attire.
Here is Seals. Comes up now. Bowls to Green. Green is getting in and swing. I'll get run, says the ball is steered down to third man. 1 will get a second. And may even contemplate the third. In the end, they say no, as Casey Carty, who has done a lot of work in the field, picks it up about 2 or 3 meters inside the boundary, and they stay on 2 to carry Green to 45 with visions of getting to his half century. We want to go on, and the score is up to 108 for 3 with 1 to come in over number 37, Barrett.
I'm still intrigued by the tour group there and why they're so spread out and not sitting next to each other. I've never been on one. Not sure when you start getting on each other's nerves.
Where's Carl Hooper's group?
Oh, the Jason Gillespie group. I think they're somewhere there.
Okay. 43, Carl said he brought. Here Seals comes up now, bowls to Green. Green is kind of one which pops off the pads, maybe some bat down to fine leg. We'll come back for the second. We look at the umpire as the ball cut across him with some bounce. Yes, there was clear bat into that. And it went behind the keeper, back for the second to end the over. So Green is on 47. Smith has got 39, 110 for 3. Time for drinks.
flips. Green gets
10 for 3. The players are refreshing themselves. Gives us a chance to look back at what has happened so far on day 3 of the second test. Starting the day on 2 for 12. Lyon at that stage was on 2, Green on 6. Well, Lyon was caught by Campbell at Thursabov. Alzawi Joseph 8. It was then 3 for 28. But these two have carried the score up to 110 without any further loss. And they've batted very, very well. It's an important partnership. A couple of things could have happened this morning. The West Indies could have gotten quickly into the middle order, and then the tail that didn't happen. And I think these two have done a very good job. In fact, they've added some 82 runs in an unbroken stand for wicket number 4. And that, in my view, is very decisive on a pitch which has not been the easiest for batting. But, of course, the top batsman will find a way to get runs. Seals, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 22. And Alzawi Joseph, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22 wicket takers. Shamar Joseph, 8 overs, no maidens, done for 24. And Phillip, 9 overs, no maidens, done for 32. So we've brought you up to date. And as the players are prepared to continue the action, let's go cast the bat.
Yeah, all those numbers for Tyre Power Scoreboard, Winter Safety Sale, and you are listening to us on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes and for the Henley Breakthrough Collection. Bill from only 227,000
and 900
Australian dollars.
Yes, indeed.
Not EC, not Guyanese, not Bajan.
No.
Not yet.
Not yet. Over the years coming to the Caribbean, do you have a nice collection of the currencies across the Caribbean?
I do, yeah. Going back to the first time I came here in 2000.
Do you have the Trinidadian dollar?
Yeah, very much so. It used to be one US was 6 Trini back then.
In fact, in Ghana, they've got $5,000 note now, you know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, $5,000 notes, yeah.
That sounds the Indian connection in Guyana is growing.
It's tremendous.
India does have $5,000 notes, or 5,000 rupee notes. Yeah. Just during the drinks break, some treatment from the physio for Steve Smith. I think it once again had to do with that pinky finger.
Yeah. So we're just about to continue. As it's going to be Shamar Joseph, who comes from Guyana, should have a lot of Guyanese dollars. He's in and bowls to Smith. And Smith is swinging at a ball that keeps low outside the line of the off stump. Where did that come from? It was a wild shot. It was outside the off stump. Talk to me about that.
That didn't keep low. That just rolled on the ground.
Oh.
Well, we've seen a few keep low.
Look at that. Oh.
All right.
Well, in the Caribbean, we call that a rat.
A rat?
Yeah, a rat, yeah. Oh my golly. Look at Smith.
I know. The ball did go under. It's like a rat going under the door.
Yeah.
We get
it's called
those
a rat,
in the Adelaide Hills. That's what it felt like. Luckily, most of these deliveries have been slightly outside off stump, but the pitch beginning to die out further and further.
Yeah, here is Joseph. This is Shamar. He's in and balls. Outside the off stump beats him. That's a nervous little push and prod outside the off stump. Very close to the outside edge. Well bowled, Joseph.
Well bowled, Joseph, and well picked the umpires, is what the West Indies are saying about this ball, the replacement ball. It is moving a lot.
Yeah.
Look at that. Off the pitch, and then after it passed the bat as well, it kept going. So Steve Smith, slightly disappointed, just got sucked into it.
Well, the two slips waiting as he starts to move it again. There's a cover and mid-off. In comes Shamar Joseph. He's in and bowls to Smith, and Smith is off the back foot and will get a single. Doesn't time it very well, but it goes out towards the cover fielder, and that cover fielder has to move across to the left to pick it up, and he gets a single. But what a batsman he is. You were supposed to pick an all-time Australian side 2 days ago. People have been sending me WhatsApp messages and saying that you've chickened out.
Chickened out?
Yeah, you have.
Oh,
maybe you had too much of Dexter's last night.
Not really. Though Dexter did give
shrimp.
us a lot.
Oh, you had shrimp, huh?
I had the shrimp.
Yeah, lovely. You enjoyed it at Dexter's last night?
I did.
Adam Collins seemed to water the second portion.
He did.
Here is a delivery from Shamar Joseph. Says on the line, the off-stump pushed away down towards cover. The batsman takes an exploratory step, then returns to base. Talk to me.
Just to give you guys, everyone listening, some context.
Yes.
So we had a team dinner last night with Tony from Henley Homes, who make all of this possible for us. SAN Test Cricket. They're the ones who bring you the action and allow us to come to these beautiful parts of the world to call cricket.
Yep, well done.
And so we went for a team dinner to Dexter's. Which
and you made the selection. Please tell people that. And not Adam Collins. Here is a delivery from Shamar Joseph, which is on the leg stump, comes right across the stump. So we got a single, got a run in, because the field at mid-on had to come across to the right. And it wasn't hit with a lot of power. And it went behind the non-strike. So it was his call. He called the batsman through, and they got the run. Talk to me again.
So Dexter's is run by this local legend called Dexter, who has his own house and his own hill and his own street, which is called Dexter's Hill Road. And once you get there, it's a 5-course meal. And I think it's the presentation that really makes it a special place as much as the food itself.
Here's Shamar Joseph, comes up now to bowl to Smith into this delivery. Smith is swiping upside the off stump. That's not the Smith that we know. That's a very ordinary shot. That's a get-out kind of a shot there. He gets away with it to win the over. 112 for 3. Green is on 48. Smith is on 40.
That's a wild shot from Steve Smith. His head went all over the place, just stand and deliver, and he was a bit surprised with himself. So was Shamar Joseph. I don't think he expected Steve Smith to attempt a shot like that. But yeah, so Dexter himself comes and tells you, describes each course, and you get to choose your main course and your dessert. And the presentation
was good. Yeah,
Adam Collins, I think, made sure he recorded a voice note.
Yeah,
he did. So
wonderful.
It's something about listening to a super chef describe the food that he's just about to cook for you in his own kitchen, in his own house, on his own hill. And it lived up to the hype as well.
Yeah, he was very good. I saw you had the nutmeg ice cream.
Oh, that was special.
Very good indeed. Here is Seals comes in and bowls. And I suppose he needs the nutmeg ice cream to get a wicket here. Now, with that delivery, there's the batsman coming right across green and pushing down towards mid-arm. There is no run.
So this country does take a lot of pride in its nutmeg production. It might sound odd to those not from here, but it's called the Spice Island. They mentioned a few times they even have a nutmeg on their national flag. So it was only natural that I would pick the nutmeg flavor.
I would imagine, yes. I had it too. It was pretty good. Made me jog even harder this morning. Here is a delivery, which is on the line of the off stump, bowled by Jaden Seals. Off the back foot goes Green, steers it down to point. There's no run. He's hard working. There's no question about that. Cam Green, he's 48 from 117 balls, but the value of the occupation of the crease has been tough, and he's really batted with steely resolve here with the Australians losing a couple of wickets. And that's what you do. You respond to a crisis, and he's done it with a performance worthy of commendation. He's gone to 48 with visions of getting to his half-century, and will keep the tongues wagging in support, I would imagine. He comes up now, Seals, and Bolton. He's forward and whips it up towards that mid-wicket here. There's no run. And the fielder up at mid-wicket, Craig Brathwaite, hits the stumps. At least he has to do some of his 100th death. He got a duck, and through there hit the stumps. The batsman's back foot was firmly grounded. So 3 for 112. I think we should go to Wall Street tonight. That's down in Grenans, a lovely concoction of various local foods as well. But I was there 13 years ago. I certainly enjoyed it. It's a long time. Yeah, indeed. So we're going to go to Wall Street tonight. Thanks to Dexter's for some wonderful food in Grenada. Haven't had the oil dongas yet. Think we should have it tomorrow morning, don't you think?
Has to. I have to have it before I leave.
After Bryce goes to the supermarket. Here's the delivery, which is on the off stump boat by Seals. And coming on the back foot is Green pushing out to come. They've been trying to go to the supermarket now for days.
They have. Adam White in particular.
Is it where they live that they can't get there?
I have no idea. Every morning I wake up, Adam White is talking about going to the supermarket. Every night I go to bed, he's talking about going to the supermarket. Just that he hasn't got himself down there.
No. Not as yet.
Yeah, well,
there's still some time left on this tour. You guys will travel up to Jamaica, so you can maybe do it in the next 2 or 3 days. So it's going to be a change in the field now.
Yeah, Craig Brathwaite just dropping back. Let's see where he ends up. Does he go all the way to the rope? Deepish square legs, so not all the way back, so maybe just bluff.
Here is Seals in Bolson. He's 4 drives to the bowlers. Swings a long way down the return. He's going to continue to get back home safely. That was the drive. They went through the bowler's hand, but there was protection up at mid-off. Shamar Joseph came across. He was about a quarter way down. Then there was a big shout coming from Smith. No. And he put the skates on and got back into his ground.
Good call from Steve Smith.
Very good indeed.
And you can just see him say, that is Shamar. So Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
So quick on the outfield, and Steve Smith is letting his younger partner know, let's not take a chance with Shamar Joseph.
But he's on 48, looking for his half century. Seals comes in to bowl to Green, and Green is forward. Ball from the bottom of the mat goes out towards cover to be picked up by, looks like Anderson of the field. The ball goes up towards cover to end the over. Green is 48, Smith is 40. It's 3-4-112. This is the latest score in St. George's.
Three for 112. Shamar Joseph to continue from the players' stand end. He's bowling to Smith on 40, and Smith pushes forward, defending into the covers, and there's no run. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. And don't forget, you can follow SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights, analysis and behind-the-scenes action from the SEN cricket team. Plus, subscribe to SEN Cricket podcast content. Search SEN Cricket wherever you get your podcasts from. Shamar Joseph. To bowl to Steve Smith, who taps away at the crease. He bowls, full ball, pushing through the covers. Terrific shot from Smith. Good timing. And the timing is that good, it gets to the rope.
What a shot.
That moves him to 44, 3 for 116. Nice time to come back into the commentary box, Bryce.
It sure is. Overpitched, but looking for the Yorker. And he really got it up there. Missed it by 10 centimetres, and Smith went, wow, I just need to steer that in the gap, and it rocketed off his blade. No play at mid-off. Phillip chased it, but away it went. Great batting.
Slip in a gully. Shamar Joseph again to Smith. Try to work down past the keeper. He does. I hope got a hand to it and just blocked it. I've got a feeling it came off the pad, not the bat.
Indeed.
It did. So a leg by only. So 3 for 117 now as the lead reaches 150 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
And the text from 897, you up? We are up, but maybe that text is for someone else.
That's happened a few times.
Yeah. We're definitely up.
We are indeed. It's only just after 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon in Grenada.
Someone else is up. Steve Smith, Cameron Green. Good partnership, approaching 100.
Green's 2 away from a half century.
That partnership, 89.
Shamar Joseph on the runway. Past the umpire, bowls to Green. Down the ground, good shot. Punching past the bowler. That's perfectly timed to the rope. And there is 50 to Cameron Green. Well done, Cameron. Raises the bat. and a bit of a fist pump as well to his supporters, to his teammates. That means a lot. That's significant in this young man's career. Under pressure, trying to make number 3 his own. He gets to 52 off 120 deliveries.
That lead now, it did tick over to 150, 154 now. So certainly these two have steered Australia into safer waters.
Joseph again to Green. This time he's topped on! Oh. Straight after getting his 50, he's chopped on and he's thrown the bat to the turf in frustration. He cannot believe what he's just done. Just when things were looking easy, he's screaming at himself, absolutely furious, shaking his head, storming from the field, chopping on for 52. Shamar Joseph, it's always Shamar, gets in on the act.
Well, he is furious as he walks off. It was a delivery that just kept down a little bit, and he went to lean back. The weight was going back. It was an angled bat to put it down through the gully backward point region. And with the lack of bounce and probably being a bit slower, he then got the inside edge straight onto the base of off stump, and he's on his way. Gets 50, and then he's straight out. Travis Head, the new bat for Australia.
I don't know, did he relax a little bit having got to the 50 and thought, because he hadn't been able to score much in the last sort of 20 minutes or so, take a bit of a breath and, oh, there's 4 more.
Yeah.
Just chopping it on. I've never seen that sort of emotion from him either, getting out. He was, well, as I said, he was furious.
Well, the bat did go to ground. I think he was holding it by the blade, frustrated, and he went to, I don't know, throw his arm. He didn't want to throw the bat on the ground. It wasn't. I don't think it was a deliberate chucking the bat on the ground. It ended up on the ground. But Shamar Joseph gets the breakthrough, and just when you thought it was slipping away from the West Indies, they're in for the fight.
Inside edge, bottom edge, straight into off stump. Threw the bat to the turf, then kicked it further on. Head to the sky. A few choice words. That's emotion. That's Test cricket. That just shows how, I guess, stressed everyone is in the Australian Test team at the moment, trying to lock in spots. We were just talking about how significant it was. He got to 50 and then he's out very next ball. Travis Head walks to the crease. 4 for 121. Immediately Shamar Joseph around the wicket. Travis Head's first ball. Smashing it through the covers. That's how you get off the mark. You get off the mark with a boundary. That's the Travis Head way.
Well, no pad rash there.
Action stations here in Grenada. What was it? 8, 12, 13 runs and a wicket off the over. Thanks for coming. So we've got to take a bit of a breath, don't we, really? SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. 4 for 125 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Smith 44, Head 4. Lots of 4s on the board at the moment. 4 down, Smith on 44, Head on 4. 40 overs. Lots of 4s.
Partnership of 93 is broken. 93 in 36 overs. Hasn't been that straightforward and easy.
Seals, bowling here to Smith, rocking back, trying to force through the offside. No timing in the shot, straight to the field, no run.
A ball that stood up a little bit, just back of a length.
We're just seeing a replay now on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Just the similarities between Constas chopping on and Green chopping on. Both balls definitely sort of shaped away from the right-hander after they pitched, but I mean, you wouldn't say the pitch had anything to do with the reason why they chopped on. Just a judgment thing, I guess.
On slow wickets, it sort of kept down a little bit, and I think it kept down. It didn't bounce as they expected, but the 45-degree angle bat, that's the downfall.
Seals to Smith, back and across, defending.
So the combination of the wicket, but if you're playing that and getting across out in line with the ball and playing with a vertical bat, back foot driving, or you're going to cut it, get yourself into the position. We're going to see Travis Head get himself into positions where he lowers his backside, if you like, to be able to cut it. So a lot of people indicating that. Just that angled bat can ask for a chop on. That was the end result.
Slipping a goal into short cover for Smith. Seals from the river end. Wider on the crease, bowls to Smith, who's back and across defending. Ball keeping a little bit lower than Smith thought, but he was able to make the necessary compensation. Found the middle of the bat, no run. Again, just another replay, another Chemist Warehouse replay. He didn't really get back and across to play the cut shot. You could see he was off balance. He was rocking back, and he did get himself in a bit of a muddle. He had played that cut shot quite well through the match. Not on that occasion, Cameron Green. Seals bowls to Smith. Oh, he's cut in half. That one seam back. Wow. Beat the inside edge, and it had Shea Hope diving down leg side to take with his left glove. And just to show how much that moved, Smith was trying to force through the covers. And Seals, who is an outswing bowler, that was a bit of off-cut, but I think a bit of in-swing as well.
Genuine in-swing with the angle of the seam. Whitey.
Great take from Hope.
His bowling skill's been exceptional, Seals. His strike rate is up there with the all-time West Indian greats after 19 tests.
Seals bowls again, and Smith, late decision to leave. That wasn't too far away from the off stump.
Things are happening here.
137.5, so that speed's higher than what we had earlier in his earlier spell today.
This ball is starting to move around. It's a replacement ball. There's a period of play a little while ago, for those just waking up back home in Australia, 5:15 Eastern Standard Time. They just bowled short for a while, for about 20 minutes, and the ball just went out of shape.
Seals to Smith, up on his toes, pushing backward of point. There is the protection in the deep, so it will only be a single. It is the last ball of the over, so Smith will retain the strike. 4 for 126, Head for Smith 45, the lead 159 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale. The band's getting loud. There's two bands. There's the red and white team and there's the yellow team on opposite sides of the ground. They're both getting loud.
Is the yellow team.
Shamar Joseph bowls to Smith. Off his hip, works it fine. Out into the deep. It'll just be a single. Down to fine leg. One more to the score. Smith to 46. 4 for 127 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you. Shamar Joseph 1 for 39, so while he was the leading wicket taker at Kensington Oval for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket team wear, the wickets have certainly been shared here with Alzari Joseph, the main man, in the wickets column so far during this match for the West Indies. Joseph to Head to face his second ball. Head is rushed in defence, back and across, pushing out into point. That hit high up on the stickers of his Gray Nichols bat. That ball was at 143.4.
Yeah, they've cranked it up here. It's a big push. Seals at one end, Shamar Joseph at the other, and they are all chips in. They need another fast breakthrough. Probably Australia's best bat he's in at the moment on 46, and the most important bat is Travis Head. He's on 4.
Joseph to Head, who is jumping, defending off the back foot into point. The ball not getting up as much as he thought. Again, was able to make the adjustment.
160 the lead. Mark, text machine. How many did Lyon make? He got 8. But importantly, he batted for 33 balls in all in his innings. So put a bit of wear and tear into the opening bowlers. Denied them early on. It was part of a solid partnership of time.
Shamar Joseph again to Head, who's chopping out in the offside off the back foot, getting runs through point. Cardi on the chase. They'll come back for 2. Head to 6, 4 for 129. The lead 162. Bright sunshine now. We did lose a 45-minute bit of play in the first session, and then the first 45 minutes after lunch, which has pushed the tea break back. So we'll go extra time if we can tonight because of daylight issues. I'm not sure how much extra time we'll be able to play today, but we can start early tomorrow. Shamar Joseph again, past the umpire, bowls to Head, slashing through backward point. This time there is the protection, and there's only a single. He really threw his hands at that one, Head. Out into the deep. One more to the score. 7 off just 5 balls, Travis Head, 4 for 130. Travis is signalling his intentions early as to the way he's going to play.
As he likes to do, he smacks it out to that fielder and walks a single. Just walking his way through.
So the field adjusts for Steve Smith, the right-hander. 2 out in the deep on the hook and 1 square on the offside as well. 4 away from a half-century, Steve Smith. Shamar Joseph bowls. Smith clips fine. That might be 4. That will be 4. And that is 50 to Steve Smith. Back into the team. Back in the runs. Making important runs at a very important time in this test match. 50 from just 79 balls. No over-the-top celebration because he knows he's got more to give and Australia need more of it. We thought we might get a bit of spin. Andrew Mason asked the question as to why we hadn't seen much of Roston Chase. Well, he's into the attack now, some 35 minutes away from the tea break. Steve Smith, that's his 43rd half-century to go with his 36 centuries. So when you're expecting to get to 50, you don't over-celebrate because that's what you're meant to do.
Yeah, certainly when your average is up in 60, you're still below par here.
That's right. It's a bit scary to think about, isn't it? So that is 79 times in his test career he's at least got to 50.
Yep. He's a remarkable player.
Okay, Roston Chase. He set his field. He's going to bowl here to Travis Head with a slip and a bat pad. And Head just rocks back and blades it fine enough through backward point to be able to get 2 as Shamar Joseph is on the chase. So a bit of a loosener from Roston. Short and wide outside off stump, and There's no pace in the delivery. There's no pace in the pitch, so it was hard for Head to get it away to the boundary, but he was still able to get 2. Chase again. Head happy to go back, pushing into cover point. The cover point on the fence, which means he can get a single. Double figures already. He's 10. Smith 50. 4 for 137. Lead 170.
Next time. A little bit away from you. Thank you.
You can hear there Steve Smith asking for his guard from the umpire. Scratches away. He's happy. Now he walks away to square leg, assesses the field before facing up to Roston Chase, who will bowl around the wicket. Now he's telling his long on, just come in from the fence about 15 metres. Tease him. See if he wants to go over the top. Smith bowls. Smith plays. Chase bowls. Smith using his feet but playing straight to mid-wicket.
Round the wicket. Bit of a holding pattern by that decision. Not really attacking. Trying to force him just to score to one side of the wicket.
Smith happy to force off the back foot, trusting the pitch and taking a single out to the sweeper on the offside. So it's that new age position, Bryce, for off spinners to have that protection deep on the offside. We see it in Test cricket, we see it in first class cricket in Australia. More and more off spinners want that position. No, you don't like it. 4 for 138. Smith to 51. Chase to Head. Cautiously pushing back to the bowler. Bright sunshine now. Got nice blue sky ahead of us.
Beautiful afternoon.
Overhead. Chase, flighted ball. Head through the covers. Terrific shot off the front foot, and that's also going to go to the rope, beating the man on the fence at point. That was a bit of a gift, and Travis Head said thank you very much. He's up to 14 from just 9 balls. 4 for 142 Australia.
Well, with next to no risk, he's able to put it away. An easy 8 off the over. A few singles, tap it around to hit it to the sweepers and pounce on the over-pitched error, a flighted ball. Travis Head's hit enough of those half volleys away before in his life. Beat the cover. The sweeper didn't have a play. He gets 4, and even though it was a big push there for a few overs when they got the wicket of green, it's now settling back down, favouring Australia.
So it was only a short burst from Shamar Joseph. Justin Greavves is now going to bowl, who bowled really well at Kensington Oval. He hasn't bowled a lot in this match.
I think they forgot he was out there.
Well, this is the thing, is they've played the extra bowler, so he doesn't get as much of an opportunity, but he's going to have a go here from the broadcast or players stand end. 4 for 142. Smith on strike on 51. Greaves' first over of the innings. He starts with the ball outside the off stump that really doesn't bounce, and it's getting harder and harder for Shea Hope behind the stumps. Took that one on the bounce. That was a bit of a gentle one. That one, 123.7 as Bharat Sundaresan comes back in to join Bryce McGain.
Yeah, not the kind of pitch you want to be keeping on when you've only done it twice before at test level. Thrice now, 3 innings anyway. So, yeah, this is such a crucial time with Travis Head in there. This game could just drift away from West Indies very quickly.
Yep.
Already started in that Travis Head-like fashion. 14 of 9.
Greaves again. Bowls to Smith. Oh, that one did keep low, and Smith was able to keep it out. Again, happy enough to go back and, I guess, trust his eye. Not trust the pitch, but trust the eye that if there is variable bounce, that he's going to be able to find a way to keep it out, as he did on that occasion. He stays on 51, 4 for 142.
Well, people waking up in Australia and doing all sorts of things, like our friend here was up early on his way to pick up his mother-in-law from the airport. That's very good.
Greavves bowl. Smith driving, no timing in the shot. Extra cover, short extra cover can do the fielding.
And I'm sure as he's waiting for his mother-in-law to land, get her luggage, I'm sure what he is wondering is, has Cam Green made it? Do we look at the 51 and say, yeah, that's all you needed to see, just him raise his bat once? Or do you break down his innings and go, better, but massive scope for improvement still?
Greavves bowls to Smith, who leaves. That one did bounce through nicely to the keeper.
Well, I sincerely think there's a lot of positives out of the innings. The 51 runs before he chopped one on not that long ago, and I think getting through to stumps, that's a milestone. Getting to the first break, the first rain break, that's another one. Then starting again. Then there's been interruptions. Then they had lunch, extended. So to get through all those situations and still just keep working and concentrating, I think there's a lot of positives out of that.
Greavves to Smith, who just rides it down to backward point into a bit of a gap so he can come back for two. He has to race through for the second, but he does it in the end fairly comfortably. Two more to the score, 53 for Smith, 4 for 1, 4-4.
What do you feel?
Yeah, no, I think when he did get to that 50, I was going to say the big relief for him, and a bigger relief for the dressing room. Like they can go back to focusing on Constis and Khawaja. Look at Cam Green and go, yeah, I mean, at least based on an innings-to-innings basis, he's getting better.
Yep. Greavves bowls here. Smith on the rise, driving, but straight to mid-off. And he didn't like the feel of the gloves there, so he's going to change his gloves again. Over bowled, 4 for 1, 4-4. Tyre Power scoreboard, the Australians continue on with Head and Smith. They're both getting a change of gloves. So I'll get you to give the score, Bryce, because you can see the scoreboard from there.
Yep. 144 for 4.
Thank you, Bryce. It wasn't a fluent innings.
No.
But I don't think the pitch, and also as Bryce said, with it coming and going, stopping and starting, that it was easy to get any fluency into his game. But when we're comparing what Labuschagne was doing to what Green was doing, you kind of feel like, well...
Yeah, you're not missing out.
No.
100%.
Chase bowls to Head here. He's back, exposing the stumps but pushing into the covers.
No, I agree with you completely. All I'm saying is it's good. It's trending upwards.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
it is trending upwards, and
there was quite a few ticks there, but still improvement to come. Head using his feet and being able to push it up to long off for a single. Oh, you know what I'm thinking? You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking Bharat, more and more thinking that there's going to be Green and Labuschagne in the same team come the Ashes.
Come the Ashes, yeah.
But but that will mean that Labuschagne, will, if he's going to play in the Ashes, might just have to be the opener.
Yeah,
he's got to get his head around that.
That's
and,
still. Oh,
and then the question is who. The question is who is he going to open with? I think that's going to be the way it'll end up probably panning out as Smith defends the next ball.
And if you're Marnus, you're thinking, whatever happens from here, if he goes off to play Australia A or for Glamorgan, he's pushing for that opener
That's
slot.
right. So he's got to open.
He has to.
Chase a bit quicker, shorter, nudged away nicely behind point by Smith, and he will not come back for a second. That was good fielding by Greavves. So I think that's where the change has got to happen, Brad, is it's got to be, okay, he's got to go back to Australia and say, right, Queensland, maybe Australia, I've got to get used to this opening. I've got to get my head around it and just do it. I think, Khawaja bats for Queensland and still opens the batting for Australia, so maybe he doesn't. But he's got to give himself the best chance to succeed at it. Oh, that's a nice shot from head off the front foot. Again, beating that short extra cover. And so as a result, he can come back for 2. Smith going to the danger end, hustled through.
Yeah.
And he got 2 more. So 17 to head, 4 for 1, 4 8.
I think especially because Manas is so different to Usman Khawaja in the way he approaches his batting, being the perfectionist he is, he'll just have to open. I can't see Manas in a world where he bats 3 for Queensland and then opens for Australia. Whatever he does there, he would like to do here, because of all the tinkering that he does with his technique and just his natural approach to batting.
Last ball of the over here, Chase to Head, who again goes back, exposes his stumps, tries to push it into the onside, but Head was not able to get a run there because Chase fielded on the follow through. So 4 for 1, 4 8. Brett, you keep talking. Andrew Mason's going to join you for the last 30 minutes, 25 minutes up until tea.
Well, more running repairs for Steve Smith. Just pull the spans down just to adjust his thigh guard. It's not often that you see the 2 batters in the middle stood next to each other doing up their jock straps, but that's what is happening right now. Both Head and Steve Smith. It is a humid day. They just want to make sure everything is in order. No slippery gloves. So now we have reached a point where Greavves is bowling no slip, just a gully.
And he comes in to bowl to Smith. He's up in bowl to Smith. He's down the pitch when he gets hits the ball over mid-on. That's going to go to the boundary. It gets there down at long on. That's gone for 4. Well, he treated Greavves with scant respect there.
Yeah,
down the pitch.
Very disrespectful shot, dismissive shot. Just jumped at Greavves and said, nah, I don't rate this at all. Just slammed him over mid-on for 4.
Look at down the pitch.
Didn't get all of it, Steve Smith. Came off the inside part of his bat, but got enough of it to clear mid-on. And now the keepers come up to the stumps. Shea Hope, new challenge for him.
Yeah, he's gone to 58 with that boundary. 4 for 1, 52. Here's Greavves, comes in to bowl to Smith, and Smith is off the back foot to 1 on the line of the leg stump, pushes to mid wicket. There's no run. Lead has gone to 185 now. Barat, growing all the time.
It is, and now it's entering danger areas if you are West Indies. With Travis Head still in there, Webster and Carey to come. As we saw how quickly they can score if given a platform.
Greavves back to his mark. This is just his second over. Comes in to bowl to Smith, and Smith is forward, tugs the ball down towards that mid-on area. The ball might have just swung a bit in the air, and instead of going through it off, it took the inside edge, went down to mid-on.
Just going back to that boundary that he just ate of Greavves, it's become a familiar feature in Steve Smith's batting in the last 2-3 years. When he's going well, there's just this shot that comes from nowhere. He attempted one of Shamar Joseph a few overs ago where he just rocked his head back and swung at it.
Greavves again comes into Smith, and Smith is off the back foot, stares at good bit of work by the captain at Gully. Sprawl into the right. Had that gone past him, it would have gone down to wide third man and would have got a couple of runs, but he made a good save moving to his right.
Most famously in the WTC final at the Oval in 2023. Remember, he played a wild shot of Ravindra Jadeja and got out, and he couldn't believe what he had just done. It's like this out-of-body experience that he has, and that boundary was similar. He just decided to charge at him and hit him over the top.
Well, it's 4 for 1, 52, and Greavves comes in to bowl to Smith, and Smith is chopping the ball into the ground. It was a ball that was pretty close to him, and there was the keeper saying bold. That was one that he chopped onto his stump. You've got to be careful here. I know that maybe he doesn't think a great deal of Greavves, but you don't want to give your hand away. He's on 58. It's 4 for 1, 52. Far too close to the off stump. Now Greavves to bowl the last ball of his second over. Comes into Smith, and Smith has turned the ball off the legs down towards the square leg area. Forward square comes to backward square to pick it up. The return comes in from Casey Carney, right over the bail, send the over. And that single, Smith goes to 59. Headers got 17, Australian control. 4 for 153, which is the latest score in St. George's. So it's
Ross and Chase continues. You are listening to us on SAN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Steve Smith, 59, no doubt. Travis said quick start for him, 17 of 13, all that on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale.
Here's Chase, the off spinner, to ball round the wicket to Smith, and Smith is on the back foot to one, which is on that middle stump. Pushes up the pitch, the bowler comes across to pick it up. There's no run. There's a slip. There's a forward short leg. There's a man at backward point of the boundary. Extra cover mid off. Wide long on, 10 metres inside mid wicket. And there's also a backward square. Here's a drive over the top. That's gone for 6. Given some air by Ruston Chase. And Smith said, thank you very much. And hits it high over long off. That's gone for 6. Well played to Smith.
Yeah, this was more calculated from Steve Smith. Long on back, mid off in. So Roston Chase doesn't turn the ball too much. He used the angle from around the wicket and just deposited him over long off for 6.
In he comes from around the wicket again. Chase the ball to Smith, and Smith is off the back foot, turns the ball to forward short leg. There's no run. I think he reckons now that all the hard work has been done, so it's time to cash in. And he's going to certainly go after Roston Chase, who comes round the wicket in bright sunshine now. He's in to bowl to Smith, and to this delivery, he's onto the front foot, thrown up on the leg stump, pushes to mid wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, life does seem much easier when you're not facing the Josephs or Jaden Seals on this pitch. And Steve Smith, like you said, wants to cash in, to drag this innings further. And now long off is, or mid off is dropping back to long off.
In comes Chase, bowls to Smith. Smith is forward, turns it to mid wicket. There is no run. Thought of going for the run, but there was going to be danger there, and he said no, I wouldn't want to flirt with danger. 4 for 159. Here is the off spin of Chase to bowl to Smith, and Smith is onto the front foot, plays it with a great deal of care up towards mid off. The bowler comes across to pick it up to end the over. Smith is kept on 65, headers got 17. 4 for 159 is the latest score in St. George's.
And the umpteenth glove change for Steve Smith. Richard Kettleborough just walking up to him. Just walking, just letting him know he's keeping an eye on all of this. Steve Smith's otherwise regular batting buddy, Manas Labuschagne, has just run out with change of gloves, a drink, the spray for that finger that is needed throughout this innings. Richard Kettleborough, like a headmaster, is right there.
Hands akimbo.
Yeah, keeping an eye on how long this all takes.
Yeah, I think Smith has calculated it not to make it that obvious. So the last time he came out would have been maybe half an hour or so ago. But they're going to have these breaks. And Smith, the warrior, the fighter, the one who thrives in these circumstances and really has been such a good performer for the Australians over the years. I've always enjoyed seeing him bat, and I suppose you consider if it's for success, then keep on scratching. He's got 65 headers, 17, 4 for 159, and what a player he has been over the years. How do you rate him as a great Australian batsman? Would he get into your all-time Australian side, C. Smith?
Yeah.
You haven't picked this yet,
Oh,
you know.
let's do
You're
it right
chicken.
now.
You're chicken.
Chicken?
Oh, chicken. And chips too. Oh, my golly. Come on.
Chicken and chips. All right, well, let's do it. Let's do it in the next 14 minutes.
Here is Greavves round the wicket, bowls the head. Head is forward and drives out towards cover. There's protection on the offside. They know he's a lovely drive with the ball. So if you've got the backward point, well, it's short, really. Yes, we do have the backward point. Then we've got the extra cover, a deepish cover, and a bit off as well. So ring of fielders on the offside. Can I get a piece of
let's
paper.
start with the non-negotiables.
Okay,
right?
fine.
The players who you don't even have to debate
Okay.
about. So Bradman would be in there.
Bradman. Mm-hmm.
Shane Warne would be in there.
Warren.
Adam Gilchrist is in there.
Gilchrist.
All right,
After this delivery, as it's going to be Greavves round the wicket, in bowls to head. Head covers up, pushes to mid-on. There's no run. So Bradman, Gilchrist, Warren.
So Bradman at 3, Gilchrist at... Who bats at 4? So Ponting, Steve Smith.
Okay, Ponting is in there?
No. Like, this is just me thinking
Okay,
out
you're
loud.
thinking. Okay. What about Dennis Lilly? Is he an obvious or not necessarily? McGrath?
No, Dennis Lilly has to be in there, yeah. So put Dennis
So is
Lilly.
he an obvious?
He is an obvious.
Okay, good. So don't forget Mr. Lilly. Here is a delivery from Greavves on the wicket. There's the batsman whipping it into the onsides. Smith is out of this crease. It went down to mid-wicket. There was a shot at the stumps coming from that's Bradford, and Smith returns to base. So Bradman, Gilchrist, Warren, and Lilly, the obvious.
Yeah, and I think McGrath gets in as well.
McGrath.
So it's between, do I go with Pat Cummins? Or do I go with a left armer? Do I go with Mitchell Stark? Mitchell Johnson?
Okay.
Or Pat Cummins?
Okay, think about it. Here is a delivery which is on the off stump, bowled by Greavves from on the wicket, and head very solid, comes in line, plays it out to cover. There's no run.
I mean,
you haven't called Ponting.
No, we'll stick to the bowlers.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
so let's finish them off.
Okay. So
we have
Lillian McGrath and Warren.
So it's just a question of the third fast bowler. Do I go Cummins or one of the left armers?
Stark, Mitchell Johnson,
Pat Cummins.
Think about it. Greavves comes in, bowls to head. Head is forward and drives out to extra cover. There's no run. They know he's such a good driver, so they've been able to just have a ring of fielders on the offside. Who would you go with?
In 2025, I guess you go with Pat Cummins, but I just want the left arm angle as well. And because you have...
Is it why you're picking because of the left-handedness? Or
Yeah,
what?
Go Alan Davidson as well.
Okay.
So
Alan Davidson.
No, hang
That's
on.
interesting. Well, Alan. Well, he's got his 11. Here's a ball pitched up by Greavves, driven through the offside, through a bit off by head. That's gone to the boundary. Beautifully played, pitched up. He launched into that big drive. That goes through the offside, through the bit off area. That's gone for 4. Well played head. So, talk to me.
All right,
is that Adam Collins' team?
No, this is the official team of the 20th century.
Okay.
So 20th century.
Right.
So 1900. So Bill Ponsford, Arthur
Ponsford.
Morris, Bradman, Greg Chappell, Neil Harvey, Keith Miller, vice captain, Ian Healy, wicketkeeper, Ray Lindwall, Shane Warne, Dennis Lilly, and Tiger Bill O'Reilly, with Alan Border as 12th man. So if to use this as so Healy is replaced by Gilchrist in my all-time. Shane Warne stays there, Dennis Lilly stays there. I put Glenn McGrath where Bill O'Reilly is.
Wow.
Well, Mitchell Johnson is a little controversial right now to go with. I go with Cummins. Cummins at 8.
Okay. So it's the action continuing as it's going to be chase. He's in bowls to Smith. Getting easier now for the Australian. Just strokes it down towards that long on air for a single. 50 has come out in terms of the partnership. The score has gone to 4 for 164. So you've got Lilly, McGrath, and again, I'm just double checking to see who's the other fast bowler. You said Cummins, did you?
Cummins.
Okay, here we go. As Chase comes in, bowls to head is forward, flicks it out to mid-wicket. We'll get a single. And the score now goes up to make it 165 for 4 with that singles. Head goes to 22. Smith, 66, comes in to strike.
Just looking at that replay before we get back to the World 11.
Right.
Replays for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions, Chemist Warehouse. What a shot that was from Travis Head.
Here is Chase from the wicket. He's in bowls to Smith. Smith is forward.
So Bradman at 3. So I think Ponting and Smith, you have to be there.
Oh, here is the spin of Chase round the wicket. Comes in to Smith, and Smith is off the back foot, cuts it down towards the boundary, backward point, There's protection. Carty comes forward to collect it to get a single. So much easier now for the Australians, and that's how cricket is played. You do the hard work, and then of course you'll be successful. And that lead is now gone to 199. Get in to be very, very strong position for the Australians. Here is a delivery which is outside the off stump. Cut down to third man, 4 runs. Just about now outside the off stump. It was in the air, but safely it went past the slip and down to third man. Travis Head gets to the boundary. So the lead has now gone over 200. It's exactly 203. And the Australians in a position of great command here in St. George's. What a performance from them.
Yeah, the first time in the series, Travis Head has walked out with a bit of a platform being set up for him. And he's really cashing in here. He's flying at the moment. And West Indies need to be careful. This game is really slipping away quickly.
Here's Chase, comes in both, given lots of air and driven out towards that backward point. Thrown wide. And the damage really done by Head, who's got some 26 from 22 balls, 4 for 170.
Right. So, all right. So this is... So now you know what it is.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to be controversial here.
Yeah.
And this is more a stylistic... It's just someone who I read a lot about, heard a lot about, and heard a lot of on commentary.
Right.
So I'm going Gilchrist at 6.
Gilchrist at 6.
And I'm going to play Richie Beno. Throw him in the mix as well.
Richie Beno.
Because I have so much batting depth as well with Cummins and Vaughan, I'm going Beno at 7.
But do you generally agree with that team?
Which team?
The team that you read just now?
So this is Adam Collins' team.
Oh, no, that's not Adam Collins' team.
This is that was the 20th.
Yeah, that's the 20th. But I'm asking you as a lead writer, as Greavves comes up now, he's in and bowls, which is cutting back at the batsman. Smith sits at top of the pack. My question to you, that team that you just gave...
That's from the 19th, that's for the 20th century.
Well, good, but do you agree with it generally?
Oh, this one? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, look, the openers...
Okay. Are you sure you agree? I think you got your doubts.
I think Ponsford and Morris. I'm trying to think of who else could fit in there, to be honest.
Laurie
or Simpson.
Here is Greavves, comes up now, bowls to Smith. Smith is covering up to a ball pitched in the off stump, knows that T is just around the corner, there's no run.
I mean, I'll pick Bill Laurie if I can also hear him on commentary while he's batting.
Okay, fair enough.
For the rest of the game.
All right, who's at 3?
Okay, I'm really confused. Which team are we talking about now? Are we talking all-time or the 20th? Let's do the all-time.
No, I prefer to do the all-time.
Okay.
I prefer to do that. So, 4 for 170 as we head towards tea on the third day. Here is Greavves, comes up now. He's in bowls to Smith, and Smith gets the ball full. Well bowled, blocks it into the offside. As Greavves was looking to breach the defence of someone who really is a difficult man to dislodge, and he gets it out to cover. There's no run.
Yeah, just to finish on that, so we have Bradman at 3. I play Smith at 4, Ponting at 5, and the only reason I do that is Ponting did have
Smith and
quite
Ponting.
a bit of success at number 6 for a large part of his career. So Ponting at 5, Gilchrist at 6.
Right.
I'm getting Richie Beno in there, so I'm going to get 2 world-class leg spinners in my team because I like leg spinners.
Right.
So I could have gone with Alan Border or Keith Miller just to give that 5th bowling option and 2 legends of the game.
Right.
I'm going with Richie.
Richie
also,
Beno.
Button down.
Yeah. Here's Greavves, comes in, bowls to Smith. Smith is almost chopping the ball onto his stump. That was very close to the off stump. Cutted it. Inside edge, French cut, Chinese cut, take your pick. Went down towards fine leg and gets a run. That was some danger in that shot. There's no need to do that, Mr. Smith. Just before the break, he's on 68, 4 for 171.
And so the only positions left are the openers. So Matthew Hayden is in there.
Matthew
Hayden's in there. So all time. So Adam Collins' pick was Bill Ponsford with Hayden.
Right.
Which is a very good pick.
All right.
I'm just trying to think of who I want as captain. We'll go with Ponting, Smith, Beno.
Okay.
Bradman.
Here's Greavves round the wicket, comes in to bowl to Head, who's 26 in this delivery. He's driving loose outside and the off and the ball goes by to be taken low down by the keeper. So he's kept on 26 from 23 balls. Who's your captain, you said?
So I think it has to be Richie Beno. If I'm picking him in this side, he is captain. So I don't, because I was flirting with putting.
Why does it have to be Richie Beno?
Oh, I mean, just what he meant to Australian cricket and just what he did for Australian cricket as a leader.
Right.
At a transitional phase for them as well. So.
Okay, interesting. Greavves is in, bowls a ball pitched on the line of the off stump, and there's the batsman head driving from the bottom of the bat down to mid off. There's no run.
Yeah, I think that's the end of the over as well. So 4 for 171. Travis Head now on 26, Smith on 68, lead 204. So the only position so now that we have Richie as captain, the only reason I was waiting to take the call is I think Mark Taylor is the best captain Australia have had since the 1990s.
I agree with that. I agree. Yeah. In fact, I'll say this to you, he's the best captain I've ever seen.
Oh, right. Go.
In 1995, he came here with a plan and got loud on several occasions. He's absolutely brilliant, tactically astute. Mark Taylor, the best I've seen.
Right, exactly. But now that we have Richie Beno as captain, I don't think we need Mark Taylor's captaincy.
Okay.
So, I think I'm going with Arthur Morris.
You're going with Arthur Morris?
I'm going with Arthur Morris.
All right.
So there you go. So Hayden.
Yes.
Morris.
At the top.
Bradman
at 3.
Smith at 4. Ponting at 5. Gilchrist at 6.
Okay.
Richie Beno. Cummins or Vaughan, whichever order you want to put them in.
Yes.
Lily McGrath.
Lily McGrath.
No team is ever beating that team.
No. Here is Chase, who decides belated to go over the wicket. I don't know why the off spinners tend to want to go around. And he's in and bowls to Smith. Smith is forward, pushes to mid wicket. There's no run. Here's Chase again, comes in to bowl to Smith, who's got 68. He's onto the front foot, turns the ball away neatly to the onside, out towards that square leg area. We'll get one. We'll look for that second run. But in the end, they don't go for it. So the score is up now to, I make it 4 for 173. Was it difficult picking that team, Marat?
It was. A little more difficult than I thought it would be. Because I like to pick teams also, say, the stylistic 11 or the aesthetic 11 or one that full of characters. So I like to mix it up, but...
Here is Chase in bowls outside the off stump. The ball followed him there, really. Head a bit short and able to force it off the back foot through cover, gets a run to go to 27, 4 for 173.
But just like in my all-time West Indian team we discussed the other day, I like to stretch it out to eras. So I think we are well covered.
Yeah,
we're well covered with.
Anybody from that team barely missed out? Tell me in a minute after this.
Quite a few.
Okay, Chase is in, bowls. There's the batsman going on the back foot. Smith, and plenty of real estate now because they've done all the hard work, and this is why it's so important to preserve your wicket. This is going to happen. And they're just scoring freely now as that ball went up to cover. The lead has gone to 207. So absorbing all that pressure, things are a little bit better for you now.
Oh, I mean, the great Clary Grimmett.
Yep.
Not too far from making the team.
Here's Chase. Comes in, bowls outside the off the back foot, punched away. Squaring the offside by Head for 1. As the fielder coming across his right from backward point to pick it up. That looks like Brathwaite. The batsmen have time for 1 to carry the score to 175 for 4.
You know what? I might make a late change in my team.
Oh my golly. Oh, here is Chase in bowls. Coming forward is Smith pushing out towards that mid-on area. And that is a situation where the players are going to certainly head off now for the break at tea. What a session it has been for Australia. What a day it has been for Australia, because at the start of the day's play, the West Indies had visions of glory. That didn't happen at all. And by tea on the second day, it was interesting. On the tea by this third day, clear lead for the Australians, no question about that at all. And that man Smith, who failed in the first innings, is on 70 Head. Very robust as usual, has got 28. They've done a great job so far. And at tea on the third day of the Battle of St. George's, Grenada, listen to this, a lead of 208. The Australians are in control.
They are, and Steve Smith just left Travis Head behind, and ran into the dressing room. So Travis had followed suit and made sure he got there before even Steve Smith could. So a session where Australia did lose the wicket of Cameron Green, but it's a session that Australia really needed to pin down this test match and really put themselves into a position of great strength. That lead now looking very healthy, with Steve Smith continuing in this rich vein of form he's been in since the Gabba Test in December, and Travis Head doing what Travis Head does. For once he's been given, or the top order has given him something to play with, and he's really punishing the West Indies here. And just to finish on my team of all-time team, I'm replacing Arthur Morris with Victor Trumper, and that is it.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
Okay, fair enough. So
Hayden and Trumper.
Okay, so just before we head off for a short break, let me tell you that starting today on 2 for 12 at the break, T 4 for 175 with Smith on 70, Head on 20 at an overall lead of 208. Very good performance from them, losing Lyon for 8 and Green for 52 to bat to go today. Quick bowling figures for you. Steele 14 overs, 6 middens, 2 for 23. Shamar Joseph 11 overs, no middens, 1 for 46. Zari Joseph 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. Philip 9 overs, no middens, none for 32. Chase 5 overs, no middens, none for 29. And Justin Graves 4 overs, no middens, none for 12. So scores at T on the third day, Australia 286 in batting second time, 175 for 4 the West Indies, 253. So it means that Australia are ahead by 208 with 6 wickets in hand, and they are in command. We'll take a break, and you can join us in about 15 minutes when we come back live from St. George's.
Two slips, Green.
The bowler, it's perfectly timed to the rope, and there is 50 to Cameron Green. This time he's topped on! Straight after getting his 50, he's chopped on, and he's thrown the bat to the turf in frustration.
Shamar Joseph bowls.
Smith clips fine. That might be 4. That will be 4. And that is 50 to Steve Smith. Back into the team. Back in the runs. Making important runs at a very important time in this test match.
Some of the highlights of the second session certainly belonging to Australia despite that wicket of Cameron Green. The Australians now at 4 for 175. Steve Smith 70 not out. Travis Head quickly to 28 not out. The experienced duo have put on a partnership of just over 50 in the lead up to tea. Players and umpires just returning to the field for the final session. It will be a shorter final session because of the rain delays through the day. I reckon we've got about an hour and maybe an hour and a half of play left before bad light will make it difficult. That is without any further interruption to rain. Adam White, Brad Sanderson and Bryce McGain with you on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Don't forget the Breakthrough Collection at Henley Homes, billed for just $227,900. As Steve Smith and Travis Head walk down the stairs and head out onto the field. Umpire's already out there. The Windies having a pep talk.
A tight huddle.
They got a bit flat there towards the end of that session. He's very, very hot out there. Very, very humid. But just when they got themselves back in, they took the accelerator pedal and just took the foot off.
The Greavves chase combination is when it felt like, I mean, they haven't really given up with the ball so far in this series, and I'm not saying they gave up during that period, but that's when it felt the flattest. And Travis Head, the way he started off, it's good to see Steve Smith and Travis Head walk out together. I don't know whether you guys noticed, as soon as the umpire said pre-break, Steve Smith was off and he ran all the way up, and Travis Head suddenly realized he didn't have a partner, so he ran all the way off as well, and he beat Steve Smith just as they got to the door.
So I saw that as well. I assume that was just to get into the shower first and
yes.
to cool down, get the new clothes on, do all that sort of thing, and not waste the 18 or 19 minutes they had to do it. Is that how you read it, Brad?
Yeah, I think so. That's what it felt like. I don't know how many showers they have in there.
It was like the way that Steve Smith ran and then Travis Head chased after him. It was like there was only one shower.
Yeah, or at least just one with good water pressure.
That's right.
And
there's a dodgy shower head, and then there's a good one.
The good one with the hand shower, and other with the one, that one. Like, look, it is an old stadium, so we don't know. We haven't been in there.
Surely they've got the shower head sorted, but no, they did hustle off. They just eased their way out in the middle now. They look fresh, and this looks ominous. 208 ahead. They were able to score 106 runs in that session off 24 overs, so 4.4 runs per over, and it just opened up at the end, and they were scoring at will, 5, 6 and over with zero risk as the field had been spread out.
Okay, so we're just about ready to go. The umpire says play, so we're underway with Alzari Joseph bowling the first ball of the final session to Head, who's up on his toes, pushing in front of point. He's thinking of 2, but he says no to Steve Smith with the protection behind point. It was a bit of a chase to come around and do the fielding, and was done successfully, and 2 became only 1. So the lead 209, Head 29, Smith 70, 4 for 176. We're seeing some drone footage at the moment on the Chemist Warehouse screen, and there is some rain up in the hills that might be coming our way.
A lot of hills here in Grenada, so it looked a little distant for now. You guys happy with the all-time 11 I was forced to pick at gunpoint by Andrew Mason?
Well, you'll have to go through it again for our new audience.
Oh, for sure.
Alzari Joseph comes in, bowls to Smith, up on his toes, rides it into backward point and gets a run. Go for it again.
Well,
Go through.
I just tried to cover the 150 years nearly of Test cricket that Australia have played. Didn't go as far back as
we don't need any of this sort of preamble. I just want the team.
Wow, okay, fine. So opening the batting for Bharat's
Barrett's Bandits.
Yeah, Bharat's Bandits all-time. Baz's Aussie 11 of all time. Matthew Hayden and Victor Trumper. So Hayden and Trumper. So Don Bradman at number 3. Steve Smith at number 4.
Alzari Joseph into bowled ahead, who's back again, just dabbing away on the offside and taking the single on offer.
Ricky Ponting, number 5.
Who'd you have it for?
Steve Smith.
Okay, Ponting at 5.
Ponting at 5,
okay.
Yeah, this is when it gets a little adventurous. Adam Gilchrist keeping wickets and batting 6.
Who?
Adam Gilchrist.
Okay, yeah.
Richie Beno in at 7 as captain and all-rounder. Pat Cummins, Shane Warne, Dennis Lilly, Glenn McGrath. So you have 2 leg spinners, so 5 genuine bowling options.
You've catered to your audience, I tell you. Picking 2 leg spinners.
In the words of Andrew,
it's a positive.
In the
Don't
words
worry
of
about
Andrew
that.
Mason.
There you go. We have Tony Blackshaw on the back as well from Henley Holmes.
Where are we playing this game? For Celabat or something? We've got 2 leg spinners.
Yeah. Well, you could play it anywhere.
Alzari Joseph bowls wide on the crease. Smith cuts and misses.
As 2 leg spinners who took wickets all around the world in Beno and Warne, I think I could be playing this test match anywhere because I have Cummins, Lilly and McGrath to sort me out.
Yeah.
So Cummins, Lilly and McGrath and then 2 leg spinners. That's all you need. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I suppose Australia tried leg spinners, multiple leg spinners in the one team a couple of times with McGill and McGrath. McGill and Warne.
Yeah, and we spoke about it earlier. Jenner and Kerry O'Keefe.
Yes.
Alzari Joseph a bit wider on the crease. Smith slaps at that one back to the bowler on the second bounce.
But okay, so happy with the openers, Hayden and Trumper. Trumper opened 20 times in Test cricket, just for the record.
Okay.
Matt Hayden. All right, so Don Bradman, happy with him.
Yes.
Number 3.
Yeah, you got to be happy with that.
Yeah. Smith, and the only reason I went with Smith at 4 and Ponting at 5 is because of the runs Ponting scored at number 6 at the start of his career.
Okay.
So it's kind of used to. And Smith at 4 is just Smith at 4.
Well, Smith's batted in pretty much every position in the order.
But he's played
team.
largely at number 4.
Alzari Joseph bowls here to Smith. That was the tempter outside of stump that Smith leaves alone. So the over bowl, first after tea. Smith 71, head 30, 4 for 178 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, a winter safety sale. So no Greg Chappell?
Yeah, I've left out the Chappells, no border. I mean, look, it's 11. It's not easy to pick 11 from nearly 150
I know
years.
how many's in the cricket team. You don't need to get defensive. You left him out.
Okay, the 2 Chappells have been left out.
Steve Waugh?
Steve Waugh, yeah. Look, 2 Waughs. Look, I mean, when it comes to playing 11s, you also do go with whoever you feel right watching, or who were your favorites. So I went more statistically. Like I said, spread the eras around. Some of our texters are getting annoyed with us talking about playing 11s. By the way, speaking of texters, I do hope our earlier texter was slightly kinder to us. Did pick up his mother-in-law successfully from the airport.
Justin Greavves with the second over after the break. He switched ends. He's bowling here to Head, who's working off his pads behind square leg to one of 2 men in the deep behind square on the onside. He gets himself 1 more to move to 31. Smith 71, 4 for 179 on the Tyre Power scoreboard winter safety sale.
We've seen Justin Greavves start sessions for the West Indies multiple times in this series, but this occasion it feels like they could have gone with one of their faster bowlers. I know the ball's not doing much, but
well, it's all or nothing now. This is the series right this minute.
Yeah.
They need to get wickets.
Greaves bowling here to Smith with a keeper up to the stumps, and he defends into the onside. So they're
no point holding.
So their 2 best bowlers, Seals and Shamar Joseph, neither of them are bowling straight after the break.
I don't think Seals has bowled a lot across this innings. He's bowled 2 or 3 spells. But, yeah, even if it's Anderson Phillip, just...
No, you've got to go with your best. Now is the time for West Indies to go all in, chips in, best bowlers.
Greavves bowls to Smith, who plays late, dabbing into the offside on the front foot. That was an American Airlines jet that just flew over the top of the National Cricket Stadium here in Grenada. Thought for a moment it was thunder.
It's not a time to put a holding pattern in play. This is the time to go all in. The whole series is on the line right now. The lead is 212. And it looks like the West Indies are quite happy just to sit back. I'll see if we can contain them. No, you got to get them out.
Oh, that one is close. That kept Low out. LBW, Steve Smith prodding forward. It kept low. Greavves loved it. Smith hated it. And he's gone straight upstairs, as Steve Smith tends to do.
But he hasn't moved that front foot at all. It almost felt like he was convinced it hit him outside off stump. He's asking Adrian Holstock whether he was hit outside off stump. Holstock says, no, I gave you out, so you were in line. But he just held his pose for almost an entire minute after he was given out.
Smith in utter shock that he was given out.
We did ask how out, and then it was a case of
line, isn't it?
LB. Yep, it was acknowledged as LB. So he's pushed the knee out.
What else was it going to be?
Afterwards?
That is
pad first.
No inside edge.
So umpire's call on impact, maybe?
Yeah.
It's very close.
It's close, very close. So it's all about the impact here. Was it hitting in line or was it hitting outside the line? And umpire's call is in the West Indies' favour on this one.
And you can see a sliver of the off stump on the replay. So
here we go.
Could be in
tracking. Umpire's call out. Steve Smith gone. Just when it looked like it was getting away from the West Indies, they strike straight after tea, and they're back in the contest. Steve Smith out.
We're just wondering where that wicket will come from. We didn't expect it to be Justin Greavves. He's done it a few times in this series when you least expect him to pick a wicket. He breaks a huge partnership. He got rid of Alex Carey on day one, and now he's got the big fish. Steve Smith was batting like a dream. He was playing his own game at his end.
Steve Smith gone for 71 LBW to Greavves. 5 for 179, so the lead is 212, but now the West Indies into the middle order as Bo Webster comes to the crease. So we were just talking about going with Greavves, whether that was the right option, and out of nowhere he's just got one to shoot a little bit lower than what Smith expected. He only half went forward, and he cuts a pretty dejected figure as he walks up the stairs, saturated in sweat. His day is done.
Well, a contributing factor was Hope going up to the stumps to keep him stuck in the crease. It's a keeper up on a wicket that's a bit up and down. They've trusted the decision to go with Greavves. It's now or never for the whole series for the West Indies. I know I said it before the wicket. I'll keep saying it. They've got to get another one here. If they can go bang, bang, get either Head or Webster out there, they're in there with a show with a bit of momentum. You can hear the energy of the crowd. They've certainly lifted now.
It's a much bigger crowd today than yesterday and the first day. It's really noticeable. It is a Saturday here in Grenada, but a lot of locals in the stands, and they love that one. So, Bo Webster to face his first ball. Greavves on his way. Bowls, and Webster chops down on that one. Bottom edge into the turf away on the offside.
Seen that little chop down a few times. A couple of dismissals already. The chop on.
So we're just having a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. It was pretty obvious that Steve Smith, he always goes upstairs for Omar for Trusted Tradies Insurance Call 13 Omar. He was totally shocked that the umpire put the finger up. Greavves bowls here to Webster. Late decision to leave as the ball swung away from the right-hander. We'll discuss the Smith dismissal a little bit more after the break. 5 for 179, SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes.
Then the tradies, mate. That's Simon.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 5 for 179, losing Steve Smith in the last over. The lead 212. Alzarri Joseph just repositioning some of his fielders away on the offside. And now he's ready to bowl to Travis Head on 31. Joseph bowls, Head, drives very firmly, but straight to cover and no run.
I think Alzari's been the pick of the bowlers. I thought he's bowled really well. He's only bowled 9 overs in this innings. He's got a maiden 1 for 25. But he's made the ball do more, and I think it's his extra height. He's not skiddy on this type of wicket. I think the extra height does help to really amplify the up and down bounce.
Alzarri Joseph again around the wicket to bowl to Travis Head, who's tucked up in defence, playing away on the onside. We're seeing more and more replays for Chemist Warehouse. What was Steve Smith? What was he saying to the umpire?
He actually was trying to tell the umpire, "Hey, but I'm outside off stump." Like,
no.
But that's where he ended up.
Yeah, lip reading. He said, "How out?"
Well, how do you think it was?
LB, and he just nodded.
What was he thinking? What else was it going to be?
Well, I don't know.
And you could see him; he was indicating that.
That's what he asked.
I know he did, but
am I not outside off stump? And Adrian Holstock said, "No, you're in line." As if the umpire who had just given him out would say, "Yeah, actually, you were outside off stump."
Very unusual, even for Steve Smith. And Joseph again bowls to Head, who pushes forward firmly into cover point, no run. He's not dicing with death here, Travis Head, but the way he's playing through the offside, he's still staying leg side of the ball, so he's exposing all stumps. So if we do get a ball that keeps a little bit low, he does put himself in a dicey situation.
He got out to a ball that rolled down the ground in the second innings in Barbados. Shamar Joseph was a bowler there. Are the ground staff getting ready?
Yes, they're getting twitchy.
That's never a good sign.
Even though it's bright sunshine at the moment. Head plays back and late, just guiding it into backward point on this occasion, no run. So Alzarri Joseph, to your point, Bryce, that ball there, 141.4. So he's getting some good speeds happening here, Alzarri.
It's been good in the first innings as well. Those early breakthroughs and came back to finish the innings. They need Head out though. Just feel like they need Head out right now.
Yep. No slip, but there is a gully and a shortish point. Joseph bowls. Head tries to play the cut shot and misses. He was trying to lift that one and sort of glide it over the top of gully, despite the ball coming back into the left-hander. Ooh. And he was so close to feathering that through to the keeper.
That is high-risk venture by Travis Head. Even though there's one gully, he's seen the gap and the scoring opportunity. And there's a big ring of fielders blocking anything through the offside, so he's trying to get it finer. Gully just shuffles a little finer himself.
Joseph again around the wicket to Head, who's again caught on the crease, just dabbing it out defensively on the offside, and that's a maiden from Alzarri Joseph. High quality bowling from Alzarri, the man with the yellow watch. 5 for 179 the score on the Tyre Power scoreboard. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Don't forget the Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900 from our friends at Henley. As Greavves bowls again to Webster, who tries to chop it away on the offside. No timing in the shot, no run into the covers.
He has to be careful with this Webster. Twice he's slashed at deliveries. He's seen the width and gone after them like he's done throughout this series. There's just no pace anymore left on this pitch.
So slow wickets that they're keeping down. It's a little dangerous. We've seen 2 chop-ons already. Green, even though he was set, chopped on.
Greavves closer to the stumps. Bowls to Webster, who found a way to keep that one out. Very similar ball to the one that saw Steve Smith depart. Just short of a length. Webster caught on the crease. It kept a little low and he had to rush down and get his bat to the ball as we see some raindrops falling, despite it also being sunny.
And the ground staff for once aren't too bothered with the rain. That is surprising.
They're in the area, but they haven't got hold of the covers. Greavves again to Webster. That's better from Webster. Square drive, past point, out into the deep. Alzari Joseph can come around to do the fielding on the boundary at backward point, and Webster can come back for 2, and they are his first 2 runs.
Great shot on TV with the rain falling and Webster with a slashing drive. But yeah, the ground staff still not too bothered by the fact that it is raining.
Where does the rain come from when there's no dark clouds around? It's actually blue sky and clear. Suddenly it's raining. This is bizarre weather.
We need a rainbow somewhere.
Andrew Mason's got to explain this.
Greavves bowls to Webster, edging it out. He's gone, caught in the gully. Webster for 2. Australia now are 6 down, 6 for 181, and Greavves does it again. He's got the wickets of Smith and Webster post-tee, and with raindrops falling, the West Indies get themselves back into the game. No question of that now.
Well, Greavves has got it done with a ball that nipped in to get Smith. That one held its line, if not moved away a little bit from Webster. He was driving way outside the eye line. He was looking to be positive, and the outside edge went to the sole man in a catching cordon, the skipper, Roston Chase, and he held on nicely. And the West Indies, after the break, are resurgent.
And that was so precise in the way Bo Webster found the fielder. Roston Chase didn't have to move an inch. All he had to do was put his hands in position and grab that ball. It was wide. He did chase it. You could see that Bo Webster was trying to force the game a couple of times. To length deliveries, he almost chopped on. This time he followed the full one. Justin Greavves just keeps taking wickets in this series, so it's down to the 2 South Australians now.
So Alex Carey comes to the crease. Australia are 6 down, but Nathan Lyon is one of those 6 down as the night watchman to fall early today. Alex Carey has been so good for the last 18 months, but so good even in this series to date. Fresh off a half-century in the first innings. A half-century here will probably take it away from the West Indies.
That'll be game over. So it's coming off 2 60s. Alex Carey came out to bat in a similar situation in Barbados and just teed off. Started launching the fast bowlers for 6s. Let's see how he goes about it today.
Keeper up to the stumps. Greavves around the wicket immediately to Carey, who gets one that bounces and hits the glove and goes straight down away to point. The crowd here, the locals, are really getting involved.
And the last couple of days, it's been more contrived. There have been fewer people, more noise because of the ground MC and the bands and the drums. But today, there are genuinely more Grenadians here. You can say they're spread everywhere, and they're having a ball.
2:14 the lead. 6 down Australia. Greavves marching in, bowls to Carey, edging along the ground. Backward of point for a single. He gets himself off the mark with the man immediately set deep for Carey at backward point. 6 for 182 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail. Now the umpires are getting a little bit frustrated here.
I think it's injury
So are
time.
the West Indies.
The first ball hit Carey on the gloves. And so Carey is called for some treatment. He's shown the umpire.
Okay.
And so it's his index finger.
We certainly saw the umpires come up to Carey and say, come on, what's going on? And as you said, Bryce, he's got some issues with that finger, the first ball, and it's his middle finger on his left hand, just below the nail.
Yeah, it's broken the skin there. Bit of blood just around the nail.
So the doctor and the physio have
gone to sleep.
They have.
They're waving to me and they need some tape.
So we're having a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, and that was a pretty nasty one, particularly to get first up.
Well, it stood up. Tell you what, Hope wasn't too pleased with it. Behind the stumps, Shy Hope. He's up to the stumps, and I like the tactic. It works so well with Steve Smith. Get them stuck in the crease, the wickets up and down.
So what they're trying to do now is just dry the area because it's sweating so much because of the weather and the fact he's got his batting gloves on, to be able to just put a Band-Aid on top of it to be able to just stem the bleeding.
And meanwhile, while we are in this break of play, Craig Brathwaite has found Carl Hooper on the boundary, just having a chat. Two men who have played 100 test matches now for the West Indies. Carl Hooper used to be the coach in the West Indian cricket system when Craig Brathwaite was coming through, so he's coached him in junior cricket, so now obviously calls Adelaide home. So good to see them have a chat.
So the treatment has been completed, so the physio and the doctor are coming off. So is Marnus Labuschagne and Matt Kuhneman. They've all got towels and all sorts of things. And it's still sunny, but we can see the clouds building and building and building ominously in the hills, and they're coming our way. So that rain that was coming when Webster was dismissed, it was falling. It's kind of stopped, but it is getting a little more threatening. And as you said, Barat, the ground staff, they've got their jackets on. They're ready to go. Okay, we're ready with Greavves. In fact, sorry, it's Alzari Joseph, because the new over is underway. He's bowling to Carey, and Carey leaves. Short and wide outside off stump.
So Justin Greavves has done his job, more than done his job at the other end. So now it's up to Alzari, the senior speedster in this team, to break this partnership and get the bowlers in.
Yes, Greaves with the 2 wickets post-tee. The leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket team wear. But the wickets have certainly been spread across the match. Alzari Joseph again to Carey, tucking into the onside to mid-wicket, no run.
Well, there's no real hurry for Australia here. They don't have to force the game too much. A lot of time remained 2 days after today, so they don't have to push. Webster went out there really looking to take the game on at 6, and it was his downfall in the end before he got settled and used to the wicket pace. We know Travis Head, he does this all the time.
The 2 South Australians at the crease together. Alzari Joseph bowls, edging short of slip down to the rope for 4. So first slip's really second, maybe even third slip. That ball didn't carry, but in trying to dive away to his right, Austin Chase wasn't able to stop the ball going through for 4. It would have been on the first bounce. Played it late, Carey. That's why it didn't carry, but it was still a risky operation.
So no change in the field, despite that delivery, which was going to hit the stumps, taking the outside edge. A little finer as Chase now in that sole cordon fielder.
Carey taps away. Waits, clips, fine, well, 4.
Bad ball.
Yep.
The first one was a legitimate edge, and Lazaro Joseph was totally entitled to be frustrated by it. This one he's just frustrated with himself because it was straying down leg side and Carey just helped it on its way. And he's straight away up to 9 from just 6 balls, 6 for 190, the lead 2-2-3. That is on the Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sale.
No,
certainly not winter here, boys.
It's never winter here. From what we've been told, it's either sunny or it rains.
Wet or dry?
Just moving his fine leg, getting him finer. A shot here.
Larry Joseph past the umpire, around the wicket, bowls to Carey, tucking it away this time a bit squarer. But with the 2 men in the deep, he'll only be able to get a single as the rain starts to fall again here despite the sunshine. So if you are listening to us on SEN Sync but watching the TV and you see the bright sunshine, I can tell you it is definitely raining. We can't quite work out how, but it is. 9 runs from this over. 2-2 the lead. Last ball of the over here. Joseph to Head. Head gets a Yorker, digs it out. Good ball, well played. Back to the bowler, over bowled. 6 for 191 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale. The lead 2-2-4 with Head on 31, Carey on 10. Since there's 2 South Australians in together, we think that Bharat might do some calling next.
Oh, really? Oh. Welcome back to the National Stadium here in Grenada. You're listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. My name's Bharat Sundaresan, and Justin Greavves was running into bowl first ball of this over, but he's been stopped in his tracks by umpire Holstock. Just a little child in front of the side screen. Not the blonde one, but a local kid in a blue t-shirt. As I'm joined by my dear friend Andrew Mason.
Nice to see you, my friend.
Justin Greavves runs in and he bowls around the wicket. Alex Carey just clips him towards mid-wicket where Carty does the fielding, no run.
And I've made a link.
Oh. I'm not sure you're allowed to say all of that, Andrew.
You're the one talking about the link. Yes, indeed. But what a game we've got here now, 191 for 6. And that man Greavves, the unlikely hero.
He is, and he runs in here. It's again around the wicket. Bowls to Carey, and this time pushes it mid-on. Quick run. Shamar Joseph charging in. Misses the stumps. I think Alex Carey would have got home there. He's very quick. Maybe Shamar could have thrown at the other end. Travis hit the slower of the two.
Captain Chase is saying there, the Bajan parlance, come on, big man, get in there as quick as possible. That's what he said just now.
Yep.
I think he might have been surprised that they took the single, particularly when you consider that Joseph is such a good fielder.
6 for 192 with that single. Carey just moving on to 11, the lead 225. So Justin Greavves sticking to around the wicket. This time to Travis Head as he runs in, goes past the umpire. Bowls, and there's a wide swish outside off stump. Wow. Justin Greavves almost thought he had his third wicket in the space of 15 minutes.
It's interesting in terms of that position that Chase has. He's at almost like a third slip. Now, convention would have it that you should really have the slip. He's not going to make the change now. And as you realise, the last over there was an edge. It would not have carried, but I just like to see a slip. I mean, that's a much better field in my view there. But I suppose you'll tell you, look, I was able to catch Webster in a very interesting position at gully.
Here he comes. Fourth ball of the over from Greavves. This time Travis Head off the back foot. Defends solidly. Just looking at the replay of the tight run early in the over for the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Shamar Joseph, who Steve Smith said earlier, do not risk his arm to Cameron Green. Carey, the quickest probably in this team when it comes to running between the wickets. Is in comfortably. Greavves again round the wicket. Balls to Travis Head inside edge. The inside part of his bat to mid wicket. Casey Carty in business. It feels like Travis Head hasn't faced a lot of deliveries while the 2 wickets have fallen at the other end.
That's very true. And getting a bit impatient here. He's got 31. Very important that he stays with Carey. The lead is 225, which maybe the Australians will feel that they've got maybe enough, but you never know. They would want to ensure and maybe try to get another 50, 60 runs, maybe try and get it as close as 300 here.
Justin Greaves runs in to round off this over on the wicket, and Travis Head has clipped him nicely, but there is a fielder down there on the long leg boundary. Collects and throws it back in, so Head moves to 32 at the end of that Greaves over. Australia 6 for 193, lead by 2-6. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Welcome back to the Grenada National Stadium, where we haven't been interrupted by any dogs so far today.
No, not at all. Maybe the dogs on the hills.
Maybe they know the rain is coming. So it will be Alzari Joseph continuing. It's that gangly run up. He runs in from around the wicket to Travis Head, and he bowls. It's a full ball. Head drives nicely, but straight to Carty. An extra cover, or is John Campbell in there. Australia now 6 for 193. The lead healthy, but they want at least 60-70 runs more from here to just feel a lot more comfortable. Yes, the pitch has played tricks. As you can see on the top scoreboard, winter safety sail. Contributions from Cam Green, half century for him, his first at number 3, and Steve Smith top scored so far as Joseph runs in again. Past the umpire he goes, and Travis Head just defends. Into the covers, John Campbell jogs in, just picks it up. This crowd has really picked up as the day has worn on, Andrew.
Yes, I think that they'll be happy with the crowd today, and particularly if the West Indies can finish strongly, to expect a much bigger crowd tomorrow. The capacity, I'm told, is about 17,000. A lot more locals have come in today.
They certainly have. And Alzari Joseph is giving them something to smile about. This comes around the wicket and bowls. He's hit him on the pads. Loud appeal. Oh, is it multiple appeals from Alzari Joseph? Let's see if he convinces Roston Chase. Roston Chase thinks it's hit bad. It looked like it was sliding down the leg side from around the wicket.
Well,
and that is the decision that Roston Chase has made. So no review. It was an appeal followed by another appeal.
Yeah. I agree with that. It looks as if it's sliding along the leg side as well.
And it's raining heavy now.
Where did that come from?
It's come from nowhere, like it
there goes
does
our
here
friend.
in Grenada.
There goes our friend. He's always second.
And Colin the big boss on the way to collect the stumps. So the ground staff are coming in. Travis Head and Alex Carey are running off. So for the third time today, rain has interrupted play with Australia 6 for 193, leading by 226. Travis Head on 32 not out. his fellow South Australian on 11 after Justin Greavves picked up 2 quick wickets, Steve Smith and Bo Webster.
Yeah, and came against the run of play really because, Smith was so positive, batting pretty well. Greavves came in attack, got the wicket, and that certainly gave the West Indies some momentum. And then you got the feeling that Webster was looking to push the game. And caught in a very interesting situation. You see the monitor, the ball is clearly headed on the leg side. There might have been an inside edge onto the pad. And with Webster coming, you would scream to the captain and say, look, a new batsman has come. Bring the backward point into the conventional position and maybe have 2 slips. He didn't do that. He actually stood at almost like a gully and took the catch. And he was saying, see what I tell you. And he took the catch. And that certainly changed the game. The energy was up from the crowd. So these two will have to settle things down. Overall, one would still think that Australia had won like 3 for 6 with Cummins, who can bat a bit, and then Stark and company. But this pair of Head on 32 and Carey on 11, very important. We want to push it past, I would suggest 275, close to 300.
Yeah, all those numbers for you on Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale earlier today. While you were sleeping, Australia, Cam Green got to 52, his first half century at number 3. Steve Smith batted beautifully for a 71. And then had another partnership with Travis Head before those 2 wickets, Justin Greavves. And just once again, looking at the replay, the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. A good decision by Roston Chase not to review that LBW call from umpire Kettleborough, because not only was it missing leg stump, the impact was outside leg stump as well. So they would have just burnt that review. So you're listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. And what we have to report here from Grenada is that rain has interrupted play yet again on day 3. Australia currently leading by 226 runs. They have 4 wickets in hand. Travis Head and Alex Carey out there in the middle. And what we might do is throw to a break, and we'll come back when we have further news of resumption.
Welcome back to Grenada SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. And I've got some good news to report. The covers are coming off. I must confess, when they went on, I did think that might have been it for the day, considering the fact that the clouds looked very threatening. But in the end, no rain really came. So the umpires have told both teams we aim to start in 10 minutes. Now, at the moment, there's this light sunshine starting to poke through the clouds, but it does still feel a bit murky, so it might not necessarily be a rain issue, more a light issue as we get towards the end of day number 3. Adam White with you along with Bharat Sundaresan. Repeating the score when they went off, 6 for 193, so it is an overall lead of 226 for Australia. They started the day at 2 for 12 with a lead of 45. That lead now at 226. The scorecard, before we bring in Bharat Sundaresan with his thoughts on what he's seen so far today. The wickets to fall last night, Constas without scoring and Khawaja for 2. Today, Lyon, Court Campbell bowled Alzari Joseph for 8. Cameron Green bowled Shamar Joseph playing on, trying to play a cut shot, out for 52 from 123 balls. And then since tea, a lot happened in a short period of time. We saw Stephen Smith out for 71, LBW Greavves from 119 balls for his 71. And then Bo Webster was caught chase in the gully off the bowling of Greavves for 2. That's not a jet plane coming over the top. There's just some slight audio issues. So Head is 32 not out. Carey is 11 not out, 6 for 193. The bowling figures for the West Indies, I'll just go through the bowlers that have taken wickets. Seals, 2 for 23, both wickets last night. Greaves, 2 for 18, and then 1 for 46 for Shamar Joseph, and 1 for 34 for Alzari Joseph. As I said, Bharat Sundaresan, he's back in the commentary position with me, just as I've been reading out the scorecard. Bharat, it's got a lot brighter all of a sudden.
It just goes up and down, doesn't it? Both in terms of light and cloud cover, and the rain comes from nowhere. So when it's dark, it doesn't rain. When it's sunny, it rains. And you saw earlier on the drone shots a couple of rainbows emerging in different parts of the island as well. And a rainbow, you can say, has emerged sort of for Australia at number 3 with Cameron Green. Finally, someone in that top order getting to a 50 and maybe taking some load off the selector's shoulders, you would think, with one test match left in this series.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take another break here from Grenada, and then Grenada.
You're right. You're getting it right.
No. It's not hard, is it? Grenada. Where did Grenada come from? Is it Grenada
We were
biscuits?
talking about Cam Green, that's why.
Maybe. We are at Grenada. The sun is out. We're going to take a short break and come back with a resumption of play with the West Indies needing wickets. Australia, if they get to stumps without any more, I reckon they might be close to victory. We'll be back after this. Okay, welcome back. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. The umpires are heading back out onto the field. The curator's just got the white paint out and he's just marked the crease line again. The stumps are in. And at least at the moment, the sun is shining. So we're just waiting for the players from both teams to make their way back out into the middle. It's hard to know how long we'll go here because the scheduled close of play with the extra half hour is in 21 minutes from now, but they can extend because of the play lost today. But just it becomes a question of not only rain, but more so light issues. So what was it? It was about 5:45 local time that they called it last night.
Yeah, and also on day one as well. And because they had, and the way the light meters work is once you have a reading, once the umpires get a reading on day one, and once you take the players off, that reading becomes your yardstick.
Yes.
So that's
exactly right.
Yeah, that's how they'll work back to it. But yeah, at the moment it looks like Shamar Joseph is charging towards the umpire with his hat in his hand. So it looks like he'll be the one starting proceedings for the West Indies from the Darbo end. It's a bit like yesterday. At this point when play resumed, there was a similar shadow of the Junior Murray stand or Roll Lewis Junior Murray stand on the ground. But you could see the playing area itself had some sun on it, but then it just went away.
It did.
It went away very quickly.
It did. The shadows, as they say, have lengthened late in the day. And as you said, the Junior Murray Royal Lewis stand, so it's casting a shadow that's sort of almost getting to where the circle would be in a one-day game, and it'll close in quite quickly. But we have got play almost ready to go. It's actually a really attractive sight as you look out over the ground because there are so many more people here today than the first 2 days. That late sort of, almost twilight sort of cricket where you see the sun shining on the white uniforms of the West Indies. They're almost glowing. And his head scratches out his guard and we're nearly ready to go with the score 6 for 193 after a third delay for rain.
And Shamar Joseph forgot that Alzari hadn't finished his over yet.
He's got 3 to go. Alzari Joseph bowls to head and he rather unconventionally plays up to mid-off. Kind of trying to get forward, but he was quite sort of front on the way he played. That was not the way he would normally play.
Scooped it, didn't he? But felt like the bat turned in his hand. So the last ball he had faced before the rain break was that big LBW shout. But the ball clearly hit him outside leg stump, and obviously after that point on, it's a moot point. Around the wicket.
In comes Alzari Joseph to bowl to head, who's chopping down on that one and getting it into a gap past gully towards the rope. A big chase for the man coming around Carty from backward point to do the fielding and retrieves it. They get back for 2. So the first runs since the resumption. 6 for 195, head up to 34 on the Tyre Power scoreboard winter safety sale.
Has anyone fielded more balls in this Test series than Casey Carty?
It seems that's him all the time, doesn't it?
Wherever the ball goes, it's always Casey Carty. He had to drop a catch as well.
1 ball left in the over. 6 for 195. Head's tapping away at the crease. Joseph bowls, head, drives firmly up to mid-off. Can't beat Shamar Joseph, and that is the end of the over. So, on the Tyre Power scoreboard, we have Australia 6 for 195. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, late afternoon here in Grenada. Back in Australia on the eastern seaboard. People just starting to get up for a Sunday morning. Maybe they're going for a walk with the dog or just going for a walk. Listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Greavves will continue here, bowling to Carey, who's turning the ball into the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run in the afternoon sunshine as we welcome back Bryce McGain.
G'day, Whitey. Barat.
Oh.
It's a very interesting time in the game with Australia noting that they're 6 down. Of course, one of those wickets is a Nathan Lyon. But it's an important phase. Wicket keeper up at the stump. 2 slips.
Carey waits. Hook shot, nicely played out into the deep. Alzari Joseph with some work to do in the deep. He does do that work nicely and throws it back in. It was a tough one there for Shea Hope because of the sun, it came in. Oh, I don't know where that is. Actually hit him on the wicket-keeping pads as it came in on the half volley. One more to the score. Carey 12, 6 for 196. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Winner safety sail.
You just get this feeling. You spoke about how vital a period this is, that if whatever amount of time we have left today's play, if West Indies can't break this partnership, it's more or less game over.
Head on strike. Greavves around the wicket. Head cuts very nearly onto the stumps.
The chop on.
Chopped down. It bounced in front of the stumps and then went over the top of them. And we've already seen Constas and Green go out that way in this innings alone. Just cramped a little bit for room, and that so nearly went back onto the stumps.
It's just becoming more and more difficult to play horizontal bat shots on this pitch. Just can't trust the pace anymore. Some come through at a normal pace, the others just stick in the surface.
Left-handed head waits for Greavves, this time stylishly clipping it away on the onside, but can't beat mid-wicket. And there's no run. King doing the fielding, who got 75 in the first innings. Don't forget, as always, SEN is your home of live sport. AFL, NRL, State of Origin, the cricket, the Matildas' upcoming games against Panama, all live right here on SEN and the SEN app. Head waits. Greavves bowls, head defends, playing from the crease, playing as late as possible. And talking about SEN, of course, SEN_cricket. That's the address for Instagram, X and TikTok. I'm not a TikTokman, but apparently it's good. Wouldn't ever know what it is, really. But for all the highlights, analysis and behind-the-scenes action from the SEN cricket team, plus subscribe SEN Cricket podcast content. Search SEN Cricket wherever you get your podcasts. All the action, as I said, behind the scenes, also after play and before play. Greavves again around the wicket, bowling to Head, who again is forced to defend, going back to a ball that was pretty full. It's dangerous, but he gets away with it. 2-2-9 the lead. Australia 6 for 196 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. SEN Test Cricket for our great friends at Henley Homes. Proud supporters of SEN Test Cricket around the world. It's great to have their support with us here in the Caribbean. Alzari Joseph bowling here to Carey. Tries to tug away again on the onside. It hits high up on the leg. Bobbles away on the onside and there's no run. Alzari Joseph continuing on.
The rate at which these two score and are scoring at already, half an hour more and this lead would have ballooned up, be close to 260, you'd think. And then the West Indian batting, yes, they showed some grit in the first innings, but on a wearing down pitch, just big mountain to climb.
Alzari again bowls to Carey, who's pushing forward cautiously, hesitantly, almost uncomfortably. He's almost in his head, I've got to get forward, I've got to get forward. In that situation, usually he doesn't do that. He likes to flick it away with the angle. But on this pitch, that's getting harder and harder, as you just mentioned, Brad. It's almost a bit of a hush around at the moment, waiting for who makes the next move. Alzarri Joseph past the umpire bowls. Carey advances and then tucks away into the deep on the onside, trying to make his own length there. And that's a credit to Alzarri Joseph, who's just nagging away at a length that Carey Bryce McGain is uncomfortable about. So he has to make an adjustment.
Well, he watched that ball so closely, the ball before, as he said. It went forward, watched it, and he's just signalled, that's nipping back, that's dangerous. Maybe I can get down and make that a scoring length. And he did it in the first innings. He was able to come down and then turn those into half volleys. So he gets down and then he's balanced to play his shot to that length. Of course, an invaluable 73 off just 81 balls in the first innings.
Alzarri Joseph again, bowling this time to Travis Head, who tucks it fine. Oh, he's got it past the keeper. Didn't get all of it, so there is some work to be done. And Phillip does well to come around from deep backward square leg to do the fielding almost behind the wicket keeper. And it's actually the reason why it didn't race out to the boundary is it actually clipped the thigh pad rather than the bat.
Yeah, it felt like Bombay's to me. It felt like it came off his bottom.
Yeah.
Just the way it rolled along the ground.
2-3-2 the lead now.
Did I say 73? I meant 63. It was 63 that Carey made.
To 65 in Barbados.
Yeah,
63.
so valuable. But he's not going to get stuck on a length. He's going to change the situation.
Head waits. Plays a very interesting hook shot that wasn't really any more than stump high from outside off stump. But with the angle, he was able to whip it away on the onside to deep square leg. And that brings up yet another milestone, 250. 200. Well, I can't see the scoreboard, so it's a bit of an issue. I was trying to work out what it was with my maths. 6-200, getting way ahead of myself.
Pat Cummins would be very happy.
Got a wall in front of the scoreboard. Head 35, Carey 13. Like we're playing charades. Barat was trying to say what it was with fingers and whatever else. Last ball of the over, Alzarri Joseph bowls to Carey, who takes it over the cordon. That is brilliant, Carey. That is 4.
He makes you pay.
Short and wide and outside off stump. He knew where point was. He knew where gully was. He says, you know what? I'm not going to hit it anywhere near you. Another boundary. Carey to 17 at the end of the over. 6 for 204. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes late on day 3. We don't know how much time's left. Depends on whether rain comes or whether the light fades to a point they can't go further on. Greavves will continue here around the wicket to Head, who's bunting it away on the offside. Justin Greavves, the leading wicket taker post-tee. He's the only one to take wickets since the tea break, taking both the wickets of Smith and Webster for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, delivering high-performance teamwear this year to the BBL and the WBBL, so brand new uniforms.
Can't wait.
In the BBL and WBBL this year. Greavves again past the umpire, bowls to Head, who swings at one down leg side and doesn't make contact. Tried to hit that one into the ocean.
Another one kept down a bit, so he practices cheekily.
Yeah.
A little scoop, a little scrape along the surface. a scrape shot.
Yeah, I just got a text from someone saying they're doing housework. That was more sweeping the floor.
Yeah.
Some stubborn grime on it.
Getting under the couch with a vacuum, that's what that is.
6 for 204. Greavves again to Head, who's pushing forward in defence. You can see what Greavves is doing here. He's just trying to starve them as much as possible, to frustrate them. But the problem is you also need that from the other end to create that potential for a moment.
He's been excellent, Whitey. And the ball is still moving, so that the players don't have the confidence just to come down and belt him over his head. There is still the risk of error. He's honing in on a perfect line and length.
6 for 204. Greavves again bowls. Head jammed. Is able to squeeze it out on the onside past the square leg umpire for a single. One more to the score. It's tough going here for Travis Head. It came really easily for him through his first 25 balls, but since then, the product of not getting much strike and then the interruptions to tea and rain, it's just not coming easily for him.
No, I mean, well, he raced away to 29 of 25 balls at one stage. But just on Justin Greavves, just seeing the way he's batted and bowled, we speak a lot about Bo Webster. Like Bo, he's had to wait quite a while to get that break into the West Indian team. He's been playing first-class cricket for a long time.
Greavves again here to Carey, who pushes firmly up to mid-off. Can't beat the field, no run.
Keeper up to the stumps, 2 slips.
Just the value of experience, right? Wherever you go around the world, I mean, you've been a journeyman of sorts, or just played or been a seasoned first-class cricketer in your respective country or region. He just looks like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. In control of his skills.
Bowling to Carey here, last ball of the over. Carey flicks it away firmly out towards the deep, and it's got... Oh, well done, Alzari Joseph. Stopped it with his foot. We'd given up on it. We thought it was 4, and Alzari just thrust out the foot, and the big size 13 stopped it. Well done. In the end, not 4, it was 2. Over bowled, 6 for 207. The lead, 240. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Don't forget, at the completion of play today, the new ball for Cobram Estate with myself and Brett Sundaresan. We'll go through all the highlights of the day. We'll get an interview from the Australian camp and talk through all the issues and news, agenda items. Certainly Cameron Green will be on the agenda after getting a half century today. Steve Smith back in the runs as well. And what will be a score that's too much for the West Indies? I feel like we're over to over here as to whether we're about to go off. Yeah. As soon as the sun goes behind the cloud, we're done. But at the moment, we're still out there at 6 for 207. Seals back into the attack, bowling here to Head, who swats it away on the onside with no timing out to deep square leg. He gets a single.
Carey was on the hustle and he turned around and said, no.
It was like a broken back single in baseball. It was hit hard, but it just didn't go very far.
No, he tried to drag it around. He went to turn around expecting Head to be running. He wasn't. He'd taken 4 steps. He was 4 metres away from him and just walking down to the non-striker's end.
You would expect him to know Travis better than anyone else. The amount of time those two spend with each other. Just an update on Adam Collins as well. Tony wants to know if he's okay. He's getting better.
Seals a bit closer to the umpire bowls, and Carey nurses this one, opening the blade and guiding it down to backward point on the fence for a single.
Just been such a feature on SEN. Every time Australia played Test cricket home and away for so long, it's not surprising that people are waking up and going, hang on, where's Colo? Yep. Nobody's gone bang bang in the last 3 days.
He's here.
He's here. He was
and
spotted
not even in spirit. He's here.
He was spotted on TV earlier today in the stands. And he's here right next to us. Hello, Colo.
Seals again. Bowls around the wicket, chopping away, playing a good shot. Head cutting backward of point. Again, they can only get one though. Head ran the first hard, thinking he might have been able to get back for two, but that wasn't going to happen. So only one more to the score. Head 38, Carey 20. As the league continues to build and grow towards 250 and beyond.
It does feel like
210.
It does feel like run scoring is slightly easier at the other end than when you're facing the medium pace of Justin Greavves. I think it's again the pace of the pitch. He's giving you nothing to work with.
Carey back on strike. Smashes the bat into the turf. Waiting for Seals. Carey pushing up to mid-off, wanting a single. Shamar Joseph came in quickly from that mid-off position to make sure there wasn't a run. It's a very hot and steamy day today. Even just sitting out in the crowd for 20 minutes, it was stifling.
Yep.
Feels like it just needs to rain to get the humidity out of the air. It's been a very different day weather-wise to the last week we've been here in Grenada. Seals bowls. Carey hit on the pad, trying to work away on the onside. I've lost all my confidence now.
You have.
One poor pronunciation, and I've gone to water.
Grenada.
There is such a thing as a granita biscuit. G-R...
Yes.
A-N-I-T-A, I think.
N-I-T-A.
Yeah. Late in the day, I start thinking of food, and that might be the case at
Granita
the
biscuit
moment.
is on the mind subconsciously.
Take him to the supermarket.
Is it
Maybe
dunkable? Is it dunkable?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay.
It's
popping in
very
your cup
old
of tea.
school biscuit, that one. Seals here. Bit closer to the umpire, bowling to Carey. Off the glove, is it? No, it's not. Down leg side, there was a noise, and you could see Carey tried to get the gloves out of the way, and he did. May have just brushed his shirt on the way through. So 3 runs from the over, the lead 243, Australia 6 for 210. We continue here in Grenada. Shamar Joseph will have another burst from the river end before stumps. As I said, we really are in a situation now where we could be going off at any time. As soon as the sun goes behind the clouds, we're all over Red Rover. But at the moment, it's okay. Shamar Joseph around the wicket, bowls to Head, who flicks him fine. More work to do here for Alzari Joseph. This time he uses his hands, gets down low, collects, throws in. They get one. Head to 39, Carey 20, 6 for 211.
He's been expensive in this game, Shamar Joseph. He got rid of Travis Head when they desperately needed a wicket in the first innings, and got rid of Cameron Green earlier today, again when they really needed a wicket. But he's just leaked runs, so Australia in a way wouldn't mind facing Shamar Joseph at this point. Greavves was the tricky one, just gave them nothing. Miserly spell.
He bowled for a long time. I think he just may have just run out of energy.
As you said, very, very hot conditions. Someone just walking across the side screen. Just daydreaming. Late in the day, maybe dreaming of some biscuits as well, Whitey.
Granita.
Yeah.
Stop saying it, please. Shamar Joseph again, storming in, bowling to Carey, flicking away nicely out into the deep on the onside. Again, they can only get a single. So Austin Chase has certainly positioned his fielders in good spots. It's really hard to get any more than a one. Unless either Head or Carey are prepared Bryce to hit down the ground. which is hard to do on a slowing pitch.
Indeed. Dry surface out there. You can hear the scratching around. That was Head just marking his guard as he gets ready to get on strike around the wicket. Shamar Joseph.
Just a gully in place. Joseph bowls. Heads bowled! Kept low. Trying to cut away on the offside. Crashing into the stumps. And heads out for 39. Australia now 7 down for 212. And that man again, Shamar Joseph, into the attack, into the wickets. And doesn't that bring this crowd to life?
Smashes the ball down, back of a length, and it's just skidded through 2/3 of the way up the off stump, took the outside portion of it. And Travis Head, got a feeling it's happened to him before.
He's been clean bowled by Shamar Joseph before, and they've really gone off in the stand next to the grandstand. A lot of Grenadians there. There's a man running up and down, waving and carrying the Grenadian flag. Travis Head feels like he has to be dragged off the field. Just very slowly going off.
He'll be frustrated, Travis Head. That's 4 times now where he's got going and hasn't been able to go on and get a big score. You can see he screamed at himself, holding the bat really tightly as he started his walk up the stairs. And we've now got the umpires having a discussion around whether we can continue.
The light meter has been brought out, so that's what happened while Travis Head was going slowly walking off the field. So
Head knows it's like an egg timer. It's ticking. You can hear it going and knowing that there's so little time left in the day. And that one, so we're just looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay, shaped back in from around the wicket. But rather than play with a vertical bat, Head tried to play with a horizontal bat. And as we've said throughout today, that's becoming more and more dangerous on this wicket to do that.
It is. And yes, it kept low, but it didn't shoot through the way Travis Head would make you believe. So it was just the way he played it.
Yeah. Kept down a portion, but it wasn't a gazunda.
No.
It didn't really, or as Andrew Mason called it, a rat.
I love that.
Ran along the pitch.
So
and under the door.
The locals are really getting into it now. It's a great atmosphere here at the National Sports Stadium in Grenada. Cummins, the new batsman at the crease.
Every time you think Australia potentially bat West Indies out of this test match, they just seem to find a way. Oh, nobody knew where the ball was.
No, so it ricocheted off the stumps and trickled into the rope right behind the wicketkeeper. We're all ready to go, and everyone said, "Where's the ball?"
I'm a little surprised.
Maybe I thought the dog had gone and taken it. Come back.
Well, generally the umpires make sure they have the ball when a wicket falls, but Richard Kettleborough was busy getting the light meter. I think Adrian Holstock maybe
fixing stumps.
Too late in the day.
Yeah.
They've got to hurry here, the West Indies, otherwise they'll run out of time. So Shamar Joseph, for the first time to bowl to Pat Cummins. He bowls, Cummins misses. Ooh. He really tried to lift that over cover. Interesting way to start your innings. It was quick, well over 140.
Just the way Travis Head plays, isn't it? He exposes his stumps, and
we've talked about it a lot during his innings, haven't we?
But he trusts. It's such a valuable way he plays. It's so much like Darren Lehman did.
Yep.
They'd bowl at the stumps, but it doesn't matter. I'll hit it where the gaps are, and I'll play my way. I'll trust myself to hit it. Sometimes you don't.
Joseph fires in that one down leg side. He really tried to bowl that one as fast as he could and kind of lost his shape on delivery.
I think he realizes as well, you would have seen that light meter come out, and the shadows have really lengthened, so they're almost about to cover the pitch.
And I think once it covers the pitch, I don't think they'll be able to play on.
No. And that's almost, less than 5 minutes away.
Yeah, we've been saying that for about 15 minutes, but incredibly, when we thought there was going to be this big deluge of rain, for whatever reason, it didn't come. And so they got the covers. We thought we were finished for the day. And now it's been quite clear, really. It's more when the sun goes behind the grandstands we're in trouble now.
Cummins has to survive this one ball. Australia wouldn't want to be more than 7 wickets down.
Shamar Joseph, last ball of the over, bowling to Cummins, who plays it nicely off the back foot, punching forward of point, out towards the rope. It's again Alzari Joseph doing the fielding, having a lot of work and ground to cover. Around 50 metres was that chase, and they got back for 2. Over bowled, 7 for 214. The lead, 247. The wicket of Head in that over. Seven for 214 Australia. Carey 21, Cummins 2. The last man out, Head for 39. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Okay, it's official now. The sun's gone, so it's quite dark. Seals is going to bowl here, and I reckon this is going to be the last over. Seals around the wicket, bowling to Carey, advances and slaps it up to mid-on. No run. Adam White with you, along with Andrew Mason.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Are you well?
Not as well as you.
You're a naughty man. What a day it has been.
It has been a good day, an absorbing day of Test cricket.
I'll tell you something, I think we're going to have a very good crowd tomorrow.
Yes, I hope we do.
Yeah.
We kind of don't, we don't want Australia to get too far away because we want to see a chase tomorrow on a Sunday.
Yes.
Big crowd.
Mm-hmm. Looking forward to that. The lead is 247.
It's a good lead. It's a healthy lead.
Very good lead. On this pitch too as well.
Yeah.
And the Australian fast bowlers will bowl better. There's no question about that. They'll attack the stumps. They're very good at that. Cummins, I can see him on this pitch. Stark with those Yorkers, and of course the immaculate length of Hazelwood.
So Seals will have the keeper up to the stumps here late in the day. Carey on strike on 21. Seals around the wicket bowls, and Carey flicks it away nicely out into the deep. He'll just get a single down to deep backwards square leg. So just when I said this will be it, the sun's come back out.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't usually see cricket played in these sorts of circumstances so late in the day. We're trying to pick up time now for the delays to the rain because of the rain. But the shadows now from that Junior Murray Royal Lewis stand are casting right now over the pitch.
Well, they've got the second slip in now, or will they have the second slip? There's a big gap between the keeper and first slip. It's almost like a fine gully.
It's like, second slip and fourth slip.
Yeah, interesting.
Even numbers.
Suppose there was edge between the keeper and the second slip.
Seals on his way over the wicket to bowl to Cummins. That one didn't bounce and very nearly hit off stump.
Oh, no.
He went back to a ball he probably should have gone forward, but under normal circumstances you'd go back. But that one, it didn't run along the ground, but it kept dramatically low and didn't go over stump high. It
and
just
this is the
would have hit a
third
full
day.
stump.
This is the third day. You expect this to happen maybe later the fourth day, the fifth day, but in Barbados we had a similar situation. I think those responsible would have to look at this really, because to be honest, the pitches have not been the best, I must admit.
Jaden Seals running away from us, bowling to Cummins, who's chopping it down pretty much to his feet. He tried to sort of work it away on the offside, pushing away at it, but took the inner portion of the bat and just dropped down at his feet. No runs, 7 for 215. The score remains. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Carey 22, Cummins 2. The lead 248. Hear the horns in the background. Seals again, winds up, bowls to Cummins from the stump, squeezes it away on the onside, past the square leg umpire. They have one, they'll be able to come back for 2 as Cardi came around from deep backward square leg to do the fielding. Wasn't really meant to go there. Cummins just trying to keep it out. But was fortunate enough to be able to squeeze the ball into a gap on the onside. Cummins to 4, 7 for 217.
And that lead is 250 now. Very important. The Australians in Barbados, they were able to get 300, and that was enough. And I suggest on this pitch, it may be enough, but you never know. First period tomorrow is going to be of great importance.
Cummins waits, Seals bowls, Cummins defends from the crease and then kind of came forward after he hit the ball. And that is the end of the over. We're going to have another one. I'm surprised by this, but we are 7 for 217. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. The light meters are out. And what is happening here now? Is this a ball situation as well? I think it might be.
Yeah, umpire Dayton Butler.
There is an issue with the ball.
West Indies ODI cricketer comes out from St. Vincent. And pretty decent umpire as well. Former cricketer, left arm bowler. Comes out with a box of balls.
He does indeed. So this ball, well, they've had a couple of changes already, so it's impossible to know how old the ball is. But 64 overs is where we're at in this innings. So they had the light meters out. They looked at it. They decided that they would continue on. But now the delay for the change of ball. And they're taking some time to find a ball that is appropriate. Now they've got one. So the fourth umpire goes off. And are you surprised that they're playing?
Yeah, I am.
We're in this situation.
What time is it local time now?
It's 5:46 local time.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. Yeah. I mean, it was different at Kensington because we needed to get it finished.
Yeah.
And there's no lights here. And the sun has got so low that now the entire pitch is under shadow, even though essentially the sun is still out. And they're letting Shamar Joseph bowl. I want to be facing him in this sort of light as he bowls to Carey, who leans back and cuts to Point. Can't beat Point. Good fielding. No run.
Joseph would love to get the wicket of Carey late in the third day. Of course, Australia will be hoping that he can stay on. He's got 22 from 35. They've had an attack at him just on the top of that leg stump and hasn't batted with the same freedom as was the case in the first innings. But he's there, and that's the important thing.
You can see he's really working hard here, isn't he? Trying to get the West Indies one more wicket before stumps. And he bursts again, bowls to Carey, cutting, just opening the blade, getting it out into the deep. They've got one, they've got four. Seals thought he was going to be able to stop that coming around from backward Point, but you could just hear the sound that made off the bat. He just squeezed it out. And it raced along the turf out to the rope for four. And Carey's continuing this sublime run of form. He's up to 26 from just 26 balls in really difficult batting conditions.
Yeah, it was a bit short. Had the room to steer it square. Actually, the fielder seizes that backward point, so he had to run a long way across to his right, couldn't stop it.
Shamar Joseph was ready to bowl, but Alex Carey wasn't ready to bat, so false start. 7 for 221. Carey waits. Joseph around the wicket, bowls. Oh, Carey very nearly chopping onto his stumps. It would have been the fourth player in the Australian innings, but it chopped down onto his pad instead.
Now the umpires are coming together about the light.
Yep, which is interesting because it's halfway through an over here.
Yep.
But it must have reached the threshold. They look and they say,
yep,
that is it.
That is
it. So the umpire takes, or will give the cap back to the bowler. They've taken the ball, they've flicked the bails off, And that will be it for day 3. Australia 7 for 221, a lead of 254. Just very briefly, just in 20 seconds, the day. How did you see it?
Good day for the Australians. I thought that the session between lunch and tea was important. We saw some good batting, certainly from Green and company. So at the end of the day, a lead of 254 advantage Australia. And I did that in 15 seconds.
You did it very well. That's because you're a professional. 7 for 221 Australia. At stumps, Carey 26, Cummins 4. The lead 254. Half centuries today to Steve Smith and to Cameron Green. We're going to take a break, come back with a new ball. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow for day 4 SEN Test Cricket.
Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Grown, harvested and first cold pressed in northern Victoria. On SEN Cricket, this is the new ball.
Yes, it is the new ball, thanks to Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil. We have got to the end of day 3 here at Grenada. A bit of a frustrating day at times because of the bad weather. We had 3 breaks because of rain, 2 for about 45 minutes each, and then 1 for about 15 minutes. It was one of those days that felt stormy, it felt humid. It actually felt we were going to get more rain than we actually did. And at the close of play, when play finished because of bad light, Australia 7 for 221. So they did resume at 2 for 12 with Green on 6, Lyon on 2. And over the course of the day, they ended up making 209 runs and lost 5 wickets. Before we go through the scores, here is what happened on day 3, SEN Test Cricket from Grenada. Try to cut away on the offside. Crashing into the stumps and heads out for 39. Australia now 7 down for 212. And that man again, Shamar Joseph, into the attack, into the wickets. So there were the highlights of day 3. Plenty happened. And one of the real talking points that we'll get to with Brett Sundaresan shortly is the half century to Cameron Green, 52 from 123 balls. He would have wanted more, but he continues to grow into that role at number 3. Okay, let's get to the state of play for Belgravia Apparel for Quality New Balance Cricket, a team where we'll go through the card. Australia 7 for 221 at stumps. So last night, Constas was bowled Seals without scoring. Osman Khawaja, LBW Seals for 2. As I said earlier, Australia resuming today at 2 for 12 with Green on 6. Lyon on 2, Seals taking both wickets last night. The first to fall today was Nathan Lyon. He was caught. Campbell bowled Alzari Joseph for 8. And then we saw a really good partnership between Green and Smith to take the score from 3 for 28 to 4 for 121 before Green was out. The ball after he got his half century, he was bowled by Shamar Joseph playing on, trying to play a cut shot. He was out for 52 from 123 balls with 5 boundaries. Then at T, and then T was also, there was also a rain delay as well. They looked in a pretty good position. Steve Smith and Travis Head, the two experienced players, got to the tee break unscathed. But after tee, they lost Steve Smith for 71, LBW to Greavves, 71 from 119 balls with 7 fours and a 6. And then not long after, Bo Webster was out for 2, caught chase, perfectly placed at sort of like a 4th or a 5th slip. There was no other slip. There was no gully. He didn't have to move, Roston Chase, and caught it comfortably off the bowling of Greavves to be out for 2. And then that last wicket to fall, Travis Head, a big one. He was out for 39 off 60 balls with 4 fours. He was bowled by Shamar Joseph. Alex Carey continuing his great run. He is 26 not out. Pat Cummins is 4 not out. So we ended up going to about, 15 minutes after the deadline, if you like. So you've got the 6 hours of play plus the extra half hour for a slow over, which is always taken. Then another 15 minutes because of the play loss during the day. But bad light ended things with Australia 7 for 221 from 64.3 overs. The bowling figures for the West Indies: Jaden Seales took 2 for 29 from 16 overs. Shamar Joseph 12.3 overs, 2 for 54. Alzari Joseph 13 overs, 1 for 42. Anderson Phillip 9 overs, no wicket for 32. Roston Chase 5 overs, no wicket for 29. And Justin Greavves 9 overs, 2 for 22. It took a long time for Greavves to actually come into the attack, and then when he did, he proved a real handful. Not so much because of the pace that he was bowling, but he just nagged away and let the pitch sort of help him. You can tell there it was 2 for 22 from 9 overs. So that's economy rate of 2.44 runs an over. Outside of Jaden Seales, he was the most economical bowler of all the West Indians used. So that big partnership, there's two really of note. I talked about that first one between Green and Smith, which yielded 93. And then we had Smith and Head putting on 58 before Smith was dismissed. So, again, it's that middle order that continues to do pretty well for the Australians. We've had Smith making 71, if you count him, because he did come in at number 5 because of the night watchman situation. Head 39 and Carey 26 not out on what is a difficult pitch that's getting harder because of the uneven bounce. A lot of balls are starting to keep low, which caused the dismissal of a couple of the Australians, and it's just going to get harder and harder. There's no doubt about that as this match progresses. So that is the state of play for Belgravia Apparel in partnership with New Balance, delivering high-performance teamwear to the BBL and the WBBL. The new ball for Commonwealth Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil will continue shortly with Bharat Sandarasan to go through all the issues of the day. And welcome back to the new ball for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil. An interesting day of cricket. At times it was a grind, at times it was frustrating because of the bad weather. But in the end, at stumps, Australia batting a second time, 7 for 221. Importantly, the lead is 254. I'm Adam White. Brent Sanderson has been watching the cricket with me throughout the course of the day. What did you think?
Frustrating in terms of the rain interruptions. We had 3 of them, 2 long ones, 1 short one. But despite all of that, we packed in quite a bit of cricket today. It started with Australia 2 for 12. In all sorts, you thought 2 for 45 notionally with, not notionally, literally with the lead that they had in the first innings. Nathan Lyon got out pretty cheaply. But then going into today, the focus was on what the team would do, but also more on could Cam Green break this rut that he's has been in since moving to number 3. Only 5 innings, but 5 innings where he has struggled. So it wasn't the most fluent of innings, but he fought through it, faced well over 100 balls, and got to raise his bat to provide some sort of relief for himself, but more importantly, the dressing room.
Okay, so let's get straight into the first ball of the issues, which is Cameron Green, as you just spoke about. I think one of the most, instructional things was when he did get to 50, the emotion that he showed. He raised his bat, not triumphantly, but there was a real sort of purpose to it, and also raised his fist, a clenched fist, to the dressing room. It was relief. I think it was clearly a bit of pride as well, but considering the pressure that he's been under, it meant a lot to him. But then he was out next ball.
He was, and how angry was he? And you will hear his answer about how angry he was, because we just spoke to him down there and I asked him about it, and he spoke about how long he stayed frustrated with what he had done before getting over it. But a few times he threatened to chop on, a few times he threatened to be caught behind or edging one to point or gully, but he survived till that point. I don't think it was a break in concentration, if anything. So it was just a pitch where we've already seen Sam Constas play on yesterday, and so many of the other Australian batters could have played on as well. So, and I wouldn't be surprised going forward if that becomes a mode of dismissal, which is pretty routine in this test match. But to his innings itself, and also the reaction from the dressing room. You spoke about how he kind of punched the air and had his fist up. So did a few of the senior members of that team, because it's Cam Green's been an integral part of this team for 5 years. He's not Sam Constas who's just walked in. So they have been willing him on. They know what he's capable of. So, and for the selectors, they've stuck with him. They've dropped someone like Manas Labuschagne to fit Cameron Green in, and he's delivered in a situation where Australia could have really lost control of this game. His innings is not just important for him in the long run, but so important in the state of the match with the series still alive.
So we know that he can play because he's proven he can play at international level, not just at first class level. It's still unproven as to whether he could do it at number 3. But this has been, even if you look at the last 2 test matches here in the West Indies, it's been a steady progression. So this isn't the innings that stamps him as the number 3 for Australia, but there was enough good signs to suggest that there was a few things we could tick off. Got to stumps last night under pressure, tick. Got through the first rain delay and got through the first 45 minutes to sort of steady things down today, tick. Got through another delay, tick. So all the stop-start nature of his innings, faced over 100 balls, tick. So there's quite a few things that you can say, this is good. This is not great, but it's good.
It's very good. And that's what you expect from your number 3 at times. Not always to be fluent, and as we know Cam Green can be, but to get through those tough periods when an early wicket falls. And even if in a series the early wicket keeps falling and the openers aren't firing, it's your job to then be the calming presence out there, the balm for the rest of the batting lineup. And through some tricky periods, he fought through them, and that was good to see. I mean, there were a couple of times he did flash and play a couple of loose shots, and there was that period, and there were a couple of periods for me, Adam, which were of concern, and we saw it we've seen it so far in this series where he gets a start and then gets almost a 2-3 over period where he starts playing these loose shots, like a drop in concentration, and he has to switch back on. Yes, there were rain interruptions today, but there was a period across, in the space of 3 overs, he flayed at a couple of wide deliveries from Anderson. Phillips survived. And then the next over, when Shamar Joseph came on from the same end, at the Dabo end, he played a couple of loose shots outside off stump. And then he went back to just settling down. So I guess going forward, that'll be the next challenge. Those will be the boxes for him to tick off. But at least it's safe to say, as they board the flight to Kingston at some point in a couple of days' time, they'll still worry a lot about Constis and Khawaja, but they'll be like, okay, at least Cam Green is trending in the right direction, unlike Constis in particular.
Yeah, and the selectors, the coach, the captain have all said, be patient, take a broader lens on things. But I think in the case of Cameron Green, it is slightly different because he has played a lot of Test cricket and they wanted to shoehorn him back in as soon as he got over that injury into a different position. So that's a challenge in itself for Green. But from what we saw today, a step forward in the right direction. Steve Smith, he's back from New York, straight into the team. We were wondering on Monday, could he hold the bat? Could he catch? Could he do all these sorts of things? It was just Steve Smith doing Steve Smith things.
Till the time, he had a big splint on his finger. He couldn't sweat. He couldn't go to the gym in New York. Then he finally managed to go to the gym the day he landed in Barbados, and he got a smaller splint. You knew till the time he had 10 fingers on his hand, whatever shape they were in, the batting form that he's been in, there's no way he was going to miss this test. I've said it a few times in the lead up to this series and this test match, and you saw why. This is exactly how he's been batting in the nets. This is exactly how he's been batting in the test matches we've seen him bat in since the Gabba test. Even though the batting conditions were really difficult during the Border Gavaskar Trophy, then he went to Sri Lanka, different conditions, dominated the series there. And he was batting, again, as well as we've seen him bat in a long time at Lords before that innocuous dismissal, Aiden Markram bowling an over just for a change of fence for the rest of the bowlers. So he looked good for 100 at Lords as well. And he started well in the first innings. He just faced 3 or 4 balls and then fell to, again, very in innocuous fashion, a short ball, and he gets top-edged to fine leg. But today, from the moment he walked out to bat, and I mentioned it a few times on air, the way he was able to adjust as soon as he saw the ball, that the balls were shooting low and keeping very low. The 2 of the 3 balls he faced at the start of his innings were of that nature. He said, okay, I'm going to adjust. I'm Steve Smith. So rather than use my trigger to go back and across, I'm just going to stay still, stay tied on so that my pads aren't exposed to those low balls. And that also allowed him to drive the ball a lot more fluently and from a lot earlier on in his innings, where he didn't have to reach out for wide ones. Most of the cover drives and straight drives that he hit for 4 were balls on or around off stump, and that was also because of the position. So it's just the reading of the pitch and how he was able to adjust. That's all part of the genius of Steve Smith. And the dismissal came from nowhere. He looked set once again for 100, but credit to Justin Greavves for the way he bowled. And, we spent a lot of time talking about his dismissal and it is funny that, with Steve Smith, he's not intentionally entertaining, but it can be entertaining when he's out there doing Steve Smith things with the umpire.
Oh, my God. We could do a whole segment on this, but he was at his absolute best today. His idiosyncrasies were on steroids today, which usually means that he's ready for the fight. He's souped up and missed out in the first innings with a poor, uncharacteristic shot. He wanted to get involved in this game, and he batted very, very well. Like, this wasn't, but batted well considering it's your first game back. No. He just batted very, very well. There's no question about that in difficult conditions. But I've never seen a situation other than my kids in the backyard where he's been given out LBW. He didn't hit it. Clearly LBW. And he asked the umpire, what am I getting given out for?
Yeah.
What else were you given out for? What else could it be?
That was the first question. How am I out? And the umpire said LBW. And then he held his pose for nearly a minute. And because he was hit in front of his stumps, just in front of his stumps, and then that front foot in the follow-through just landed outside off stump, and he just held his pose and looked at Adrian Holstock and said, but I'm outside off stump. And Adrian Holstock said, no, you were in line, because that's why I gave you out. And it was umpire's call on impact, but it looked out.
It looked out. It did look out. There's no question about that. Just quickly on Bo Webster before we take a break. We'll talk about the West Indies after the break and also hear from Cameron Green. But, I mean, there's not much too much to say. It was a tough period to bat. Australia wanting to get runs, keep the scoreboard ticking over. He's nicked one straight to third or fourth slip.
Yeah, I mean, he was due a failure almost. The law of averages catching up. But for me, I think the highlight of his innings was the pitch and how difficult it's going to be for anyone trying to play horizontal bat shots. The further we get, deeper we get into this test match. It was not easy. Travis Head got out playing a similar shot after he likes to do, exposing his stumps. And that ball just kept not very low, but low enough to hit his off stump. But Bo Webster a couple of times almost chopped on. So it's not the kind of pitch where you can come and force the issue. He tried to do that in the way he did in Kensington Oval and got away because of the pace on that pitch. But the pace has died out on this pitch. And you just thought that if he wasn't out the way he was, it was just a matter of time before he was going to play on one onto his stumps.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's going to be an interesting one. Whatever it is that the West Indies need to chase, Australia would want to bat really at least another session to put the game well out of reach. But say it ends up being about 300. It'll be interesting to see how the West Indies go about it because they want to take the game on. That's the way they play. But the conditions are going to make that difficult to play like that. So do they change the way they play to be more appropriate to the conditions, or do they just go, oh, well, this is the way we play. We're just going to try our luck? I'm not sure.
Play the paddle sweep of the first ball like John Campbell did.
Well, he'll do something unusual. There's no doubt about that. All right, here's the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. We'll take a break here from Grenada and come back, and you'll hear from Cameron Green, and we'll talk a little bit more about the West Indies. the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Adam White and Brad Sanderson are with you from Grenada after day 3. Let's go now to Cameron Green, who chatted to both Bharat and Bryce after play. He's feeling a bit better about life. He's just scored a 50 today for Australia in the second innings.
Cam Green, thank you so much for being into SEN Test Cricket. Your first half century at number 3, what did that feel like?
Yeah, obviously very nice. It's been a long time coming. It was a tough couple of games, but nice to spend some time out there.
Can you just take us through how challenging it has been? I mean, the 2 innings at Lords and also the 4 innings. Batting conditions haven't been easy.
No, that has been tough. I think it's been a lot of learning. So, a few different ways that I've set up that haven't worked, and now I've found something that may have worked. But you just never quite know. So, again, nice to finally get a decent score out there. Time in the middle. Shame it ended earlier than I wanted to, but to be able to spend 120 balls out there, I think, hopefully is pretty crucial for this game.
You got to face all the West Indies bowling. What's the style of bowling that's most difficult that you'll share with Pat and the boys, and maybe lines up a bit of the strategy of how Australia will bowl to the West Indies later?
Yeah, I just feel like they're different to whatever we face, especially what we've got in our change room. I think they're, bowl from a lower trajectory, a bit more skiddy, and are getting, more, if not the same amount of out of the wicket. So, I think we found that challenging. The Shamar, slightly lower release point, skiddy more than bounce has been challenging, especially last game. So, I think we're just 2 different bowling lineups, and, they both got their perks.
Batting with Steve Smith, and you batted a long time with him. What's that like? Because we noticed at times you didn't talk between overs, other times you had a bit of a glove punch. What goes on when you're batting with Steve Smith?
Yeah, I feel like he's completely different every innings. He actually gave me a lot today, so it was great fun being out there. Sometimes he can give you donuts and he's really in his own head. Today he looked really relaxed, and I think that showed the way he played. I think, he was just timing the ball way better than everyone else, playing on a different wicket. So, credit to him. He's great to have him back.
It's a little bit unfair, isn't it? He does make cricket look really simple on challenging conditions, but you look like you're really enjoying your innings today, and you look really relaxed. Was there something that you did different, as opposed to, you're talking about setups, but was there something else that you approached this innings a little bit differently?
Again, I think it's just time out in the middle. I think you're always a bit itchy and agitated at the start of your innings. And the more you spend out there, I wouldn't say the calmer you get, but the more relaxed, certainly, when you're out there. You back yourself in a little bit more flow to your game. So, maybe it was just that, I'd say.
You're generally not someone to show too much emotion, Cam, but you looked very frustrated when you got out. Have you calmed down now?
No, for sure. It was a good 20 minutes of, are you kidding me? I think sometimes you need that bit of luck, and I've actually probably for the first time in my career been dropped a couple of times, but haven't made the most of it. So, sometimes you need a bit of luck, and I think our change rooms hasn't really had it this game. I think we've had a few shoot low and a few chop on, so hopefully the luck will change.
And just finally on the match situation, you spent a lot of time out there. There have been some balls which shot through, some that have jumped up. Do you think you have enough runs already, or maybe 50, 60 more runs?
Yeah, I think with the bowling lineup that we've got, you'd hope so. I think, we back ourselves in to create 10 chances at least on that wicket with our bowlers with that score on the board. So, I'd like to say yes, but you don't want to jinx it. So, hopefully a few more.
Thank you so much, Cam. Go well tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Cameron Green down boundary side with Bharat Sanderson and also Bryce McGain a short time ago. Bharat's back with me now. Even just hearing that from Cameron Green, you could hear him just a little bit more, a bit more relaxed, a bit more comfortable. Even though it was only 50, it was still 50.
It felt like he's exhaled for the first time in 3 or 4 weeks. He did definitely sounded relaxed, a little relaxed, not just for having made the 50, but relaxed also, like he said, after how filthy he was with himself for getting out the way he did.
I quite liked it in a weird sort of way. Like, it was almost,
Yeah.
Show a bit of like, you want to see them showing a bit of emotion, a bit of care. Like, it's good. Like, because sometimes with Cam, you're never too sure because he doesn't show much emotion because he's just that sort of person. But I don't know. I kind of like that, because it was a reflection of, I think, of what a lot of fans were thinking
and how much it meant to him. The 50 reaction and the. Especially when you are naturally the kind of guy who doesn't show a lot of emotion. When you show some emotion, everybody goes, "Whoa, this really did mean a lot."
That's right.
That's good.
Yeah, I do. I do think that was sort of a window into his soul a little bit, and how much it matters to him. We've got a fly to deal with here in the commentary box. We've got dogs back on the field that are running and rampant up in the stands. They ran out before and then onto the stands. But just a quick word on the West Indies. From my point of view, at least, they stuck at it again and looked like it was getting well away from them. And you think, like last week, they able to compete for 2 days, but not even 3. But they did fight it out to the end. And I'm not being patronising in saying that. They fought hard. Tough cricket.
Right down to that Justin Greavves spell, which brought them back into the contest, sort of. And he got rid of Steve Smith and Bo Webster, because the way Steve Smith and Travis Head had gone before that rain interruption, you just thought that they'll come and pile on the runs, because run scoring had become easy. Chase was bowling with Greavves. Then both Bryce McGain and I spoke about, wait, we need the strike bowlers on. They need to get wickets now. And Greavves, who bowled a very clever spell, and the kind of spell needed on this pitch where he gave no pace, and it reached a point where it was easier to score at the other end, where Head and Alex Carey, when those two came together, they had some pace to play with, and Alex Carey hit one over the slip region for 4, and Travis Head was trying to glide balls, but you couldn't do that of Justin Greavves, and Justin Greavves had all of them in trouble. At one point, Travis Head almost played on to his stumps, the ball just bouncing over off stump. So they stuck at it. Alzari Joseph bowled very well to start the day. They tried the short pitch ploy, and it worked in getting them to change the ball, or getting the umpires to change the ball, and that ball hooped around quite a bit. So I think they did a lot of right things, but this is not. I think we should also be very clear about this pitch is not unplayable like that. The last one was by this time. Yep. By this time, the test match was over. And by the time West Indies started their run chase of, 301 they needed to get, batting looked, the difficulty level had gone through the roof. It's still not that difficult here, and that is because of the lack of pace. However, what is going to be difficult when West Indies do start their run chase at some point tomorrow, you'd hope, is to score quickly, to just get at the ball and force the issue, because you have nothing to work with, and you have Josh Hazlewood, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, and Nathan Lyon, and Bo Webster to deal with. But no, once again, credit to the bowlers. Jaden Seals bowled his heart out. Shamar Joseph came and broke the partnership between Head and Carey late in the day. Greavves did his job. Anderson Phillip had a couple of good spells as well. So, nothing to take away from the way the West Indies have bowled and gone through it. And I do think that we'll see that when Australia get the ball as well. I don't know whether they'll be able to steamroll past the West Indies as they did in Kensington. I still think they're well ahead, and you would expect Australia to defend whatever they get from this point on. But I still think they'll find it not as straightforward as they did last week, also because of the pitch.
I feel like they're just getting together now, a good bowling group that's a bit different. The speed of Shamar Joseph, the bounce and speed of Alzari Joseph, the guile and the swing of Jaden Seals, the stopping role, the holding role of Justin Greavves, and then whether you've got the spinner Warricane or in this situation here where they've gone with the extra fast bowler, there's just a bit there to work with, I reckon. That's probably been a bit better than we thought.
And they took a slip catch today.
They did. Well, they took two. They took
two. That's right.
Two different ones.
One went straight to the Roston Chase at Gully. He hung on to it. But John Campbell almost...
He tried his hardest to drop it.
Yeah, he almost made a meal of it, but somehow, through a concoction of his hands, and Alzari Joseph was the most surprised when that happened.
All right, that's it for today. We'll be back tomorrow. Don't forget, the opening ball will be at 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. It is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. We'll catch you again tomorrow on SEN Test Cricket.